Chapter 1099. Golden Armored Man Underneath the Stone Pillar. Chapter 1099. Golden Armored Man Underneath the Stone Pillar. A scarlet-robed figure holding a long sword flitted across the air above the battlefield. Jian Wushuang held a wine pot in hand, drinking from it as he flew. It has been over a decade and I haven't seen a single person. How boring. He shook his head. Though there were a number of experts adventuring on this huge battlefield, the chances of meeting them were very low. He had not met even a single person in the past dozen of years. It was natural for him to feel a little upset, as he had not cultivated for long and had never been through these many dull days like this. Jian Wushuang, you will soon enter uncharted territories. Be careful, Gu King warned. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded and put aside the wine pot. With a shake of his body, the smell of wine completely dissipated. Half a day later, he reached the uncharted territories. He slowed down and became even more cautious than before. There, all he saw was still endless battlefield ruins. Didn't you use to cultivate the Scarlet Eye secret skill of the ancient god clan? You can put it to use now, Gu King said. Scarlet Eye secret skill? Jian Wushuang was doubtful. That skill could be used to see through all illusions. It would have been useful if the battlefield was shrouded in mist that limited his vision. However, he could see clearly without any obstacle whatsoever here. It's not just for looking through nihility and illusion skills, but also for seeing things more clearly. Gu King continued, You're on a battlefield that houses many treasures. Look at the ruins. They may seem ordinary, but they might turn out to be treasures. You can't see the treasures with the naked eye, but the Scarlet Eye secret skill can increase your chances of finding them. I see. Jian Wushuang agreed. He immediately used the Scarlet Eye secret skill. He began to gain a broader view as well as a clearer and more accurate vision. Jian Wushuang continued to venture in the uncharted territories at a leisurely pace. Just like that, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang, who had been moving ahead, halted abruptly. What's wrong? Gu King asked. Instead of replying, Jian Wushuang pinpointed a direction and rushed toward it. After a moment, he arrived in the space above a desolate ground. He overlooked the ground while beaming joyously. He had a clear view of the ground while suspended midair. There were long spears scattered all over the ground, all of which were covered in a layer of dust. Their power was also constrained, making them seem ordinary. If someone passed by without looking carefully, he might not be able to detect these long spears. Since Jian Wushuang was using the Scarlet Eye secret skill, he immediately recognized them. These long spears were magic weapons, or more precisely, emperor weapons of peak level. There were even so many of them here. To boot, Jian Wushuang waved his hand at the ground, summoning a wind that blew through and cleared the dust on the long spears. The long spears were restored to their original appearance. The black long spears were made of a material that Jian Wushuang had never seen before. Since they were identical in shape and size, he assumed that they were systematically made magic weapons. There were over 120 of them. Top-grade Emperor weapons are worth 10 fire points in the Fire Point Exchange Office. That means there are about 1,000 points here. 1,000 fire points were equivalent to 1/5 of the ancient god power. Considering the minimal effort he had put in to obtain these long spears, of course he would be delighted. He then collected all the long spears with a wave of his hand and continued on his way. An ancient bronze stone pillar towered over the fringe of ruins left in between two bare mountains. The pillar was huge, with a height of over 10,000 feet and the width of a house. Patterns of golden dragons and phoenix lined the pillar, lending it an air of magnificence. The most attention-grabbing detail was an ancient, grandiose word carved in the center of the pillar. The word was kill. The word imbued the magnificent stone pillar with an impressively potent killing intent. An elegant man in golden armor sat under the pillar, his eyes focused on the word kill on the pillar. He was so transfixed that he could not look away. The man had remained under the pillar for hundreds of years. Suddenly, the The man's expression changed and his eyelids flew open, revealing a pair of eyes that glinted with sharp golden light. He then got up and passed through the wall beside him. A scarlet-robed figure was flying over from the opposite direction that the armored man had gone. That is, the moment Jian Wushuang arrived at the huge pillar, he also saw the man in golden armor under it. I finally found someone after having traveling through this battlefield for so long. Though he was smiling, his heart felt heavy. The token that could sense his allies was not responding. That meant he had come across a Jin Kingdom expert. Golden armor? People from the Jin Kingdom wear golden armors. It might be a kind of systematically made magic weapon used for defense. Swoosh! The man in golden armor turned illusionary as he charged toward Jian Wushuang. Be careful. He's an advanced celestial master, Gu King said. He's an advanced celestial master? The same level as Patriarch of Empyrean Glory? Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted in shock, and his expression became serious. However, he did not entertain thoughts of escaping. Before entering the Green Fire Palace, he would have immediately fled in such a scenario. Things were different now. I finally met someone on the battlefield, and he's from the Jin Kingdom to boot, Jian Wushuang thought. This is my first encounter and fight with a Jin Kingdom expert. I'll definitely not retreat from this battle. Chapter 1100, First Battle. Chapter 1100, First Battle. Jian Wushuang's urge to battle reached its peak. He had drawn the Blood Mountain sword long ago. On the other hand, the man in gold armor, who had dashed forward at great speed from the stone pillar, looked extremely murderous. You're foolish to not have escaped after seeing me charge across. The man in gold armor's gaze was extremely cold. A giant gold hammer appeared in each of his hands, each one of them billions of caddies heavy. The man struck just as he appeared before Jian Wushuang, the two giant hammers raining down upon Jian Wushuang at the same time. They certainly did not waste any time on words. Once the man in gold armor realized that Jian Wushuang was not one of his people, he immediately struck, and with a potentially lethal blow to boot. The Green Fire Palace had been warring with the Jin Kingdom for exactly 5 million years, and there were countless killings on both sides. As a result, both parties were already hell-bent on destroying each other. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. At the same instant when the man in gold armor swung his giant hammers, Jian Wushuang had slashed angrily with the Blood Mountain sword, boundless power in his move. It was a swordsmanship called Bladed Surge from his coalescent sword principle. Bam! Bam! Two loud sounds from their weapons' clash rang out, as the giant hammers smashed simultaneously into the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang could feel the huge force of the blow, and his figure shook. His arms were also a little numb from absorbing the impact of the blow. "Burst forth!" shouted Jian Wushuang angrily. The hidden force within the Bladed Surge formed into the second kind of power, and it was also released. The man in gold armor said, as his expression changed slightly. His figure also could not help but retreat by a few steps. Heaven's Bane. Jian Wushuang grasped his sword with both hands. He could feel vast amounts of ancient god power flowing into his arms, and soon the Blood Mountain sword was giving off a huge blood-red glow. He then released the extremely powerful sword light toward his opponent. The man in gold armor's gaze was electrifying, and he was consumed by killing intent. In an instant, he channeled the power of an advanced celestial master and swung one of his hammers at Jian Wushuang with matching ferocity. The blow easily smashed through the void, destroying everything in its path. Both attacks were alarmingly strong and powerful, and there was a loud booming sound as they clashed. Jian Wushuang's figure flew backward as if it had been shot from a cannon, but the man in gold armor merely took a step back. From the clash, it was pretty evident that the man in gold armor had the upper hand. After arriving at the Green Fire Palace, I spent a year in the Taiqing Palace practicing my skills. I then created the Speed Sword Principle, and my strength has indeed increased, but the biggest strength of my sword principle is till speed. It's not suited for power, and currently, I am only on par with a common advanced celestial master. This expert from the Jin Kingdom's strength, on the other hand, absolutely rivals that of a top advanced celestial master, Jian Wushuang thought. The man was, however, looking at Jian Wushuang in amazement. He lowered his voice and said, "From your aura, you're merely at the eternal realm, but you've possessed such great battle strength. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of your existence amongst the experts of the Green Fire Palace?" "My name is Jian Wushuang," replied Jian Wushuang coldly. His feet began to move the instant he stopped talking. A huge gaping hole immediately appeared in the void below Jian Wushuang's feet as his figure appeared phantom-like in a flash before the man in gold armor. He then swung his sword at his opponent with a swordsmanship that was weird and hard to discern. "This speed," the man in gold armor said. He was surprised as he saw Jian Wushuang's attack drawing near. His opponent's speed was extremely great. The man immediately swung his giant hammers simultaneously. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, put on a perfect display of the speed of his swordsmanship. Clang, 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 clang. As sounds of metal smashing into each other rang out, the void around the combatants had completely collapsed. Ripple after ripple of the impact from the clash spread out with amazing speed, resulting in the ground beneath them, which was already ruined, to be damaged further. It looked even more terrible. The man in gold armor was already striking with maximum effort, and even though each blow of his hammer carried huge power, Jian Wushuang could obviously handle the impact from their blows easily. He seemed to not be affected in the least bit, and was clearly holding the upper hand in terms of speed. "Humph, I don't have time to fool around with you," the man in gold armor grunted coldly. Suddenly, his body gave off a golden glow and two coarse and thick arms appeared out from the top of his shoulders, holding similar giant gold hammers like his other two arms. "For arms?" asked Jian Wushuang. He could not help but be stunned. What secret skill is this? 4 giant hammers came swinging at Jian Wushuang simultaneously. All of a sudden, he was flustered. Jian Wushuang could easily handle the attacks from 2 giant hammers. He even held the upper hand. Now, however, 4 giant hammers were swinging at him at the same time. The tables had completely turned on him, and he was even having trouble blocking the attacks. Dong, 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 dong. Heavy sounds rang across the sky as the giant hammers rained down on Jian Wushuang with alarming speed. He steeled himself and evaded the first attack. In the next instant, however, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. "Die!" Jian Wushuang hissed chillingly. A sword light was formed. Anyone who saw it would find it extremely beautiful and sorrowful at the same time. As it shot out toward Jian Wushuang's opponent, it blocked out all light from the surrounding sky. The man in gold armor could not help but stare at it as well. As he looked at the sword light, his pupils suddenly contracted. To his naked eye, the sword light was moving very slowly, but somehow his consciousness told him that it was coming toward him at an extremely fast speed. Also, as the sword light was formed, a faint echo from a sword also rang out. All of a sudden, a fearsome consciousness attack was directed at the man in gold armor. Not only did Jian Wushuang launch the consciousness attack, but he also utilized a portion of the killing intent inside his killing bead. He combined the consciousness attack with his killing intent on a direct assault on his opponent. What? The man felt his brain hurt, but luckily for him, it subsided quickly. He then lifted one of his hands, wishing to block Jian Wushuang's physical attack with a giant hammer, but it was moving too quickly for him. As he had also been momentarily stunned by the consciousness attack, there was no way he could completely block his opponent's sword. At last, the sword light slashed through the raised arm. The strong tearing force ripped his armor apart and sliced off half of the arm. The man was not flustered even after suffering the wound. His figure had retreated far away, and he turned to leave after giving Jian Wushuang a look of mixed emotions. Chapter 11:01 One of Ours. Chapter 11:01 One of Ours. Has he left? Jian Wushuang had no intention of chasing after the man in gold armor at all. In truth, Even if his opponent remained behind, he had to leave. After all, he had expended his entire repertoire of swordsmanship but only managed to cut off one of the man's arms. His opponent could regenerate his arm back instantly, and he did not seem to have lost any of his battle strength. If the battle continued on, most likely Jian Wushuang would have lost. I perfected my death shadow by combining both essences of speed and slowness in it. Most importantly, my consciousness attack coupled with killing intent should have been even more powerful, but he easily blocked my consciousness attack. He didn't even seem to be affected much by it, thought Jian Wushuang, secretly surprised. To Jian Wushuang, even an advanced celestial master would have trouble blocking such an attack, much less be so unaffected by it. He's also a celestial master like Empyrean Patriarch, but this man is much stronger than him. His consciousness is especially powerful, muttered Jian Wushuang. These experts from the Jin Kingdom came from the eternal chaotic world, and more or less they have spent some time trying to make a living there. Naturally, they'll not be lacking in quality. The Green Fire Palace can hold its own with the Jin Kingdom because it has gained many treasures due to its strategic location, which is situated on a huge battlefield. If not, Gu Qing's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind again. Jian Wushuang could not hold in his laughter. He did not think too much about it, however, and he walked directly toward the bronze-colored stone pillar which the man in gold armor had been standing at previously. As he came to the front of the pillar, he saw the word "kill" carved into its center. The moment he saw the word "kill, kill," roar after roar echoed in his mind as he felt a terrible surge of killing intent engulfing him. His pupils shrank violently as his figure flew backward by a few steps. He only lifted his head again once he was far away from the pillar. What a fearsome rush of killing intent it was. In fact, it's much stronger than that of mine, which was made using the killing bead, thought Jian Wushuang secretly. At the same time, he also realized something. No wonder that expert from the Jin Kingdom could withstand my consciousness attack easily. So he has been cultivating his skills all this while at this stone pillar. The terrible killing intent emanating from the word on the stone pillar could have been used to train one's consciousness. Evidently, the man in gold armor had stayed in front of the pillar to train his consciousness. As such, his consciousness was naturally extremely robust. Jian Wushuang, the killing intent in this word is formidable. Do you want to follow the Jin Kingdom expert's lead and stay here for a while more to practice? Gu Qing asked. Stay here to train my consciousness? Jian Wushuang considered the proposal for a while before finally shaking his head and replying, No. Even though the surge of killing intent from this pillar is powerful, so is my consciousness. It won't have much effect on me, and it's not worth my time. Furthermore, the man from the Jin Kingdom has just left, and who's to say if he'll return after a while? Maybe he'll even bring other experts from the Jin Kingdom here. Therefore, it's still better for me to leave. Jian Wushuang made his decision and immediately left to seek his fortune in the vast battlefield surrounding him. Time slowly passed. The battlefield was too huge. Even though many celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom wandering about the battlefield, it was too vast for them to be noticeable. For the next 30 years, the last person Jian Wushuang met was the man in gold armor. He never saw anyone else. He spent all his energy to look for opportunities on the battlefield during this time. There were many opportunities to be found on the battlefield. Just the marks left behind by experts as they battled alone were numerous. Even though they had been made a very long time ago, they still contained much profound meaning. These could also be considered as opportunities. Jian Wushuang was sitting quietly by himself on a hill, but he kept his gaze fixed on the ground below him. There was a huge imprint of a claw on the ground. 5 incredibly deep claw marks could be seen. The claw marks stretched for 50,000 kilometers. Even though they were made many years ago, their power still had a chilling effect. It was an extremely violent and swift sort of power, and there were even signs of pure yang energy from the marks left behind. Jian Wushuang had been on the hill for exactly 2 years. During this time, he tried to understand the profundity of the message left behind by the claw marks. The move made with these claws was similar to his own Scarlet Yang sword principle. They were both direct and made with pure Yang energy. Even so, it was just a mark left during battle after all. Its owner had not left it behind on purpose, and there was no message contained in it. As such, Jian Wushuang felt that spending 2 years trying to figure it out was enough, and got up to leave. He continued to move forward in the void, a faint smile on his lips. He had spent the past 30 years wandering in this uncharted territory by himself. Along the way, he met with some opportunities, and even though they were small ones, overall they increased his strength considerably. He had also managed to collect a few magic weapons and had managed to accumulate more than 2,000 points. Therefore, he considered himself to have profited quite a lot all in all. Just at this moment, all of a sudden, his expression changed and he stopped subconsciously. He fished out a token. It was the same token Tang Emperor gave him, and it could help him sense nearby companions. It was the first time he had encountered anyone from his own side since wandering around the battlefield after leaving the Green Fire Palace. Finally, I've managed to find someone on my side after all this time, and not to mention in this unknown territory. I'd better go over to say hi, Jian Wushuang muttered with a faint smile. He then allowed the token to guide him toward the stranger. 2 figures were floating side by side in front of a hill made up entirely of purple gems. One of them had a slender-looking face and was clad in black robes. He grew a beard and seemed to be of middle age. The other was a bright-eyed, short, and hunchbacked elder. "I can feel it. That thing should be underneath this hill," said the hunchbacked elder. "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go directly in," said the middle-aged man in black robes. "Let's not hurry. Someone is approaching," said the hunchback as he turned his gaze to the void at their side, his face expressionless and inscrutable. Indeed, a figure was approaching slowly along his line of sight. "Luckily, it's one of us," the hunchbacked elder laughed. Chapter 1102, Aren't Welcome. Chapter 1102, Aren't Welcome. In no time at all, Jian Wushuang, who was clad in a scarlet robe and carrying a long sword on his back, had appeared in front of the 2 men. "So, it's Celestial Master Menglong and Celestial Master Yi," he said, cupping his hands together toward them. "An Eternal Realm expert." The black-clad Celestial Master Menglong and Celestial Master Yi, the hunchbacked elder, looked strangely at Jian Wushuang. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Jian Wushuang who just joined the Green Fire Palace, right?" asked Celestial Master Yi. "That's me," said Jian Wushuang, smiling slightly. "Even though I've been wandering around this battlefield all these years, I've not returned back to the palace for a long time now. A good friend there mentioned you when he communicated to me, however. It's said that you're the son of Nan?" Celestial Master Yi asked, his tone slightly cold. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a while before nodding slightly. "Humph. When your father was at the Green Fire Palace, he acted somewhat arrogantly. To think that you're even more unrestrained than he was. You're just but an Eternal Realm expert that got to possess the battle strength of a medium Celestial Master due to some extraordinary reasons. Even so, there are countless dangers in this battlefield that can kill you, yet you travel alone? Furthermore, you've even ventured so deeply into uncharted territory?" Celestial Master Yi said in a low, deep voice. Celestial Master Menglong, who was standing beside him, looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown as well. One had to understand that the 2 Celestial Masters had ventured into this part of the battlefield together even though they were amongst the strongest of the medium Celestial Masters. They were also of advanced age and had possessed many life-saving skills. Most of the medium Celestial Masters of the Green Fire Palace dared not venture into this uncharted part of the battlefield alone. Take Celestial Master Silver Moon, for example. Even though she traveled alone, she only wandered around known territory. It was supposed to be a low-risk zone, yet she met with danger and was killed by experts from the Jin Kingdom. So, for Jian Wushuang, to venture alone into uncharted territory and go deep into the area to boot was an act no different to courting his own death in the eyes of the 2 Celestial Masters. Jin Wushuang did not know how to react to Celestial Master Yi's questions. He felt they were both funny and annoying. Even so, he thought he should reply. I dare to venture alone into this uncharted area because I have support, you two kind sirs. Support? What support? You're way too arrogant, young man. You don't know how dangerous this battlefield can be. You'll regret once you encounter these dangers yourself, Celestial Master Yi said in a tone that sounded as if he was reprimanding Jin Wushuang. Fine, since he wants to court his own death, there's nothing we can say to change his mind, Celestial Master Meng Long spoke up as well in a cold tone. Jin Wushuang, if you don't have anything much, leave us. Also, let me remind you, you should quickly return back to the Green Fire Palace before you get into a really dangerous situation. Come back when you've become a Dao Master. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly as he heard the Celestial Master's comments. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. He immediately turned and left after speaking. The Celestial Masters did not pay much attention to Jin Wushuang, and they casually walked toward the hill made of purple gems after he left. After a short while, however, roar, an angry roar accompanied by an alarming level of murderous aura, rose up from the depths of the hill. Soon, two figures were also scampering out of the same spot. They were obviously Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong. Quickly run! Celestial Master Yi shouted. In an instant, both of them fled as fast as they could toward the void in front of them. Just as they dashed out from underneath the mountain, a weirdly shaped exotic beast made up entirely of purple gems emerged. Lightning crackled along its purple scales, and the killing intent it emanated engulfed the entire area. It immediately went after the two Celestial Masters with alarming speed. Jin Wushuang was traversing absent-mindedly in the void above the battlefield. How does it feel to be turned away, kid? Gu King teased. I had just wanted to exchange greetings. Who would have expected them to not welcome me? Jin Wushuang replied, a weird expression on his face. Because of your mother, I'm afraid only a few of the experts in the Green Fire Palace will choose not to ignore you. If you wish to earn their respect, you have to prove your strength to them. Let them believe in your potential. As for now, you haven't achieved that, said Gu King, laughing. I know that, replied Jin Wushuang with a bitter laugh. Suddenly, what's going on? Jin Wushuang took out his token again and threw it. He could clearly sense that Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Meng Long were coming in his direction with alarming speed. The distance between them kept diminishing. Such speed! This is an uncharted territory after all, and even I do not dare to travel too quickly. They don't seem to be traversing. Could it be that they're fleeing? Jin Wushuang thought. He stopped immediately and turned, rushing toward the two Celestial Masters. Soon, he saw what was happening. He could see the Celestial Masters fleeing for their lives, and a ferocious exotic beast covered entirely with purple scales was chasing after them. The exotic beast was giving off an extremely high amount of murderous aura, giving Jin Wushuang the chills. What's that? Jin Wushuang asked as he frowned. It's a beast puppet, replied Gu King. Beast puppet? Jin Wushuang asked, momentarily stunned. He had only heard of puppet fighters, not beast puppets before. They are puppets made by experts from the eternal chaotic world by directly refining exotic beasts. Even though they are puppets, they've retained their original consciousnesses. The beast puppet you see most likely even has the battle strength of an exceptional realm Celestial Master, Gu King explained. Is that so? No wonder the two Celestial Masters are fleeing, said Jin Wushuang as he finally knew what the beast exactly was. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong could be considered as extremely strong amongst their peers, and they could have handled one or two ordinary advanced Celestial Masters. They would definitely not be fleeing in such a sorry fashion. They were, however, no match at all for this beast puppet, even if they joined forces. The beast puppet possesses amazing speed and should be catching up with them any time now, Jin Wushuang said, his face stern. In the next instant, the Blood Mountain sword had appeared in his hand, and his figure immediately dashed forward. Oh no! Oh no! The faces of Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Minglong were looking very terrible at the moment. The former was even covered with blood, and his aura was weak. Evidently, he was seriously wounded, and neither of them could have possibly survived if the beast puppet caught up with them. Just at this moment, they noticed that Jian Wushuang's figure was charging directly toward them from the void in front of them. Chapter 1103. Strike? Chapter 1103. Strike? Jian Wushuang. Not only is the kid not running away after seeing that we're being chased, instead, he's stupidly charging toward us. Is he looking to die? The Celestial Masters got even more angry after seeing Jian Wushuang dashing toward them. Kid, run quickly. Celestial Master Yi even shouted sternly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not heed his warning. He fixed his cold stare on the exotic beast. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang passed them by, appearing before the purple exotic beast. What's the kid doing? Does he really want to die? He's insane. The scene unfolding behind them shocked both Celestial Masters. Very quickly, they understood what Jian Wushuang was up to. His look grew more murderous as the power emanating from the Blood Mountain sword increased as well. He then slashed at the exotic beast with it. Heaven's bane! Jian Wushuang cried in a chilling tone. In an instant, he unleashed the full might of his power. The purple beast growled and swung a palm at Jian Wushuang casually. It wanted to smash the ant in front of it into pieces. Crash! A low crashing noise rang out and many sparks flew. A large amount of power began to disperse into the surroundings. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grim, and all of a sudden, his figure was swatted away and it crashed into a barren mountain at his side. The mountain split into two from the impact, and huge amounts of loose rocks began raining down. The exotic beast, however, had stopped charging forward. Many scales had fallen off its palm that clashed with the Blood Mountain sword. Just like this, Jian Wushuang managed to stop the beast puppet's figure from moving forward. Boom! There was a loud booming sound as large amounts of loose rocks began flying out. Jian Wushuang re-emerged from the remains of the mountain. Unexpectedly, his aura was still strong and his complexion healthy. Evidently, the blow from the beast had not harmed him much. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Minglong, you two should leave first. Leave this fellow to me, Jian Wushuang said with a slight smile. The two Celestial Masters were a little dumbstruck now. They had personally experienced the terror of the purple beast, and Celestial Master Yi was seriously wounded by a blow from its palm. He had managed to survive because he used a protective treasure to absorb part of the impact from the blow. All in all, even if the exotic beast was not as strong as a real Celestial Master who had reached the exceptional realm, it was not too much weaker. How could Jian Wushuang had survived that blow and remained unscathed, they thought. They were shocked, extremely shocked, to be exact. After recovering, they immediately reacted to his suggestion. Neither of them hesitated to accept his offer. Jian Wushuang, be careful yourself, said Celestial Master Yi. He then hurriedly left with Celestial Master Minglong. Roar! The purple beast growled as it saw the two Celestial Masters leaving. The purple lightning surrounding its body began flowing, and its figure immediately gave chase. Jian Wushuang, however, had also begun to move. Stop, I say. He appeared phantom-like at its side, brandishing the Blood Mountain sword at the same time. In a flash, he had struck 4 times, all of them with amazing speed. They were directed straight at the beast's eyes. The beast had no choice but to shift its figure away from the attacks. At the same time, it struck at Jian Wushuang with the same palm, and this time, it was imbued with purple thunderbolts. As such, it was more powerful than the last attack. Jian Wushuang shifted his figure and dodged the attack easily. The palm of the beast struck the void where Jian Wushuang used to stand, smashing it into dust. The world-shattering power of the blow caused Jian Wushuang's pupils to contract involuntarily. What power! This beast puppet's battle strength is borderline Celestial Master's exceptional realm, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. He could not withstand the repeated attacks from a celestial master at the exceptional realm, but he possessed exceptional defensive capabilities and could still hold the beast up for a while more. Buzz! The void around them shook. The purple scales of the exotic beast had stood up after it missed its target, and huge amounts of purple thunderbolts rose from its body, shattering the void around it. This power then formed into a giant electric net, dropping down upon Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang struck with his sword. As the powerful sword light hit the electrical net, however, it quickly dissipated. My attack couldn't slash the net open? Jian Wushuang thought. He was shocked, and to make matters worse, the net was still descending upon him, its momentum unchecked. Whoosh! An awe-inspiring amount of power burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body, but it quickly dissipated after a while. Jian Wushuang was still standing perfectly well at his original spot. He raised a hand to pat the corner of his robe, but he began to smile faintly. The beast puppet strength is close to Celestial Master's exceptional realm and much higher than mine. That said, it still will be unable to hit me, thought Jian Wushuang, secretly pleased. Roar! The beast growled as it fixed its murderous gaze on Jian Wushuang. Because of him, the Celestial Masters had long escaped. It's extremely strong in terms of attack, speed, and defense. I'm not its match, and I'd better leave while I can, Jian Wushuang thought, smiling slightly. He then immediately put his Dragon Blood secret skill to use. The first level of the secret skill increased Jian Wushuang's speed by tenfold immediately. He fled with amazing speed, and the purple beast was hell-bent on giving chase, but the distance between them kept increasing. Soon, its target was completely gone from its line of sight. The Celestial Masters were quietly waiting for Jian Wushuang amongst ruins. Both of them had mixed emotions. Not long after, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared, traversing toward them from the void at a considerable distance away. Are you two all right? Jian Wushuang asked, laughing heartily as he saw the two Celestial Masters, especially the elderly hunchback. I was only slightly wounded, and will recover after doing the closed-door training for a while, replied Celestial Master Yi. He then lifted his head to look at Jian Wushuang before continuing in a tone that made him sound guilty. Jian Wushuang, before, he said. What happened earlier was a trivial matter. Please don't take it to heart, Jian Wushuang laughed. It was the truth. He had not taken it seriously. I'm ashamed. I really am, sighed Celestial Master Yi as he shook his head. Jian Wushuang, we were too conceited. We would like to apologize and thank you for your help earlier on, Celestial Master Meng Long chipped in. They felt ashamed of their actions from the bottom of their heart. Previously, they had not welcomed Jian Wushuang when he came over to exchange greetings. Celestial Master Yi was especially hostile to him and even reprimanded him for a bit. He had described Jian Wushuang's action of venturing alone into the uncharted territory as akin to courting his own death. But what happened after that? If it were not for Jian Wushuang's intervention, both of them would have died there and then in the hands of the beast puppet. Chapter 1104, Chaos Divine Thunder. Chapter 1104, Chaos Divine Thunder. Jian Wushuang, I was capitalizing too much on my seniority when I spoke earlier. I'm sorry, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt it extremely funny to see two men continuously apologizing to him. He understood that the two Celestial Masters had encouraged him to return back to the Green Fire Palace earlier on because they did not know the extent of his strength. They had just spoken in a harsher tone, but they had good intentions. As such, Jian Wushuang did not take it to heart. Furthermore, when they were being chased by the exotic beast, they had told him to flee when they saw him charging toward them. It proved that even though they did not welcome him, they saw him as one of their own. Both of you don't have to do this, Jian Wushuang said. He laughed helplessly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jian Wushuang began to ask the Celestial Masters about the beast. What's going on with that purple beast earlier on? The Celestial Masters exchanged glances before the old hunchback began to explain. Two of the Daos I created have something to do with thunderbolts. When I passed by the Purple Mountain, I could sense something deep inside me, as if there was something within its depths. As such, I sneaked with Celestial Master Meng Long into its core to check it out. Indeed, I saw a giant axe at the bottom of the mountain. The axe was giving off an extremely strong aura, and electricity was flowing around it. It was definitely a very good piece of treasure, but when I decided to take it for my own, the purple beast appeared and grievously wounded me with a swipe of its palm. Both of us had to put aside all thoughts about keeping the giant axe, and we began to flee. The exotic beast, however, kept chasing after us. As for what happened next, I believe you saw it. Is that so? Jian Wushuang asked as he nodded. Secretly, however, he began thinking. A magic weapon that could give off such a strong aura is most definitely not an emperor weapon. At the very least, it has to be a chaos magic weapon. It might even be a chaos magic treasure. Chaos magic weapons were much more valuable than emperor weapons. High-level weapons of this kind were worth even more, and if the giant axe turned out to be a chaos magic treasure, it would be a weapon of the rarest kind. Jian Wushuang could not ignore the fact that a rare treasure that was at least a chaos magic weapon had been discovered. Celestial Master Yi, I hear that you use a giant axe as a weapon, asked Jian Wushuang. He had got some intel on various experts of the Green Fire Palace from Celestial Master Yuding long ago, and because of this, he managed to recognize the two Celestial Masters at a glance. Naturally, he also knew what sort of weapons they used. Right, I use a giant axe as my weapon. That one hidden underneath the purple mountain is very suitable for me, replied Celestial Master Yi solemnly. Since that's the case, we should think of a way to get it, said Jian Wushuang cheerfully. The Celestial Masters looked at each other. They had the same intent as Jian Wushuang, but they also felt that they were incapable of getting the giant axe. Jian Wushuang, do you have a way to take the axe from the purple beast? Asked Celestial Master Yi as he turned his gaze toward Jian Wushuang. There's a way, said Jian Wushuang with a faint smile. If I didn't guess wrongly, the beast is neither interested in the axe, nor has it been tasked to protect the weapon. If not, it would not have chased after you two for such a great distance. The Celestial Masters nodded profusely, evidently agreeing with Jian Wushuang's statement. If that's the case, things will be much easier. I'll distract the beast and lure it away, while you two take the opportunity to sneak the giant axe out, said Jian Wushuang mirthfully. The plan is easy to execute, but our main concern is still the purple beast's strength. Jian Wushuang, can you escape in one piece if you try to distract its attention? Asked Celestial Master Yi with a frown. I can, replied Jian Wushuang confidently. Didn't I escape in one piece just now? The Celestial Masters believed him upon seeing how confident he was. Since that's the case, we'll be relying on you, Jian Wushuang. We'll discuss how to share the axe after we've succeeded, Celestial Master Yi said. Fine, said Celestial Master Meng Long as he nodded solemnly. No problem, said Jian Wushuang, before laughing carefreely, as if he did not care who the axe landed with. Soon, Jian Wushuang moved out. He retraced his steps back to the mountain made up of purple gems and then headed directly underground. He arrived at the bottom of the mountain and saw the huge axe not long after. That's the axe? Asked Jian Wushuang as he became aware of and began to perceive the weapon's presence. The aura emanating from the axe made him a little surprised. From the aura it's giving off, it should be a chaos magic treasure, but somehow it's incomplete. If I didn't guess wrongly, this giant axe should be damaged, Gu King's voice rang out. A broken piece of chaos magic treasure, said Jian Wushuang, momentarily stunned. Jian Wushuang himself possessed a damaged chaos divine treasure, the mountain river map. He knew that the damage would devalue the item considerably, but even so, it was still more valuable than ordinary chaos magic weapons. This is... Gu King suddenly grew curious. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang asked multiple times. You're in luck, Jian Wushuang, replied Gu King, laughing. What do you mean? Asked Jian Wushuang, bewildered. There's no question that the giant axe is indeed a damaged chaos magic treasure, and that the axe is of little use to you, a sword user. There's chaos divine thunder hidden within it, however, and that'll come in handy for you, said Gu King. Chaos divine thunder? asked Jian Wushuang, a little stunned. It's extremely powerful and rarely seen even in the eternal chaotic world. My guess is that the axe's owner was extremely strong when he or she was alive and skilled in Thunderbolt Dao. It's probably the reason why he hid Chaos the Divine Thunder in his weapon. Most likely, he wanted to surprise his enemy, replied Gu King. Jian Wushuang, didn't you use to practice the Divining Thunder on Star Island? Asked Gu King. Yes, Jian Wushuang replied as he nodded subconsciously. He had mastered the secret skill on Star Island, and it was a rather powerful technique. When he was still weak, the technique helped him in many ways, but after his strength grew, he seldom used it anymore, especially now that his battle strength was already on par with an advanced celestial master. After all, if he still wanted to improve on the technique, he had to acquire plenty of power from thunderbolts. As such, he had no way of improving on it while in the green fire world. Now that Gu King brought the technique up, Jian Wushuang thought. Gu King, are you trying to suggest that the Chaos Divine Thunder can help improve my Divining Thunder secret skill? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course, replied Gu King cheerfully. The Chaos Divine Thunder is high-level stuff. Just a thunderbolt could help your Divining Thunder secret skill break through into level 3. When that happens, your overall strength will definitely have improved greatly. Chapter 1105, Getting the Axe. Chapter 1105, Getting the Axe. Level 3, asked Jian Wushuang. He could not help but feel tempted. He had managed to cultivate the Divining Thunder secret skill to level 2 on Star Island with a great deal of labor. This secret skill had never been improved since then. However, if it broke through into level 3, that definitely would give his strength a big boost. Looks like I definitely have to get my hands on the Chaos Divine Thunder, Jian Wushuang thought as he licked his lips. Firstly, he had to get the giant axe. I shall act directly then. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and dashed toward the magic weapon. The purple beast immediately picked up his movements the moment he drew near. Roar! An ear-splitting roar reverberated across the entire chasm as the huge body of the exotic beast dashed out from its resting place with alarming speed, covered with lightning. In an instant, it appeared before Jian Wushuang, and it clawed at the intruder with its sharp talons. Jian Wushuang's expression remained calm as the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He then casually struck at the claws of his opponent with it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, and Jian Wushuang's figure retreated quickly away. Damned human, the beast hissed. Its gaze was extremely murderous. It had recognized Jian Wushuang. It then continued attacking in a fit of rage. This time, the beast had no plans to allow the accursed human to escape again. Soon, two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, could be seen bursting out from underground as they dashed toward the surrounding void. Just as the beast was lured out of hiding by Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong, who had remained in hiding all this while, acted immediately. They snuck into the chasm and located the giant axe before absorbing it into an interspatial ring. The hunchbacked Celestial Mastery then sent a message to Jian Wushuang to keep him updated. Have they already got the axe? Jian Wushuang thought. A smile appeared on his lips as he received the message. He did not want to waste any more time with the beast and shook it off easily with his Dragon Blood secret skill. He then gathered with the Celestial Masters in a spot within the void. Celestial Master Yi, take out the giant axe quickly for us to see, said Celestial Master Menglong happily. Sure, replied his companion readily. He then drew out the weapon with a wave of his hand. Its power is extremely great, much more than normal chaos magic weapons, to be exact. It should already be classified as the chaos magic treasure, right? Asked Celestial Master Menglong as he stared at the axe. It's definitely a chaos magic treasure, but it's a pity that it has been damaged and not as powerful as it used to be, replied Celestial Master Yi regretfully. Even if it's not as powerful as it used to be, it's still much more powerful than the magic weapon you're using, retorted Celestial Master Menglong as he rolled his eyes. Haha, you're right, laughed Celestial Master Yi, seeming extremely happy. His expression grew solemn after the usual show of humility. Jin Wushuang, Celestial Master Minglong, I managed to get this giant axe because of help from the both of you, especially Jin Wushuang. It's extremely valuable and should fetch close to 20,000 fire points. I wish to give the two of you my 15,000 fire points that I've accumulated painstakingly over the years. It'll up to both of you to divide them amongst yourselves, he suggested. He sounded extremely sincere. The giant axe was extremely suitable for him, and obviously not for Jin Wushuang or Celestial Master Minglong. As such, logically the weapon should go to him, but he had to offer a suitable amount of fire points to both of them in return. The giant axe's value was somewhere near what he said, 20,000 fire points. As such, his offer of 15,000 fire points to be split amongst his two accomplices was extremely generous. After all, he had also put in a considerable amount of effort into obtaining the weapon. If he had not felt its presence earlier on, none of them would have discovered the weapon in the first place. It's all due to your sharp senses, Celestial Master Yi, and your act of luring the purple beast away, Jin Wushuang, that we managed to obtain the giant axe. I didn't contribute at all, and I can't possibly accept the offer of fire points, said Celestial Master Minglong with a laugh. Unexpectedly, Jin Wushuang also shook his head. The giant axe was discovered by you first, Celestial Master Yi, and naturally it should go to you. As for drawing the beast away, it was nothing. I don't want the fire points. If you really wish to thank me, I have a request to make, he said. A request? Asked Celestial Master Yi as he looked toward Jin Wushuang. Speak your mind, my young friend, he said readily. The Celestial Master considered Jin Wushuang to have saved the lives of both his companion and himself earlier on, and Jin Wushuang had even distracted the exotic beast so that they could obtain the giant axe. As such, he was truly grateful to Jin Wushuang, and he would have agreed to any request as long as it was within his means. When I saw the giant axe, I noticed that there's an extremely strong piece of Chaos Divine Thunder contained with it. I don't suppose you could give it to me? Asked Jin Wushuang. Chaos Divine Thunder? Asked the Celestial Master with a frown. In truth, he knew what was hidden in the weapon after becoming its master. There's indeed Chaos Divine Thunder in this axe. It should have been left behind by its previous owner. It is of not much use to me, and you can take it if you wish to, young friend, he agreed. Then I shall thank you for your kindness, said Jin Wushuang, feeling pleased. Celestial Master Yi drew the Chaos Divine Thunder in the axe out, allowing Jin Wushuang to transfer it into his body carefully. It was a rather successful operation. Even though the Chaos Divine Thunder was in Jin Wushuang's body now, it was still not under his control. He would have to refine it completely before he could slowly absorb its power and cultivate his own Divine Thunder secret skill to greater levels. Now that I've obtained the Chaos Divine Thunder, I have to go somewhere to do the closed-door training for a while. You two do not have to wait for me. Please continue to seek for opportunities, said Jin Wushuang with a smile. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave, the Celestial Masters said. They then set off quickly. After they left, Jin Wushuang found a quiet spot and built a temporary cave mansion for himself. He sat cross-legged in the cave mansion, feeling the powers of two thunderbolts beating within himself. They were the Divine Thunder, which he had cultivated from his secret skill, and the Chaos Divine Thunder within the giant axe from the purple beast's lair. He wanted to refine the Chaos Divine Thunder and absorb it slowly into his Divine Thunder. Let's begin, Jin Wushuang exclaimed. He let out a stream of air lightly and immediately began the refining process. Chapter 1106, Sinkhole. Chapter 1106, Sinkhole. In a flash, 8 years passed by. Haha, I've succeeded. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes, and there was a gold thunderbolt flashing past his eyes. He had shut himself in the cave mansion for 8 years. He had finally reached level 3 of the Divine Thunder secret skill. At the first level of the skill, he could produce the most ordinary black thunderbolts. At level 2, they turned scarlet. And now, at level 3 of the skill, he could produce gold thunderbolts. They contained extremely ferocious power, which was at least 10 times more than that of the scarlet thunderbolts produced at level 2 of the skill. When this secret skill reached level 2, it had little impact on my overall strength. Now that it has reached level 3, it'll help increase the power of my swordsmanships once I learn to combine both together. My overall power could even reach a new level, he thought. Currently, I'm faster than the advanced celestial masters, but in terms of power, I'm much weaker than them. Now that I have reached a higher level of proficiency in divining thunder, the power of my swordsmanships will increase, thereby solving the issue of my power shortage. I'm definitely much stronger than before. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists together. He was feeling somewhat expectant. He wanted to test his strength against an opponent to see how much he had improved. He had no luck finding any expert from the Jin Kingdom in the vast battlefield, however. In fact, he had only encountered one after wandering for so many years. I can only wait for the next opportunity, Jian Wushuang thought, trying hard to suppress his desire to fight. After successfully achieving level 3 proficiency in divining thunder, Jian Wushuang left the cave mansion and resumed his journey, casually wandering about in the battlefield. It seemed boundless. It was huge. Also, it was fraught with many natural perilous places. They were so dangerous that even any of the 5 green fire palace masters could die if they stepped into the traps by accident. Needless to say, the probability of an ordinary celestial master dying from falling into the traps was even higher. 5 years after he achieved a breakthrough in the Divine Thunder secret skill, Jian Wushuang came to a place that had an extremely peculiar landscape. Jian Wushuang studied the ground in front of him, looking a little awestruck. As far as he could see, there was a pitch-black, bottomless sinkhole on the ground. Jian Wushuang's eyesight was extremely sharp now, and the sinkhole had to be at least more than 33 kilometers if he could not see its bottom, even after utilizing the Scarlet Eye secret skill. Furthermore, it was much too wide. All Jian Wushuang could see was the sinkhole. It stretched for at least 3,000 kilometers. How was such a huge sinkhole formed? Could it be also created by a fight between experts? Uttered Jian Wushuang in awe. That's highly possible, nodded Gu King solemnly inside Jian Wushuang. There are countless experts in the eternal chaotic world, and some of them, like the creator of the star bloodline and King Luozhen, the 8-star imperial god, are so powerful that they can easily destroy an eternal world with a simple move. The sinkhole in front of you could very possibly be created by one punch of such an expert, he continued. From one punch? Jian Wushuang asked. He cleared his throat and took in a deep, cold breath. Just at this moment, Jian Wushuang, look quickly toward your left, Gu King said hurriedly. Jian Wushuang did as told, his pupils immediately shrinking. Using the Scarlet Eye secret skill, he could clearly see a golden glow less than 30 kilometers far away from his left. Even though it was extremely faint and hard for even an ordinary celestial master to spot, Jian Wushuang still managed to notice it. He immediately dashed toward the glow without hesitation. He covered the distance between the glow and himself in an instant, appearing in front of it. This is, Jian Wushuang said, looking pleasantly surprised as he saw the true color of the golden glow. Ancient god power, he exclaimed. Jian Wushuang kept his gaze fixed squarely on the 4 golden droplets of water. He knew very clearly what sort of power they contained. Before he had left the Green Fire Palace, Tang Emperor had given him a similar droplet. It turned out to be the ancient god power. 4 droplets of ancient god power? Asked Jian Wushuang, pleasantly surprised. He then kept them in his interspatial ring. You're in luck, aren't you, Jian Wushuang? Teased Gu King. Ha, laughed Jian Wushuang readily. Indeed, he was in luck. There were many uses for the ancient god power, especially for Jian Wushuang. At the Firepoint Exchange Office, 1 droplet of ancient god power was worth exactly 5,000 fire points. As such, the 4 droplets he just collected was worth 20,000 fire points. They were worth as much as the valuable giant axe obtained by Celestial Master Yi much earlier. Soon, however, Jian Wushuang began to look doubtful. How did 4 droplets of ancient god power come to be suspended above the sinkhole, he thought. He turned his gaze toward the pitch-black, bottomless sinkhole below him subconsciously. At this moment, a booming sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sinkhole. Jian Wushuang then felt the land around him starting to shake violently. What's going on? Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. Jian Wushuang, I have a bad feeling about this. You had better leave while you can, said Gu King solemnly. I feel the same way, Jian Wushuang replied, squinting. He then dashed toward the void at some distance away, not daring to stay for even a little while. Not long after he began to move, however, the booming sound grew louder before something exploded out of the sinkhole. A bone-chilling force was rising out. It looked like a long dormant volcano erupting. It was terrible, a terrible force. The moment the force rose out from the sinkhole, the void above it began to disintegrate like paper. The force contained huge shearing power, and it destroyed the area and everything around it. That's not good, exclaimed Jian Wushuang, his expression changing. Flee, Jian Wushuang. Flee quickly, roared Gu King. Jian Wushuang had reacted extremely swiftly. The moment he could sense the booming sound, he immediately dashed toward the void at the edge of the sinkhole, but the twisting force was still moving too quickly for him. He had just reached the border of the sinkhole and had yet to escape from it when the force caught up with him. Chapter 1107, Blood Cold Wind. Chapter 1107, Blood Cold Wind. Boom! In an instant, a fearsome gale with huge, twisting force struck Jian Wushuang. He immediately grunted in pain and started burning the spiritual power in his body as fuel to utilize the second level of his Dragon Blood secret skill. His speed immediately increased to 100 times faster, and he tried his best to withstand the impact from the blast. In the end, he managed to force his way out of the void which the sinkhole was at as well as the impact radius of the gale. He was deathly pale as he stood on the void away from the sinkhole. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and he could feel that his aura had been diminished to pitiful levels. Luckily, I'm still alive, even though I was seriously wounded. Jian Wushuang wiped away the blood stains on the corner of his mouth and raised his head again, turning his gaze back to the void surrounding the sinkhole. The fearsome gale was still sweeping around, smashing anything in its path to bits. The scene caused the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth to twitch. He still had a lingering fear of the gale. It's too dangerous, Jian Wushuang thought. He was in grave danger moments ago, and if his reaction had been only a fraction slower, or if his speed was slightly slower, his figure would definitely have been smashed to smithereens by the impact from the gale. He doubted there would even be any remains of himself left. The epicenter of the gale should be the center of the sinkhole. I was only standing at the side of the sinkhole, which was far from its core. Even so, I was seriously wounded even with the protection of the blood-killing plate armor and the golden image secret skill. Furthermore, the blast only lasted for a while. Jian Wushuang muttered in awe, his eyes still full of shock. Jian Wushuang, if I didn't see wrongly, this gale should be the blood cold wind, something which is seen rarely even in the eternal chaotic world. Not only does it contain a terrible twisting power, but the chilling effect it causes is also even more alarming. Most of your wounds were caused by this chilling effect, Gu King explained. Blood cold wind? Jian Wushuang asked. When he briefly made contact with the gale earlier, he had indeed felt an extremely chilly energy rush into his body. Normally, it's very hard for the blood cold wind to form, but the sinkhole before you just now managed to create such a huge amount of it. If I didn't guess wrongly, there must be some treasure hidden deep within it. It must be something that's very chilly and contains an extreme amount of energy. Also, it must be extremely valuable, said Gu King. So what if there's treasure inside the sinkhole? I can't get to it, even if it's a chaos divine treasure, said Jian Wushuang bitterly. That's true, said Gu King as he nodded in agreement. He then remained silent. Both of them knew that there definitely was some sort of treasure at the bottom of the sinkhole, and it was of the extremely rare variety. Even so, they had no way of obtaining it. After all, Jin Wushuang had barely survived a blast of the gale. Who knew what dangers would be waiting for them at the bottom of the sinkhole? As such, Jin Wushuang could only stand by anxiously. He stood silently at the edge of the sinkhole as Gu King slowly began to patch him up. Before long, the terrible blood-cold wind had also abated. Even the void that had been damaged by the gale had been restored. It was peaceful once again, as if nothing had ever happened before. Even so, Jin Wushuang, who had just escaped with his life, did not dare to step close to the sinkhole again. He did not leave, however. He just stood nearby in silence, quietly waiting. After about 1 hour, a booming sound rose from the bottom of the sinkhole again. Is it starting again? Jin Wushuang fled to a safe distance far away from the sinkhole, his gaze remaining fixed on it. Indeed, with a loud sound, the blood-cold wind rose out from the sinkhole again. It destroyed everything in its path like the previous gale did. This time, Jin Wushuang was far away and unaffected by the gale. He only quietly observed the entire proceedings. The blood-cold wind lasted for about the same time that one needed to take 10 breaths before it abated again. 10 breaths? Jin Wushuang thought as he squinted. The previous gale also lasted for around the same duration. Jin Wushuang remained at the same spot, constantly observing gale after gale. 10 days passed by in a jiffy. Within these 10 days, the blood-cold wind kept rising out of the sinkhole, and Jin Wushuang kept a close watch on it. He had already spotted the pattern of the gale's occurrence. The blood-cold wind only gets activated once every hour, and it lasts for the same duration. I take 10 breaths every time. Apart from that, each time it comes, it'll carry some ancient god power along with it. When it dies down, some of that power remains behind, Jin Wushuang thought. He remained in observation at the same spot for 10 days, witnessing countless gusts of blood-cold wind rising out from the sinkhole. He noticed a droplet of ancient god power left behind after one such gale abated, leading him to realize that not only was there a treasure of extreme energy in the sinkhole, there was also plenty of ancient god power in it as well. The ancient god power was extremely pure and condensed by at least 6-star ancient god. Naturally, even the blood-cold wind could not easily destroy such power, and as a result, it must have remained intact at the bottom of the sinkhole. Jin Wushuang now understood why he managed to see 4 droplets of ancient god power at the sinkhole earlier on. After coming to a complete understanding of the regularity of the gales, he took out his animal hide map. The location I'm currently at is, after identifying his location on the map, he left a mark which contained a message. The message was about the uniqueness of the sinkhole, as well as the regularity of the gales. Aside, Jin Wushuang also named the sinkhole Chilly Wind Valley. This vast battlefield is fraught with dangers. Who knows how many places like Chilly Wind Valley can be found in it? Now that I've found and marked one, the chances of survival of Green Fire Palace experts who choose to wander in it will increase slightly, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. The other experts from the Green Fire Palace would also mark their maps in a similar fashion when they came to new places or danger zones in previously uncharted territory. After returning to the Green Fire Palace, they would hand over their maps to the respective palace masters, who would reorganize them and pass on information about the newly discovered danger zones to every expert still wandering in the battlefield, so that they could avoid going into these areas and remain safe. As a member of the Green Fire Palace, Jin Wushuang had to play his part. He still remained standing in the void at the edge of Chilly Wind Valley. He was in no hurry to leave. Just at this moment, a message was transmitted to him via the token in his interspatial ring. Chapter 1108, An Order. Chapter 1108, An Order. What? Jin Wushuang asked. His expression changed the instant he read the message. Coordinates to a zone on the battlefield were included the message, as well as an order. The order was personally sent by Void Temple Master, one of the 5 Green Fire Palace Masters. He wanted all experts wandering in the battlefield to proceed with utmost urgency to the zone. Those too far away from the given coordinates were exempted, but those that were near had to rush over immediately. What caused Void Temple Master to send out such an order? Thought Jian Wushuang, still feeling surprised. He then immediately took out the map to the battlefield again. The coordinates sent by the Temple Master are over here. Very quickly, Jian Wushuang had located the zone which Void Temple Master wanted the experts to proceed to. It was also in uncharted territory. This zone is not too far away from me, and I can reach there in a month at my current speed, thought Jian Wushuang. 1 month's journey was considered short in the boundless battlefield. Let's set off quickly. Originally, Jian Wushuang had planned to remain at Chilly Wind Valley for a while, more to see if more ancient god power, or perhaps even other treasures would come out from the sinkhole, but he dared not delay carrying out Void Temple Master's order and set off immediately. His wounds had healed a long time ago, during the 10 days he spent observing the gales. Naturally, his speed was extremely fast. At the same moment he received the message, many other Green Fire Palace experts also received the same order. Void Temple Master sent out this order personally to us? What's so urgent? Something big must have happened in this zone. Could it be the discovery of a new secret land? Or perhaps a big opportunity? Something big must have happened. It's a pity that the zone is far from where I am. Way too far, to be exact. Even if I put everything down now and rush there at maximum speed, I'll need at least a few centuries' time to reach there. The incident must have long blown over by then. It's too far away. I can't do anything as I couldn't possibly make it in time to help. Those experts that were currently extremely far away from the zone were surprised to receive the order, but all of them ended up shaking their heads helplessly. The zone was too far away for them, and these experts would need centuries to arrive there. Furthermore, one had to factor in the potential dangers that they would be faced with. Evidently, there was no way they could make it in time to provide assistance. The other experts that were already nearby, or even not too far away from the zone, immediately made their way there. There must be some huge opportunity that showed itself. Otherwise, the Temple Master would not have asked so many of us to go to the zone. That said, nobody knows what sort of opportunity it would be. I'm so looking forward to knowing what it is. Let's go. Let's move immediately. The opportunity may have already been seized by others by the time we get there. Many celestial masters from the Green Fire Temple were rushing over to the zone at top speed. At the same time, something was happening in the void far away from the zone. An indifferent-looking man who was carrying a long sword on his back was bashing his way through all the obstacles in his path, as if he had turned into a sharp sword himself. He was just a celestial master, but the speed which he was traveling at was far beyond the capabilities of his peers. The man was Sunrise Sword Emperor. He was also advancing at maximum speed toward the zone. 2 figures were waiting quietly at a vast wasteland, and not before long, a black spot appeared at the limits of their lines of sight. "He's here," said the short hunchbacked elder, a smile appearing on his face. The black spot gradually grew bigger, and a figure appeared before them shortly after. "We meet again, Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong," greeted Jian Wushuang with a smile. "How have you been, Jian Wushuang, my young friend?" asked the Celestial Masters as they smiled too. Although they had gone their separate ways, all 3 of them were wandering around the same area, and they were not far away from each other. Naturally, they would meet again after receiving the Temple Master's message. "I believe the 2 of you are also going to the zone," asked Jian Wushuang. "Do you know the reason why we're told to go there?" he continued asking. The Celestial Masters shook their heads. "Even though I don't know what the call is all about, but I've been in the Green Fire Palace for so long and haven't received many messages of this nature. I believe that something big must have happened in that zone," replied Celestial Master Yi solemnly. "If that's the case, let's not dally around any longer. We should set off immediately." Without waiting any longer, Jian Wushuang joined the Celestial Masters in their journey toward the zone. They arrived at their destination 1 month later. Only after arriving did they realize that the zone was actually made up of an endless chain of mountains, and there were many towering mountain ranges in it. "I've never been to this place before. Let's be extra careful," said Celestial Master Yi. "Right," nodded Jian Wushuang gently. Suddenly, he sensed something. At the same time, This case happened to the two celestial masters as well. They could sense the presence of an expert from the Green Fire Palace from their tokens, and apparently, the expert was moving at an alarming pace. "Seems like he or she is fleeing," asked Celestial Master E with a frown. He or she could be fleeing or chasing after an enemy, another expert from the Jin Kingdom, for example. "Let's go to get a closer look for ourselves," said Jian Wushuang. The three of them immediately hurried off to their comrade's location. The expert had also seemed to sense their presence through his or her token. He was changing direction and moving toward them now. After a while, they saw the expert. "It's Celestial Master Jin Chu," said Celestial Master E emotionally. "Just by himself?" exclaimed Celestial Master Menglong, similarly emotional. Celestial Master Jin Chu was a medium Celestial Master of the Green Fire Palace and considered as weaker compared to his peers. As such, under normal circumstances, he would be traveling with companions in uncharted territory. Now, however, he was by himself. Not only was he traveling alone, but his aura was also extremely weak and his complexion very pale. Evidently, he was also wounded seriously and two figures in gold armor were chasing after him. The Jin Kingdom. It's experts from the Jin Kingdom. The eyes of the Celestial Masters glinted as they noticed the figures in gold armor as their killing intent surged. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang growled as the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He took a huge step forward, moving toward Celestial Master Jin Chu before the others. Celestial Master E and Celestial Master Menglong followed closely behind. Chapter 1109. Forced to Retreat. Chapter 1109. Forced to Retreat. Experts from the Green Fire Palace. As Jian Wushuang and the two Celestial Masters dashed toward them, the two experts from the Jin Kingdom noticed their presence. "Humph, Celestial Master E and Celestial Master Menglong are only middle ranking, while the other one is just a useless Eternal Realm rookie. No need to bother about them. Let's continue chasing our target. Celestial Master Jin Chu is worth exactly 3 life elixirs," exclaimed one of the Jin Kingdom experts, a purple-haired burly man. The experts from the Jin Kingdom also had some knowledge of a few Celestial Masters from the Green Fire Palace. It was how they identified Celestial Master E and Celestial Master Menglong. The eyes of the other expert were also focused upon Celestial Master Jin Chu. The speed of both pursuers did not decrease in the least bit. This surprised Jian Wushuang and his companions. "Why are they still in pursuit after noticing our presence? What foolhardiness," said Celestial Master E with a chilly gaze. "One of them is an advanced Celestial Master, while the other a middle-ranking one. How dare they be so conceited?" added Celestial Master Menglong, rage burning in his eyes as well. "Leave the advanced Celestial Master to me. I'll let you guys handle the middle-ranking one," said Jian Wushuang. "Right," said Celestial Master E, nodding. "No problem," added Celestial Master Menglong. They had personally witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength, and it was because of his presence that they remarked about the foolishness of the two Jin Kingdom experts. Shortly after, the three of them met up with the experts from the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang was holding onto the Blood Mountain sword. It was bursting with strong power. He charged before his companions and slashed with the sword when he got close enough to touch his opponent. "Heaven's Bane," he exclaimed. A majestic ray of sword light of pure yang energy sliced through the void in front of it, and a golden thunderbolt merged with it as it shot out, causing it to become more piercing to his opponent's eyes. It also increased the pressure felt by the expert from the Jin Kingdom. "Piss off, you foolish, useless thing," the purple-haired, burly advanced Celestial Master roared. He struck his palm out with amazing quickness. The force equivalent to a thunderclap was contained in his move. It was extremely powerful as well. Even though the burly man acted as though he did not think much of Jian Wushuang, he dared not take his opponent's attack lightly. Evidently, he had utilized a secret skill of his. The two huge forces, each containing electrical energy, clashed head-on. Bam! With an ear-splitting boom, Wave after wave of electrical power was unleashed into the surrounding void, shredding it into pieces. It felt as though heaven and earth had split open. The burly man's expression changed. He could feel a sharp pain emanating from his palm as his figure stumbled backward uncontrollably. When he raised his head again, he noticed that Jian Wushuang had already struck again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Jian Wushuang struck 4 times with his sword. Each move was immensely powerful and brought huge pressure to his opponent. Jian Wushuang infused each strike with a golden thunderbolt, causing their power to be greatly increased. The level 3 Divine Yin Thunder had increased his attack capability to its peak. The burly man wore a serious expression on his face. This time, he returned the favor with both hands. His palms, which were encased in scarlet boxing gloves, surged with electrical power. Shocking thunder palm. Bam, 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 bam. The man struck 4 times with his palms as well, also unleashing all of his power as an advanced celestial master. Even so, his figure was still knocked backward by the impact of the clash, and his arms felt incredibly numb. How could I, an advanced celestial master, not be on par with this kid in terms of offensive power? The burly man thought. He looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise before turning around and fleeing. As he did so, he left a voice message for his comrade to leave quickly as well. Jian Wushuang had no intention of chasing after the burly man. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the other battle which was still raging on. The Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong were facing off against the other expert from the Jin Kingdom. The expert was only a medium celestial master, and his strength was close to his opponent's. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid, but he was facing 2 opponents now. Furthermore, Celestial Master Jin Chu still had some battle strength left in him, and he was still eyeing for an opportunity to strike back. All these factors caused the Jin Kingdom expert to defend clumsily. He had originally hoped that his partner could come to his aid after dispatching the Eternal Realm expert, but surprisingly, the burly man had lost to Jian Wushuang and even fled immediately after. Damn it! His expression changed drastically. He was still in shock. The only thing on his mind was to retreat as well. His opponents were, however, hell-bent on catching him. Just at this moment, Jian Wushuang also came charging toward him. With my current strength, it'll still be hard for me to completely subdue an advanced celestial master, but it's more than enough to handle a middle-ranking one, thought Jian Wushuang as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He unleashed his swordsmanship on his opponent as he was drawing near. An extremely beautiful yet mournful-looking sword light formed, and a terrible consciousness attack mixed with killing intent shot toward the middle-ranking celestial master of the Jin Kingdom. Faced with the sudden attack, the celestial master's consciousness was muddled in an instant, and he could do nothing as the sword light sliced his head off. Out of the 2 experts that were pursuing Celestial Master Jin Chu, one was dead now, and the other had already fled. The experts from the Green Fire Palace gathered in the void. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong greeted Celestial Master Jin Chu. He then turned his gaze in surprise to Jian Wushuang. This esteemed fellow, then, should be our new comrade and young friend Jian Wushuang, right? That's me, replied Jian Wushuang with a slight nod. I'm Jin Chu. I'm indebted to you 3 for your help today, the Celestial Master said in gratitude. It's no big deal. Furthermore, both Celestial Master Menglong and I did not do anything much. If you really wish to thank someone, you should thank our young friend here. If it wasn't for him, we would have been unable to force the advanced Celestial Master of the Jin Kingdom to retreat, much less kill the other middle-ranking one, said Celestial Master Yi cheerfully. Yes, it's all thanks to our young friend, Jian Wushuang, said Celestial Master Jin Chu. He thanked the Eternal Realm expert profusely, but he wore a strange look on his face. He had heard about Jian Wushuang before and knew about his background. He even knew that Jian Wushuang had just joined the Green Fire Palace, and that even though he was an Eternal Realm expert, his battle strength was on par with a medium celestial master. That was what he knew. Now that I've finally met him, Isn't his actual strength much greater than reported? He thought. Wasn't Jian Wushuang's ability just supposed to be on par with that of a medium celestial master? So how could he defeat an advanced celestial master in direct combat? Celestial Master Jin Chu was extremely puzzled. Chapter 11:10 Life Elixirs. Chapter 11:10 Life Elixirs. Following a brief and polite chat, they began to get down to business. Celestial Master Jin Chu, the three of us rushed over here on Void Temple Master's order, but we don't know what has happened. Please tell us the details, he said. Jian Wushuang, Yi, and Meng Long knew that something must have happened for Void Temple Master to issue such an order. Something major did happen. To be precise, a big opportunity has appeared, Jin Chu answered. A big opportunity? The three of them were surprised. Here's the thing, Jin Chu explained. When a Green Fire Palace expert passed by the area lately, he found a life elixir. A life elixir? Jian Wushuang became stunned. Yi and Meng Long also appeared to be confused. Jian Wushuang was the only one among them who had never studied elixir. Yi and Meng Long knew a thing or two about elixirs, but life elixirs were foreign to them. Suddenly, Gu Qing's voice resounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Life elixir is good news for the Green Fire world. Oh? Jian Wushuang asked, intrigued. Life elixir is an inimitable elixir and has only one effect. It can help a Dao master to integrate his existing Dao and condense his Dharma body. Integrate Daos and condense Dharma body? Wouldn't that mean becoming a celestial master? He asked in surprise. Yes, life elixir is an elixir that can advance a Dao master into a celestial master. Moreover, under normal circumstances, one elixir can produce one celestial master, Jin Chu answered. Jian Wushuang was shocked to hear this. It was a great challenge for a Dao master to become a celestial master, as one would be required to integrate existing Dao to create one's Dharma body. There were a large number of Dao masters in the Green Fire world, and quite a few of them had reached the top of rank 3. However, few celestial masters had emerged. Though there were quite a number of celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace, they had all arduously improved themselves over time in the Green Fire world for 40 million years. It was a challenge indeed to produce a celestial master. Yet, life elixirs now presented an easy way for a Dao master to become one. If this elixir became available in the Green Fire world, all the Dao masters would go mad over it. Though life elixirs are extraordinary, they're useless to us since we've reached the level of celestial master, Yi said. You're right that it's useless to us. In fact, if there's only one of this elixir, Green Fire Palace wouldn't have cared. The issue is that there are tons of life elixir here. Jin Chu said seriously. Tons of life elixir? The other three asked in surprise. One elixir would produce a celestial master. Then wouldn't a bulk of life elixirs produce an army of celestial masters? Green Fire Palace would not have cared if the elixir could produce a single celestial master. However, if a large number of celestial masters was at stake, there were only 100 celestial masters in Green Fire Palace, which was insufficient for their battle against the Jin Kingdom. With a new group of celestial masters, Green Fire Palace would have the ability to directly fight the Jin Kingdom. Perhaps they could even dominate the battle. There are numerous life elixirs here, but no one knows the exact number. I'm sure there are no less than 100 of them, Jin Chu said confidently. When the Green Fire Palace expert found the life elixirs, he informed only Void Temple Master. Void Temple Master then ordered several celestial masters nearby to search the area for life elixirs. Unexpectedly, when they arrived and were ready to act, Jin Kingdom experts also found the place. Therefore, both sides began searching and fighting for those life elixirs. Void Temple Master ordered you three to come after realizing the Jin Kingdom experts found out about it. I see. The three of them finally understood what had happened. Celestial Master Jin Chu, you've been here for several days. Did you find any life elixirs? He asked. I came here 10 days ago with Celestial Master Sanjia, but we separated to increase our chances of finding life elixirs. I found 3 in the past 3 days, Jin Chu answered. You found 3 at one go? Jian Wushuang asked. Jin Chu's answer surprised them. 3 life elixirs could create 3 celestial masters. Just then, the 3 of them felt something. They had just received news from Void Temple Master through the token. Void Temple Master told them about life elixirs as well as their purpose. He said that a life elixir was worth 10,000 fire points at the Fire Points Exchange Office. 10,000 fire points for one. He was stunned, but his surprise soon gave way to excitement. He turned to look at Jin Chu in admiration. Congratulations, Celestial Master Jin Chu. You just earned 30,000 fire points. Points that I earned after nearly losing my life. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet you 3, I would have paid for it with my life, Jin Chu replied. The 3 of them exchanged looks before chuckling. Not only are these life elixirs valuable, but they're also of great importance to Greenfire Palace. We should try our best to find more, he said. Why don't we split up and look for them? Jian Wushuang, you should go alone since you're the strongest. The 3 of us will stick together just in case. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded as he was used to acting alone. Menglong and Jin Chu also agreed. There were many Jin Kingdom experts here. If they tried searching the way Jin Chu did, they might just lose their elixirs. They would be able to put up a fight if the 3 of them stayed together. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Jian Wushuang waved at them before flying off. Ian Menglong waited for Jin Chu to recover a little before setting off to find life elixirs. Chapter 11:11 Acquaintances. Chapter 11:11 Acquaintances. Jian Wushuang flew alone at a comfortable pace, passing the never-ending lofty mountains below. He was using the Scarlet Eye secret skill as it gave him a broader view. To think there's such a peculiar elixir in the world. He appeared bewildered as he contemplated the existence of life elixirs. Humph, what's so surprising about them? Gu King asked coldly. You're so short-sighted. No one in the eternal chaotic world would even blink because there are so many more powerful ones there. Yes, but I'm now in the Green Fire world. Life elixirs will be a great help to Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang retorted. After all, one life elixir could create a celestial master. If they found hundreds of life elixirs here, Green Fire Palace would welcome hundreds of new celestial masters. It would greatly enhance the might of the palace. Oh right, life elixirs could help people to integrate different Daos and create Dharma bodies. Can I use it when I'm ready to become a celestial master in the future? Jian Wushuang asked. You? It's impossible. Gu King laughed. Why? Jian Wushuang was confused. It's true that life elixirs can help one become a celestial master, but one's Dao will determine the chances of success in breaking through. If your 3 Dao are merely in the general level, then I can say with certainty that the elixir can help you become a celestial master. However, if 1 of 2 of your Daos are in the universe level, your chances drop to 80 or 90%. If they're in the creation level, your chances are less than 50%. You should at least develop the strongest sword principle if you want to be a celestial master and form your Dharma body. Life elixirs have little effect on you, so it's impossible for you to become a celestial master with just the elixir, Gu King added. I see. Jian Wushuang smiled wryly. He was unaware that life elixirs had a bearing on the level of Dao he had developed. Either way, I should try my best to get more life elixirs, Jian Wushuang said, clenching his hands. He continued to fly above the mountains to search for the elixirs. 5 days had passed since. This smell. Jian Wushuang stopped midair when he smelled the unmistakable fragrance of elixir. It originated from the spot beside him. The smell was unique as it was the smell of blood. Over there. Jian Wushuang looked in a particular direction and rushed over at once. After a while, he saw 2 scarlet elixirs floating in the void. 2 elixirs? Looks like I'm in luck. Jian Wushuang was so excited that he rushed to grab the 2 scarlet elixirs. However, when he looked at the elixirs in his hands, a strange feeling hit him. These are life elixirs? Such a strong smell of blood. Jian Wushuang commented in bewilderment. Life elixirs are made out of warriors' essence blood. Of course, they'll emanate the aura of essence blood, Gu King explained. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. The strong aura of the two elixirs also attracted an elegant man dressed in a golden armor. The man also rushed to the source of the aura, but he was much slower than Jian Wushuang. He arrived just in time to see Jian Wushuang putting the two life elixirs away. 2 life elixirs? Damn it! Someone got to them earlier, and to make things worse, it's a green fire palace expert. His face darkened, and his expression twisted into one of anger. Soon, he got a clear look at Jian Wushuang. It's him. He stopped in midair with a frown. Jian Wushuang, who had just placed the life elixirs into his interspatial ring, also noticed the man's presence. He was surprised when he looked up and saw who it was. It was the Gene Kingdom expert that he met under the stone pillar with the word kill on it earlier, as well as the first Gene Kingdom expert that he met since entering the battlefield. The man possessed the strength of an advanced celestial master and was strong even among his same-level peers. He was, at least, much stronger than the purple-haired, burly man whom he defeated 3 days ago. The life elixirs fell into the youngster's hands. The man stared at Jian Wushuang, contemplating. He then shook his head. In their previous battle, he was defeated and even lost an arm. Jian Wushuang was evidently as strong as he was. Now that he was alone, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to steal those life elixirs from Jian Wushuang. The man turned around to leave after a brief contemplation. Just as he was about to leave, "Haha, where are you going, all anxious like that?" Jian Wushuang's cheerful laughter reverberated in the air as he flew toward the man. The man stopped in his tracks and turned around to glare at Jian Wushuang. "I know I can't kill you and have no way of taking the life elixirs from you, so I'm leaving. What else do you want me to do?" he shouted. "What else do I want you to do?" Jian Wushuang sneered. The grudge between Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom dictates both sides never stop until the other is exterminated. Since I've stumbled across you now, how can I allow you to leave with ease? Take this. Jian Wushuang charged at the man like he was a flowing light. A sword essence came out in an instant. "You madman!" There was raging fury in the man's eyes. He had chosen to leave, knowing that he could neither defeat Jian Wushuang or steal Jian Wushuang's life elixirs. However, he never expected that Jian Wushuang would provoke and fight him. "Where did the kid get the courage? I didn't want to waste any energy battling you the last time, but did you think that I was afraid of you?" the man asked coldly. Golden light flared from within him as 4 arms materialized, all equipped with a massive golden hammer. He swung his hammers at Jian Wushuang with a lightning speed motion. In just several decades, Jian Wushuang once again fought a fierce battle with the golden armored man. Chapter 11:12, Second Battle. Chapter 11:12, Second Battle. Bang! The golden armored man swung the massive hammers with his 4 arms. The hammers promptly turned into 4 golden lights. The lights converged and formed a straight line that aimed at Jian Wushuang one after another. Each of the flowing lights carried a strong momentum, making them seem impossible to block. "You almost outdid me in terms of offensive power the last time, but it might not be the same this time." Jian Wushuang stared emotionlessly at the golden lights that were flying toward him. His blood mountain sword began to react. Ancient god power poured into the sword, causing it to explode with a mighty power. Jian Wushuang then swiftly thrust it at the man. Just then, the golden thunderbolt on the level 3 of divine Yin thunder poured into his sword. Clang, 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 clang. Following the noise of collisions, Jian Wushuang and the man almost flew backward at the same time. The man was shocked. To think that he managed to rival me in a direct collision. Once again, Jian Wushuang was eager to fight again. He charged at the man as soon as he regained firm footing. "Humph! I'm not afraid of you," the man cried. His pupils appeared to be turning red as he threw himself at Jian Wushuang as well. They fought against each other again. Jian Wushuang demonstrated his swordsmanship while the man used his giant hammer. They spared no effort to exercise their powers. Bang, 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 bang. Horrifying explosions resounded one after another, sending shockwaves through the air. The world began to shake, impacting the endless mountains. Some mountains were split into several parts, while others were reduced to dust. Haha, how exciting! Jian Wushuang growled, looking incredibly excited. On the other hand, the man became more frightened as the battle progressed. How is this possible? When we fought 10 years ago, we were equal in speed, but he was much weaker than I was. But now, how did he become strong enough to rival me in just a short time? The man murmured. Most of their battle had revolved around the confrontations between their power and might, with minimal displays of killing moves. Even so, he had collided with Jian Wushuang so many times. How was it that he still did not manage to gain the upper hand in their battle? It's only been a short 10 years. It's not unlike he has become a Dao master, so how did he achieve such great progress? The man was trembling with fear deep inside. Once one arrived at the celestial master level, every improvement in strength was the result of an arduous process. He was one such example, for he had barely improved even after tens of thousands of years. However, Jian Wushuang's offensive power had been greatly enhanced in just 10 years. To make things worse, Jian Wushuang was a mere eternal realm expert. What a monster! Though the man looked at Jian Wushuang coldly, he was already making plans to escape. He abruptly waved his 4 arms and produced an amazing power, strong enough to throw Jian Wushuang backward. He then took the opportunity to retreat and run. He ran? Jian Wushuang stood in place, watching the golden-armored man leave. He had yet to use all of his tricks. For example, he had not completely exercised his speed. However, he knew that he would not be able to kill the man even if he tried his best. In terms of strength, the man has reached the top level among all advanced celestial masters. However, I've reached the level 3 of Divine Yin Thunder, and therefore am stronger in overall strength. Therefore, I can defeat many advanced celestial masters. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly to himself. He never once thought of fighting the golden-armored man to death. He merely wanted a real battle with the man to get an idea of his own strength. He had fought against a burly man with purple hair, an advanced holy master with weak battle strength, but that man escaped soon after the battle began. That left him unsatisfied. However, he was very happy with this battle. Let's keep going. Jian Wushuang continued to fly around the mountains in search of life elixirs. Whoosh! A golden flowing light flitted across the air before stopping on the top of a mountain. It was the man who fought Jian Wushuang earlier. That man was Chu Yang, a famed celestial master of the Jin Kingdom. Out of the many advanced celestial masters in the kingdom, he was strong enough to place 5th. He was absolutely one of the advanced celestial masters in terms of strength. However, his current expression was grave. Jian Wushuang, how did his strength increase so sharply in such a short time? If he continues improving at such a rate, won't he be the next Sunrise Sword Emperor? We must keep a close eye on Jian Wushuang in the future. Therefore, Chu Yang immediately reported this to the high-level experts of the Jin Kingdom. I met a peerless genius from the Green Fire Palace called Jian Wushuang. He seems like a mere eternal realm expert, but he's talented indeed. Perhaps he's using some kind of secret skill to hide his aura. When I met him last time, he used all sorts of skills to fight me but barely escaped with his life intact. Back then, his offensive power was much weaker than mine. 10 years later, when I meet him again today, his offensive power is on par with mine. He has greatly improved his strength. We must kill someone this talented as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might turn out to be a formidable force of the Green Fire Palace. The high-level experts of the Jin Kingdom soon received the news. Concerned as they were, they immediately ordered their experts hiding in the Green Fire world to investigate Jian Wushuang. However, those experts faced a lot of limitations in the Green Fire world. Some of them might have information on Jian Wushuang, but they had few opportunities to deliver their messages as they could not show up in public. Therefore, those high-level experts could not get details of Jian Wushuang so soon. Still, they sent messages to the other experts on the battlefield, requesting them to look out for a sword principle expert in the Eternal Realm and kill him if a chance presented itself. Chapter 11:13, 17 years. Chapter 11:13, 17 years. Jian Wushuang's name eventually came to be known among many Jin Kingdom experts who had been fighting on the battlefield. Isn't Jian Wushuang someone who appears to be a mere expert of sword principle at the level of Eternal Realm? Yet his strength can rival an advanced celestial master, enough to make Chu Yang hold him in high regard? I think he's probably a celestial master. He can't be a mere Eternal Realm expert. Well, the world is full of wonders. He has only reached the level of Eternal Realm, but it's entirely possible that he has come across some great fortune or possessed some special skills that gave him access to greater power. That would explain everything. Everyone had different opinions upon hearing the news about Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, when the celestial masters from the Jin Kingdom residing in the mountains that contained life elixirs heard the news, their expressions turned grim. Since Jian Wushuang has arrived in this area, it's possible that we'll run into him. We should be careful. Two medium celestial masters from the Jin Kingdom were discussing Jian Wushuang. You're right. If Chu Yang holds him in high regard, he must be on the same level as Chu Yang. Perhaps he has even surpassed Chu Yang. Considering our strength, we best be on guard if we run into him, one of them said. Of course, there were those who did not take the matter seriously. One vulgar man standing in the middle of mountains sneered, Jian Wushuang? Humph. I don't care if he's in the Eternal Realm. I better not see him, or I'll crush him into pieces. Peerless genius? Even with such great talent, he'd be nothing once dead. A graceful girl clad in golden armor said coldly. Jian Wushuang's name became widespread in the Jin Kingdom after high-level leaders spread the news. However, Jian Wushuang was blissfully unaware of it. He continued to explore the area, looking for life elixirs all alone. Occasionally, he would encounter Jin Kingdom experts and would never hesitate to fight and try his best to beat them. Even if he failed, he considered it a chance to practice his swordsmanship through fierce battles. No opponent, except for celestial masters of the exceptional realm or a team of several advanced celestial masters, could threaten him. He was now stronger than ever. In fact, those experts could only hurt him. They would be daydreaming if they thought they could kill him. He was so confident in his strength that he had no qualms about openly flying around the mountains. Before he knew, he had remained in this area for 17 years. In the beginning of his time here, so few experts came to the area that it was highly unlikely for him to run into them. It also gave him a better chance of finding life elixirs. Later on, however, more and more experts arrived. Obviously, it became easier to run into them and thus, the higher the chances of battle. Now, he would essentially encounter an expert a month. He chose to fight each time, given that his opponent was not terribly strong. In the past 17 years, he had fought dozens of fierce battles of varying magnitude in this area, but killed only 2 in the process. Even then, it was their arrogance that led them to their death. Besides experience gained from those battles, he also managed to acquire 11 life elixirs. He found 8 life elixirs on his own and obtained the rest from the 2 experts who had been killed off. He could use those elixirs to create 11 celestial masters. If he were to pass them to the Fire Points exchange office, he could get 110,000 fire points in return. It was a great harvest for him. While these life elixirs are precious, the experience I gained from my sword principle within these 17 years is far more valuable. Jian Wushuang flew slowly as he talked to Gu King. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He was obviously pleased. Since you've developed 3 Daos of the creation level, your next step is to figure out a way to advance one of them to the strongest level, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The strongest sword principle. Before he entered the battlefield, he had pushed both the coalescent sword principle and speed sword principle to the creation level. The Scarlet Yang Sword principle remained at the universe level. However, he had discovered the method to break through into that level when he was in Taiching Palace. While fighting alone on the battlefield all these years, he had also been meditating and working on the Scarlet Yang Sword principle. He fought more Jin Kingdom experts than ever, especially after coming here. As a result, he eventually found the breakthrough for the Scarlet Yang Sword principle. Now, this Tao had completely combined Yin and Yang to form the Yin-Yang Sword principle. The Yin-Yang Sword principle was the last of his Taos to be at the creation level. Not only did the power of his sword principle that he could exercise increase, but his overall strength had also improved significantly. I spent a lot of time and energy advancing the Taos to the creation level. God knows how long it will take if I want to further it to the strongest level. Jian Wushuang laughed while shaking his head. It's essentially difficult to develop the strongest sword principle since one at the creation level can hardly match up to it. Your father entered a secret land and cultivated for 100,000 years to complete this. Moreover, he also has an advantage in having the body of a sword spirit and exceptional talent. You're equally talented, but your cultivation time is still too short. So, take it easy, Gu King said. I'm not too worried about advancing my sword principles, but I won't be able to make a realm breakthrough if I don't develop a strongest sword principle. In fact, I can become a Tao master right away, but I have to suppress it on purpose. It isn't exactly easy for me, Jian Wushuang said with a wry smile. He had long met the requirements of becoming a Tao master, but he was ambitious. He wanted to first develop the strongest sword principle and made it his foundation. Doing so would mean that his potential and strength could go even further in the future. Hang in there. If you want to make progress, you must suppress your own realm. But you needn't worry about it much. You'll be able to break through your bottleneck once any of the 3 sword principles reaches the strongest level, Gu King explained. You only need to make one sword principle your foundation in order to become a Tao master. Once you've made your choice, you won't be able to improve the chosen sword principle anymore, but you can still work on the other 2. Chapter 11:14. A huge commotion. Chapter 11:14. A huge commotion. Hearing those words, Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. He was very ambitious. If possible, he wished to advance his 3 sword principles to the strongest level. He could then integrate them and create an unprecedented Dharma body. However, he knew what a challenge it would be. Right now, he only wished to develop the strongest sword principle as his foundation and become a Tao master. His strength would surely skyrocket afterward. That feat was much easier said than done. Take it easy. Jian Wushuang tried to comfort himself. Just as he was stewing in his thoughts, buzz! Out of nowhere, a mighty aura erupted in the middle of the mountain range. The moment it did, a rich aroma of elixir wafted out and began to fill the area. The celestial masters who were looking for life elixirs in the same area were shocked by the unexpected phenomenon. What happened? The scent is so strong. How did it permeate the entire area? Something big must have happened. Jian Wushuang also caught wind of the situation, and his expression immediately turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the birth of a precious treasure. It could very well be some sort of elixir-related treasure. Go and have a look. Gu King urged in a low voice. Jian Wushuang nodded in response, and then quickly headed toward the source of the scent. Simultaneously, other celestial masters from Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom had also rushed over to the same spot. Everyone knew that a rare treasure must have arrived for it to cause such a commotion. It was likely that the treasure had something to do with the life elixirs that were scattered throughout this area. Undoubtedly, the treasure had sparked the interest of many. The scent could be traced to the center of the mountain range. It took Jian Wushuang 3 days to arrive on the scene. Once there, he was surprised to find that the dense scent showed no signs of dissipating even after so many days. He hovered high above as he overlooked the land before him. The ground had collapsed and sunk in to form a sinkhole. A faint golden light could be seen peeping out of the sinkhole. That was where the smell came from. As expected, a treasure has arrived, Gu King said excitedly. The treasure caused such a huge commotion, and its scent hasn't dissipated even after 3 days. I wonder what it is, Jian Wushuang said, looking doubtful. Just then, 3 figures flew toward Jian Wushuang and soon appeared before him. Jian Wushuang greeted them with a smile. Celestial Master Yi, Celestial Master Menglong, and Celestial Master Jin Chu. My friend Jian Wushuang, they said with great enthusiasm. They had also rushed over after catching wind of the commotion. They were evidently not far from the sinkhole when they noticed and thus arrived ahead of him. Did you find any life elixirs after searching this area for so many years? He asked. He smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. Some. What about you? Jian Wushuang asked. We managed to find some in the first few years, but later on, more and more experts came to this area and our chances were lowered. Even if we did manage to find it, other experts would hurry over and fight us for it. Luckily, the 3 of us joined forces in the fights and scraped through them, or else, he sighed. Jian Wushuang had nothing else to say, for he knew that his friend was telling the truth. In the past 17 years, countless experts joined the search for life elixirs. Battles were unavoidable, and they had only gotten more intense over the years. Though the 3 of them could work together, their combined strength was still pretty average compared to other experts in this area. Since you're around the area, do you know what happened in the sinkhole that day? Did a treasure appear? Jian Wushuang asked. The treasure did appear, but it's still in the early stage of incubation, so it's buried within. 2 hours ago, a Green Fire Palace expert broke into the sinkhole out of curiosity. He couldn't see anything except a dazzling golden light. When he tried to approach the golden light, a defensive barrier stopped him, he answered. What? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up with surprise. A golden light? A barrier? Since the treasure is protected by a defensive barrier, it can only mean that it is controlled by some spirit. Judging from the rich aroma of elixir, the treasure is likely a palace treasure for storing elixirs, Gu King replied. Jian Wushuang immediately understood his explanation. It's the same for Jin Kingdom experts. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion that we should just wait patiently for the actual birth of the treasure. Once it's completely revealed, we will then fight for it, Menglong added. All right, let's just wait for it. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to hover around and quietly await the birth of the treasure with his friends. Before they knew it, a month had gone by just like that. During this period, the scent of the elixir that emitted from the bottom of the sinkhole never once dissipated. The entire area was still saturated with the mighty aura. But the treasure in the sinkhole had yet to be revealed. In addition, experts from both Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom, who were previously looking for life elixirs, had all came forth to gather around the sinkhole. Everyone stayed put and quietly anticipated the birth of the treasure. There are so many experts here. Jian Wushuang could feel the different intense auras drifting in the air within his field of consciousness. From what he could tell, there were over 30 celestial masters here. His field of consciousness was limited as he was only in the eternal realm. It could vaguely cover certain areas near the sinkhole, but not anything further than that. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had the token of Green Fire Palace. With that, he could clearly know the number of their allies in the area. There's a total of 42 experts from Green Fire Palace in this area? Jian Wushuang was stunned. They were all celestial masters. Moreover, he was counting only his allies. The Jin Kingdom would always have the upper hand in the battle if they were to fight against Green Fire Palace. Obviously, they would have even more experts on their side. That meant there were more than 42 experts from the Jin Kingdom here. Chapter 11:15 Birth. Chapter 11:15 Birth. I've received news that Celestial Master Yin Tong of the Green Fire World is now somewhere near the sinkhole, Celestial Master Yi suddenly said. Celestial Master Yin Tong? He's here too? Celestial Master Meng Long's eyes widened. Celestial Master Yin Tong is an expert in the exceptional realm. Coupled with the arrival of Celestial Master Qing Lang and Celestial Master, There are 3 experts in the exceptional realm from the Green Fire Palace who have rushed here. Celestial Master Jin Chu exclaimed in awe. Experts in the exceptional realm were the most powerful out of all celestial masters. The possibility for these experts reaching the level of Holy Master was very low. For example, there were not even 10 of such experts among all the celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace. Yet, 3 of them have now come here. Since the Green Fire Palace has sent so many experts here, the Jin Kingdom won't be losing out either. I'm sure it'll be a massive chaos once the treasure is born and the fight begins, he said. Jian Wushuang looked exceptionally grim after hearing those words. He could already see the pandemonium when experts from both sides began battling for the treasure. Didn't this battle come just at the right timing for you, Jian Wushuang? Gu King suddenly said. The right timing? What do you mean? Jian Wushuang replied, flabbergasted. Weren't you discriminated against in the Green Fire Palace? Most experts of the palace reject you. If you want them to sincerely accept you the way they accept Yi and Meng Long, you need to prove your worth through earth-shattering success on the battlefield or even a bloody massacre. The upcoming battle will be your best chance to prove yourself, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank after hearing Gu King's words. He was indeed suffering discrimination in the Green Fire Palace because of his mother. Even Yi and Menglong didn't like him before. It was only after his display of absolute strength that both of them gained a newfound respect for him. Evidently, power spoke the loudest no matter where one was in the world. It was the same for Yi and Menglong, as were the other celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace. You're right. This upcoming battle is a golden opportunity to prove myself. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. That's the spirit. You're now much stronger now that your 3 sword principles are now in the creation level. Your swordsmanship is so strange and unpredictable too. If you try your best to kill your enemies, you'll definitely be a terrifying force. The paralyzing effect you'll have on your opponent will be significant too. Enough to make those celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace look at you in a new light, Gu King said with a laugh. I understand. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned razor-sharp. The 2 groups of experts from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom were both quietly waiting near the sinkhole. Out of nowhere, boom! The aura that filled the air was already boundless and majestic in the first place, but at this moment, it once again increased sharply. The golden light at the bottom of the sinkhole became increasingly dazzling. Kaboom! The ground shook uncontrollably, and the intensity only increased as time passed. The treasure is about to born. The numerous experts who were waiting near the sinkhole became agitated, their intense gazes focused on the inside of the sinkhole. While the ground was still shaking, a towering golden palace slowly rose from within the bottom of the sinkhole until it left the sinkhole altogether to go up to the void above. There were 2 golden words hanging above the main entrance of the majestic golden palace. Loyalty Palace. The rich cinnabar fragrance, as well as the aura that pervaded the atmosphere, originated from this palace. The experts' eyes turned heated the moment they saw the palace, and all of them rushed toward it at an astonishing speed in the following second. The whole world erupted into a chaos. Hurry, we should go over there as well, he cried as he immediately ran. Stay calm. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to stop Yi. What's wrong? Yi, Menglong, and Jin Chu frowned at him. This loyalty palace isn't to be trifled with. Look, Jian Wushuang said. The 3 of them turned to look at the palace and saw a layer of pale golden restriction stopping the experts from entering. One of the experts tried to hack the layer of restriction open. However, the restriction showed no sign of budging no matter if he tried alone or went at it with other experts. There was nothing they could do but helplessly wait outside the palace. What's going on? The treasure is already born. Why is there still a layer of restriction? We can't break open the restriction. The experts all felt vexed. Gu King, who resided inside Jian Wushuang, chuckled. There's a spirit inside the palace as expected, and it's controlling the layer of restriction. I'm sure that no one can enter without its permission. No one can enter? Does that mean all our work will be in vain? Jin Wushuang frowned. Don't worry, now that the spirit shows up at this point and caused much stir, it must bear its own intentions. Just wait and see what happens. Gu King said. All right. Jin Wushuang gave a small nod before glancing at the 3 celestial masters next to him. Let's go. The 4 of them immediately went up to the palace. The majestic and towering Loyalty Palace suspended quietly in the void with its pale golden layer of restriction stretching around it for 100 miles, barricading against the numerous experts from both camps. The experts from both camps looked at each other in dismay. Just then, crash, the main entrance of the palace opened. The expressions of the experts barricaded outside changed as they stared into the interior of the palace through its open doors. Their pupils rapidly shrunk when they saw what was inside. Pellets of red-colored elixir were hovering in the air in the pitch-black darkness. Inside the palace, these pellets emanated a faint scent of blood. These were none other than the life elixirs. Chapter 11:16 Chaos. Chapter 11:16 Chaos. The life elixir was what these experts from both the Green Fire Palace and the Gene Kingdom had been wantonly searching this area for all these years. They had amassed a considerable amount of life medicine pellets after more than 10 years of searching. Thus, if what they saw inside the Loyalty Palace was several or even dozens of life medicine pellets, they wouldn't show such a reaction. The fact was that there were more than hundreds of life elixir inside. The number of life elixirs inside was enough to produce hundreds of celestial masters. To think that they would appear all at the same time. The gazes of the experts on both camps turned heated. If the Green Fire Palace obtains all those life medicine pellets, we can increase our strength significantly. Celestial Master Yi's gaze turned burning hot. 1 life medicine pellet is equivalent to 10,000 fire points. That means there are millions of fire points inside, Celestial Master Menglong said, licking his lips. We must try our best to take them all, Celestial Master Jin Chu said passionately. Jin Wushuang stood outside the layer of restriction, observing everyone, including the 3 celestial masters with him, with a grave expression. Suddenly, the hundreds of life medicine pellets hovering quietly inside the Loyalty Palace turned into flowing lights that projected in all directions. It was as if an unknown force had triggered their change. The pellets shot out at the same time at a high speed, penetrating the layer of restriction and appearing directly in front of the experts outside. Their hearts thumped violently when they saw this sight. In a split second, grab them. Hurry up and grab them. Oh God, there are so many life elixirs. They're mine. They're all mine. The entire world erupted into chaos. Mad. Both camps had gone truly mad. There was an outbreak of strong and ferocious celestial masters' auras as they took out their own magic weapons and joined the fight. Celestial masters Yi, Menglong, and Jin Chu became frenzied as well. Be careful, you 3. Jin Wushuang warned them. The Blood Mountain sword was already in his hand as he eyed the 2 pellets of life medicine closest to him. In the next second, he dashed forward like an eagle swooping in from the sky above and arrived in front of the pellets. There were 2 Gene Kingdom experts who had their eyes on the same pellets as well. One was an advanced-level Celestial Master, while the other was a medium-level Celestial Master. Eternal Realm Aura? He's Jin Wushuang. The 2 Gene Kingdom experts recognized Jin Wushuang at once. So what if your strength rivals Chu Yang's? The 2 of us still killed him anyway. The cold, severe-looking young man with a fire cloud pattern between his brows shouted. Well said. The girl with bluish-green hair nodded heavily. The 3 of them had appeared in front of the 2 pellets of life elixir at the same time. The cold, severe-looking young man held a large and malevolent scarlet scythe. Bloody clouds surged in his body as he emanated a boundless and bloody aura. The fire cloud pattern between his brows radiated a dazzling light. He threw his scarlet scythe with a swing swift of his right hand. The sickle streaked the void as if it had traveled through a long, endless river of blood. The sickle arrived in front of Jian Wushuang in no time. Scram! Jian Wushuang roared, feeling the ancient god power pour into his body and the blood mountain sword in his hand, breaking out with overwhelming might. He thrust his sword. This strong thrust carried the might of no less than 3 sword principles of creation level. It abruptly burst in power under the support of the blood-killing plate armor. Clang! The sound of collision resounded loudly. The long, endless river of blood immediately dispersed. The powerful collision also flung the scarlet scythe, directly impaling the cold and severe-looking young man. Pfft! Blood sprayed from the young man's mouth, and his expression immediately turned deathly pale. Just then, a strange sword shadow appeared behind Jian Wushuang out of the blue. The icy-cold sword light carried a ravaging aura, as if it was a spirit serpent sliding through the void. It flew toward Jian Wushuang in a bid to pierce his skull. "You're seeking death." Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted when he detected the cold gale blowing behind him. Without even bothering to glance at what was behind him, he swung his sword in a casual manner. Buzz! The moment a faint sword echo reverberated, the girl with bluish-green hair who used a strange swordsmanship to ambush Jian Wushuang had already encountered a terrifying consciousness attack. The girl was merely a medium-level celestial master with a fairly weak consciousness. She immediately sank into a state of muddle-headedness. Jian Wushuang's beautiful and shrill sword killed her without the least bit of resistance. What? He's that strong? The young man, who was heavily injured after being flung away by the collision, was deeply shocked. Jian Wushuang had severely hurt him with a single sword strike, and then casually killed another medium-level celestial master with another sword strike. This sort of strength was clearly one realm beyond a typical advanced-level celestial master. After killing the girl with bluish-green hair, Jian Wushuang grabbed the 2 pellets of life elixir, as well as the girl's interspatial ring. He then rested his cold gaze on the young man. "You're going to die as well." His killing intent surged high into the sky. He arrived in front of the young man with a single step and violently thrust his blood mountain sword. Bladed surge. He unleashed his terrifying killing move that contained secret strength. Oh no! The expression of the cold and severe-looking young man changed drastically. He brandished his blood-red sickle to try and block Jian Wushuang's sword. Clang! Yet came another loud collision. Jian Wushuang struck the young man so hard that the latter sank. The young man felt his arm numbing, but before he could do anything about it, the second layer of power hidden in the bladed surge exploded. The second layer of power hit the wide-eyed young man with basically zero resistance. Disbelief colored the young man's eyes as he breathed his last. With a swing of Jian Wushuang's large hand, he grabbed the young man's interspatial ring as well. Though it felt like some time had passed, he took less than the time it took for him to take a single breath. Yet, in that short span of time, an advanced level and a medium-level celestial master of the Jin Kingdom died in his hands. Chapter 11:17 Massacre. Chapter 11:17 Massacre. That fast? How is that possible? The Jin Kingdom experts were all deeply shocked after witnessing how Jian Wushuang killed the cold and severe-looking young man and the girl with bluish-green hair. In fact, they barely had any time to react to how quickly and effortlessly Jian Wushuang killed an advanced level and a medium-level celestial master. His eyes were steely, and his killing intent was still strong. In the next second, he was once again displaying his power. He appeared behind a Jin Kingdom expert. The expert was a genuine advanced-level celestial master who had just obtained 1 pellet of life elixir. 2 Green Fire Palace experts were currently besieging him and cornering him into a rather pathetic state. Out of the blue, "Die!" The expert turned his head when he heard Jian Wushuang's roar. The only thing he saw was a dazzling sword light that was as slow as a snail. Even so, he felt as if he had no way of dodging it. Simultaneously, Jian Wushuang launched a terrifying consciousness attack against the expert. His killing intent also charged at the expert. The consciousness of this advanced-level celestial master was not that strong in the first place. Coupled with the fact that he was facing Jian Wushuang's sudden ambush, his consciousness instantly turned sluggish. That sluggishness gave the sword light the opportunity to pierce his throat and crush his life core. In the blink of an eye, another advanced-level celestial master had fallen. This, everyone, including the two Green Fire Palace experts who had been working together to besiege the celestial master, was stupefied. That's an advanced-level celestial master, not some subpar trash, but he's dead in just the blink of an eye? How can he be that strong? Even if he's a celestial master in the exceptional realm, how could he so easily kill an advanced-level celestial master? He did it with a consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack is incredibly terrifying. Startled and furious voices came one after another from experts of both the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang, my friend? Celestial Masters Yi, Menglong, and Jin Chu were equally stunned. They did have some idea of Jian Wushuang's strength, but 17 years ago, he was only capable of defeating an advanced-level celestial master with ease. Yet now, it was like mere child's play for him to kill the advanced-level celestial master. Compared to his level of strength 17 years ago, he was now evidently much stronger. He has become stronger, so much stronger at that. He sighed. He's really a monster. Celestial Masters Menglong and Jin Chu could not help themselves from exclaiming in admiration. It was utter chaos on the battlefield as the experts put their lives on the line to obtain some of the hundreds of pellets of life elixir. The lofty celestial masters who were rarely seen in the Green Fire Palace most days had thrown all of their esteem out of the window to fight for the life medicine. In a matter of minutes, more than 10 celestial masters from both camps had died. 8 of them were from the Jin Kingdom, with 3 dead by Jian Wushuang's hands. Kill! Jian Wushuang cried, his killing intent surging high. The dazzling and shrill sword light once again flared. Be careful. It's Jian Wushuang. Be careful of his consciousness attack. Here comes Jian Wushuang. Hurry up and run. Wherever Jian Wushuang went, he left behind a trail of cries and screams. Ever since his 3 sword principles were promoted to the level of creation level, his overall strength had increased sharply. Compared to 17 years ago, he was now a whole realm stronger. With his current power, he would be on par with a celestial master in the exceptional realm if he used full force. More importantly, his swordsmanship was unusual. His sheer shadow swordsmanship hit a consciousness attack that was unimaginably swift and imbued with killing intent. Once he swung his saber, nothing but death awaited medium-level celestial masters with an ordinary consciousness. Even among advanced-level celestial masters, there was a portion of them who were relatively weak. If they were confronted with Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack, they would be greatly affected as well. Once their reaction slowed by just a beat, they would also die in his hands. The experts from the Jin Kingdom who had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of Jian Wushuang's consciousness attack began guarding against such attacks. However, even with sufficient mental preparation, it was difficult to block such attacks. Die! Kill! Jian Wushuang's gaze was razor-sharp as he showed the Jin Kingdom experts, who were wrestling with the Green Fire Palace experts, no mercy. He moved so swiftly that his body was a blur as he weaved through the crowd, switching between grabbing the pellets of life elixir near him, killing the Jin Kingdom experts, and helping fellow Green Fire Palace experts who had fallen into peril. Jian Wushuang displayed the full extent of his power. He was like a storm that swept through the battlefield, leaving behind skeletons in his wake. The blade of his Blood Mountain sword had been dyed red. This was a massacre. This could even be described as a ruthless slaughter. This slaughter caused many experts on the battlefield to tremble in fear. Of course, this frenetic slaughter soon drew the attention of all the Jin Kingdom experts. They watched a peer in the exception realm closest to them fall to the ground. Don't be hasty, young one. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy old man wearing a similar golden armor. He was armed with a heavy sword that was a whopping 10 Chinese feet long and carried an unthinkable weight. When the old man swung such a massive sword, he caused an outbreak of a gale with the sword. The sword was like a tsunami, sweeping Jian Wushuang from the front with a violent force. He's a celestial master in the exceptional realm? Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted and his mouth curved into a bloodthirsty smile as he took a step forward. The moment he took the step, he immediately lifted the sword in his hand. Simultaneously, the old man lifted his heavy sword and swung it at Jian Wushuang at once. The sword movement with the strongest offensive power, earth-shattering, clang. The terrifying sound of an explosion rang out in the middle of the battlefield. The aftermath of their collision rapidly swept their surroundings, forcing the celestial masters near them to retreat. The collision threw Jian Wushuang off, forcing him several steps backward. This is indeed a celestial master in the exceptional realm. What formidable strength! Excitement flitted across Jian Wushuang's eyes, not at all discouraged despite being at an absolute disadvantage. Once he regained firm footing, he once again charged at the old man. Die, young one. The murderous desire in the tall and sturdy old man's eyes was overwhelming as he once again thrust his heavy sword. Die, young one. The murderous desire in the tall and sturdy old man's eyes was overpowering as he once again thrust the heavy sword in his hand. The two of them once again collided. Clang, 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 clang. The resulting explosions caused frightening, ear-splitting booms, the madness spreading everywhere. In the middle of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the old man confronted each other head-on. The moment the two of them began fighting, their battle was already at its climax. Chapter 11:18 Massacre for Military Glory. Chapter 11:18 Massacre for Military Glory. A frenetic massacre unfolded on the battlefield. There were too many experts who had been drawn here by the birth of the Loyalty Palace. 42 alone came from the Green Fire Palace. There were even more who hailed from the Jin Kingdom. Experts from both camps summed up to more than 100 Celestial Master experts. They all participated in this chaotic battle. There was already a deep grudge between the two camps in the first place. Naturally, their battle was even more ferocious. Moreover, the number of life medicine pellets was only a little over 100. Many of the Celestial Masters got their hands on them with minimal effort after they flew out of the Loyalty Palace. Now that all the pellets were gone, the ferocious battle gradually subsided. On the battlefield, experts from both camps had mostly stopped fighting. There were only two figures clashing fiercely in the middle of the battlefield. These two were none other than Jian Wushuang and the tall and sturdy old man who was a celestial master in the exceptional realm. Someone whose battle prowess had reached Jian Wushuang's level would naturally be incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, he and the old man had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Clang! Once again, an earth-shattering collision resounded. It was only then that the two of them finally separated from each other. Jian Wushuang hovered high up in the void, his breath still boundless and his battle intent overwhelming. His eyes glinted as he stared at the tall and sturdy old man. The old man's face finally turned a little pale, and there was even a faint blood stain on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes were unbridled anger. When the experts from both camps saw this, they were deeply stunned. How is this possible? That's a celestial master in the exceptional realm. Jian Wushuang managed to hurt him without getting injured himself? How is this possible? This must be a joke. The celestial masters of the Green Fire Palace were all dumbfounded. They were all familiar with Jian Wushuang and knew that when he first arrived, he possessed the battle prowess of a medium-level celestial master. However, they were hostile to him because of his mother. Yet now, it hadn't even been that long since he first arrived in the Green Fire Palace. Was a celestial master in the exceptional realm also helpless against him? Even a celestial master in the exceptional realm was injured after a battle with him? Impossible. The Jin Kingdom experts were also astonished and in great disbelief. This damned junior. The tall and sturdy old man trembled as fiery hatred burned in his eyes. He felt incredibly sullen. Yes, he was sullen. If Jian Wushuang had depended solely on his strength to injure him, then he must admit that Jian Wushuang's strength was above his. However, the clincher was that Jian Wushuang's strength wasn't at all above his. Jian Wushuang was indeed weaker than him. Even Jian Wushuang himself conceded this point. Even though his strength had increased sharply ever since he elevated his three-sword principles to the creation level, it was barely enough to put him on par with a celestial master in the exceptional realm. In a true battle, he was most certainly at a disadvantage. Even though he has tried his best in the fierce battle with the robust elder, he was still at a disadvantage. The reason for such a development was because Jian Wushuang still insisted on confronting the old man who was putting everything on the line. In a head-on collision, the old man was naturally unafraid. In their exchange of blows, the aftermath of their attacks was equally devastating and affected them both. The only difference was that the old man received far less impact from the aftershock. However, Jian Wushuang's defensive measures defied heaven itself. Even though the aftershock was incredibly powerful, it couldn't injure him in the slightest. On the other hand, the comparatively lighter aftershock that the old man suffered ended up hurting him. This brat is clearly weaker than me, but his defense is far superior to mine, the burly old man muttered, clasping his hands. The battlefield came to a complete standstill after Jian Wushuang and the burly old man ceased fighting. The two camps of experts began determining their respective losses, as well as that of their enemies. The Jin Kingdom experts flew into a rage once they found their answer. Impossible! How could this happen? There were more than 60 experts from our Jin Kingdom. We have at least 20 more than the Green Fire Palace. The quality of our experts is better too. Logically speaking, we clearly had the upper hand and the number of our fallen peers should be lower than theirs. Yet why did our Jin Kingdom lose so many celestial masters? Another celestial master in the exceptional realm from the Jin Kingdom roared. Other Jin Kingdom experts experienced the same level of fury. On the other side, the Green Fire Palace experts were stupefied. Under ordinary circumstances, their side ought to suffer more devastating results than the Jin Kingdom. However, reality proved differently. After a quick calculation, they determined that they had lost 13 celestial masters. This was most certainly a great loss for them. The loss of the Jin Kingdom was somehow greater. They had lost more than 29 celestial masters. One more, and that would make up a whopping 30 of them. How did it turn out this way? Just what exactly is going on? Voices imbued with anger came from the group of Jin Kingdom experts. In the next moment, they all turned to look at the young man who wore a blood-soaked robe and carried a scarlet longsword, Jian Wushuang. It's him. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him who bulldozed through the battlefield and ruthlessly slaughtered our experts. I was near him earlier and saw very clearly how he, from the beginning of the battle, mercilessly slaughtered some 20 of our celestial master experts. Had old Wu not stopped him, I don't know how many more of our experts would die in his hands. He's the reason why we're suffering such a massive loss. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. It's all because of him. It's this bastard who single-handedly exterminated 20 of our Jin Kingdom experts in a short time. Furious glares, one after another, burned upon Jian Wushuang. These angry remarks dumbfounded the Green Fire Palace experts. Single-handedly exterminated 20 of the Jin Kingdom experts in a short time? Jian Wushuang did that. Jian Wushuang's robe billowed in the air, and his already red blood mountain sword turned a darker shade after absorbing all of his enemy's blood. There was still blood dripping from the tip of the sword blade. On his handsome and cold face was a pair of steely eyes. The killing aura that enveloped him remained as overpowering as ever. From today onward, your name will strike fear in both the Green Fire Palace and Jin Kingdom experts. Gu Qing's solemn voice resounded inside Jian Wushuang's heart. You've developed your reputation from this ruthless massacre. Your massacre today will certainly be a bloody myth in the Green Fire Palace. Chapter 1119, Nirvana Elixir. Chapter 1119, Nirvana Elixir. A bloody myth? Jian Wushuang shook his head. But that's not what I want. All I want is to let them accept me. Well, in that case, you've succeeded. Gu King smiled. Jian Wushuang looked around and found those Green Fire Palace experts all looked thoughtful. He's so strong. Is that really Jian Wushuang? I heard that he's only been cultivating for more than 2,000 years. He actually has increased his strength to a level like this in such a short time. Incredible. His father Nan is already formidable. However, Nan has been cultivating for 100,000 years in a secret land. Jian Wushuang may be lesser than his father, but just a little. But when it comes to cultivation time, his one is really short. Celestial masters from Green Fire Palace were all murmuring. They had finally been convinced of Jian Wushuang's potentials. Maybe Jian Wushuang would grow someday to complete his mother's mission and became a real leader of Green Fire Palace. At that time, buzz. Behind the open doors of the restriction-covered Loyalty Palace, deep purple lights shot out. It turned out that the 6 lights came from 6 deep blue pigeon egg-sized elixirs. The 6 elixirs were emitting an inviting fragrance. Anyone that smelled them could not help be lost in the aroma. All the people shifted their gaze on the 6 deep purple elixirs. Those elixirs. Most of the celestial masters from both parties failed to recognize the 6 elixirs, including those who had a profound knowledge of elixirs. They all frowned in doubt. Inside Jian Wushuang, Gu King just smiled at the sight of them. This will be fun. Gu King, do you know what that is? Asked Jian Wushuang. Of course. Gu King smirked. Didn't I tell you that life elixir is worthless in the eternal chaotic world and so many other elixirs exceed it? What you're looking at right now is the Nirvana elixir that exceeds the life elixir. Nirvana elixir? Jian Wushuang could not hold back his surprise. As the name suggested, it can help celestial masters take the most important step to transform themselves. Gu King explained. Take the most important step? You mean they can reach the Samsara Temple master level with it? Jian Wushuang goggled. Yes, they can, but it's not as effective as life elixir. Normally, the medicine will increase the success rate by 3/10. Gu King laughed. 3/10? Jian Wushuang gasped. To reach the level where Void Temple Master, Samsara Temple Master, and Tang Emperor at, Green Fire World had been in existence for 40 million years. In the wide battlefield, there had only been one expert who crossed that level and numerous celestial masters. That most important step to a celestial master was like ancient world to eternal world. The gap was too big. No matter in Green Fire Palace or the Jin Kingdom, even in the eternal chaotic world, many celestial masters must have been trying to break through during their entire lives. And the Nirvana elixir could increase the success rate by 3/10. How great was that? Even if it was just 1/10 possibility, Jian Wushuang thought, celestial masters would scramble for it. In the eternal chaotic world, Nirvana elixir doesn't count as something extraordinary. But in Green Fire World, it's something precious. Even the Jin Kingdom will take it seriously. Of course, it's of no use to you. Gu King continued. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, still staring at the elixirs. It might be of no use to him, but would be useful to Green Fire Palace. If he could obtain all 6 of them, unexpectedly, Green Fire Palace would have 2 more palace masters, which would bring their battle strength to an unprecedented level. The puzzled experts started to recognize the elixirs as well. Nirvana elixir in the legend? The crowd gasped and finally recognized the elixirs. All of a sudden, their eyes were filled with greed. In the eyes of most celestial masters, madness revealed. They became much crazier than when they saw several hundreds of life elixirs. After all, life elixir was only useful to Tao masters. They actually did not benefit from it. They only did it for their camps. However, Nirvana elixir was completely another story. Nirvana elixir could help them take the step they had longed for. It was such an enticement to them. Get ready. Eyes on the 6 Nirvana elixir. When they're thrown out, We must do everything to get them. A black-robed woman in the Green Fire Palace camp shouted. She was Celestial Master and of Green Fire Palace. Green Fire Palace had sent 3 Celestial Masters in Exceptional Realm. One of them was Celestial Master and, moreover, she was the strongest one of the 3. Everyone was staring at the 6 deep purple elixirs. Suddenly, one of the 6 elixirs transformed to a streak of purple flowing light and charged forward. The purple light shot through the restriction and floated among the crowd. Seeing the floating light, the entire battlefield got into chaos. Get them! Fast! We must get them! Shouts burst out in the crowd. Then, they dived into a fight scrambling for the elixirs. Both camps had gone truly mad, fighting each other for Nirvana elixir. However, in a moment, the battle was over. Chapter 11:20 3 Elixirs. Chapter 11:20 3 Elixirs. Humph! A snort came with mighty aura. Like a storm, it stopped many experts. Clad in gold armor, a middle-aged man stood in the center. There was a red, thunder-shaped mark on his forehead. He held a double-edged giant axe, surrounded by crimson clouds like a war god. In his other hand, it was the deep purple elixir, Nirvana elixir. Damn it! He's got it. He's got the first Nirvana elixir. Celestial Masters of Green Fire Palace all gritted their teeth at the sight of this. Jin Wushuang felt regretful as well. The elixir had stopped at a distant place. The moment he reached there, the fight was already over. It fell into the hands of the middle-aged man. The man who carried a giant axe was a celestial master in exceptional realm from the Jin Kingdom. He was actually more capable than the strong elder that Jin Wushuang had fought. He had got hold of the elixir, and no one dared to mess with him. After all, none of them was confident to kill him. It's just the first one of the 6 Nirvana elixirs. Green Fire Palace experts comforted themselves and looked back at Dan Exine Palace. In the void of the temple floated the remaining 5 elixirs. Subsequently, a streak of purple light flashed, then 2 deep purple lights shot out. Following the first 1 elixir, 2 more elixirs were thrown out in different directions. One of them stopped near Jin Wushuang. Grab them! Jin Wushuang darted directly to the nearby Nirvana elixir. As the elixir flew out of the restriction, a nearby Jin Kingdom expert rushed forward, trying to take it. However, a sharp long spear that seemed to crumble the world emerged out of the blue. What is that? An exclamation escaped the expert. He was just a medium celestial master, but the long spear had come from a celestial master in exceptional realm. Moreover, the spear had been very fast. The expert was extinguished before he could act. Then, Giant Hand grabbed the Nirvana elixir. The flowing light died down, and a figure appeared. It was a slim young man, dressed in bronze armor, which was emitting a mighty aura. Apparently, he was wearing a strong protective treasure. Celestial Master Green Wolf. With a hearty smile, Jin Wushuang appeared in the nearby void, carrying his Blood Mountain sword. Jin Wushuang. The young man was another celestial master in exceptional realm. He smiled. The Jin Kingdom experts won't let me off easily. Help me. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded. Although coveted, they soon withdrew in face of Jin Wushuang, Celestial Master Green Wolf, and other helping Green Fire Palace Celestial Masters. Boom! In a distant void, an overwhelmingly strong power burst out. In the void, Dark Celestial Master was pushed backward carrying her 2 long spears. In front of her was a plump bald teenager. He held a golden machete with immense killing intent. Celestial Master and, unfortunately, you can't beat me. The bald teenager shouted as he put a Nirvana elixir into his interspatial ring. Celestial Master An's face went red with anger but did nothing. There had been many experts from both palaces for the elixirs. But generally speaking, the Jin Kingdom was better. They had sent 4 celestial masters in exceptional realm, and the bald teenager was the only one she feared. She fought him and lost. Her elixir was also taken. Well, at least we get one. Celestial Master and let out a sigh of relief, looking in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Celestial Master Green Wolf. There had been 3 Nirvana elixirs, and they at least got one. If they had not gotten any one, that would be a total failure. There are 3 left. I believe they'll be throwing out at the same time. We'll get 2 of them at least. Celestial Master and snorted coldly. With 2 more Nirvana elixirs, they would obtain the half of the 6, which was reasonable. The last 3, on the battlefield, all of them were staring at the remaining floating Nirvana elixirs, with eyes wide open. Then, as expected, all 3 of them were thrown out at one time. They were shot in the same direction. Both camps were stunned. 3 in on direction? All of them? That means we can 3 at one time. The present Celestial Masters were all agitated and rushed in the direction of the 3 elixirs. A scarlet-robed figure was standing in that direction. When he saw the 3 Nirvana elixirs were darting toward him, Jian Wushuang was shocked too. Among the previous 3 elixirs, the first one was too far away, and he did not even get a chance. The second and third one shot out together. He managed to help Celestial Master Green Wolf obtain one of them. But never did he expect that the last 3 all darted toward him. Shocked, Jian Wushuang still managed to open his palm and caught the 3 streaks of purple flowing lights. He was holding the 3 Nirvana elixirs. Chapter 11:21. Selfish? Chapter 11:21. Selfish? I just got 3 of them like that? Jian Wushuang still could not believe his luck when he put them into his interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang, not so soon. You get the elixirs. The Jin Kingdom experts won't let you off. Gu King reminded. Jian Wushuang looked grave. He looked around and sensed numerous eyes burning with greed. Most of them belonged to the Jin Kingdom experts. Kill. Die. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures in gold armors appeared beside Jian Wushuang out of nowhere. They came directly at him. They were the nearest to Jian Wushuang and were the first to attack him. Since when do medium celestial masters think they can kill me? Jian Wushuang smirked and drew his blood mountain sword, with killing intents in his eyes. Clang! A low echo of sword rang. A sword light was formed out of nowhere. Anyone who saw it would find it extremely beautiful, sorrowful, and hypnotic at the same time. At that moment, many Jin Kingdom experts squinted. That's swordsmanship again. He used that swordsmanship to kill nearly 20 celestial masters of ours. Careful, consciousness attack. Some Jin Kingdom expert reminded. However, it was too late. The 2 attacking celestial masters were already in a trance and were beheaded by the beautifully sorrowful sword light. The 2 medium celestial masters were killed in moments. Bastard! His killing 2 experts made other Jin Kingdom celestial masters more furious. Their killing intents grew intenser. Jian Wushuang this way. A woman's shout rang over the battlefield to Jian Wushuang. He immediately looked into the distance and found Celestial Master and rushing toward him. Besides, many Green Fire Palace experts had stopped some of them Jin Kingdom experts. Moreover, some capable experts were also dashing toward him. Celestial Master and is formidable. As long as I'm with her, the Jin Kingdom can't touch me. Jian Wushuang squinted and made the decision. Immediately, he dashed toward her. All the Jin Kingdom experts in the way tried to stop him. At the same time, their celestial masters dived toward Jian Wushuang. You can't run. A thunderous shout rang in Jian Wushuang's ears. It was the strong elder whom he had fought that stopped him, wielding his heavy sword. You again? Jian Wushuang's countenance slightly changed. The strong elder was a real-deal celestial master in exceptional realm and exceeded him in strength. Well, I failed to stop you last time. This time, you can't escape. The elder snorted and brandished his heavy sword at Jian Wushuang again, overwhelmingly. Ridiculous. Jian Wushuang sneered and wielded his blood mountain sword as well. Crash. The 2 clashed and Jian Wushuang was immediately defeated back. However, by the force, Jian Wushuang managed to sail through the void and got away from the elder. Slick. The elder was both shocked and furious. Then, he rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, hand out nirvana elixirs, or prepare to die. A sudden roar reverberated in the space as a giant and powerful axe shadow emerged in front of Jian Wushuang. The axe shadow seemed to be able to shatter the world. Even Jian Wushuang felt that he might fail to ward it off. The axe belonged to the middle-aged man with a thunder-like mark between his brows. He was the one who got the first nirvana elixir. Another one? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He performed Heaven's Bane in his full strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Jian Wushuang darted backward, many other Jin Kingdom experts rushed toward him. Damn! Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Jian Wushuang, quickly, give me the 3 elixirs. I'm good at defense. Even if I'm besieged, I can't protect them until Celestial Master arrives, shouted Celestial Master Green Wolf, who had caught up with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, pass the elixirs to Celestial Master Green Wolf. Celestial Master, and in the distance, also urged. However, hearing Celestial Master and Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows and shook his head. Celestial Master Green Wolf, help block one Celestial Master in Exceptional Realm for me. Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. What? Celestial Master Green Wolf's countenance changed. Under such circumstances, Jian Wushuang really should pass the elixir to Celestial Master Green Wolf. The latter could keep them until Celestial Master arrives. Why did he refuse? Doesn't he trust me? Or does he think that I'll take all the credit? Celestial Master Green Wolf was both shocked and angry. Stupid, stupid. Celestial Master Green Wolf roared in his heart. Nirvana elixir is important to our Green Fire Palace. How can he be so selfish at this time? If he insists and let the Jin Kingdom experts take them away, that'll be terrible. He'll become the sinner of Green Fire Palace. Celestial Master Green Wolf was furiously in doubt. Other Green Fire Palace experts were all shocked. How daring he is. Green Wolf is right beside him. Why doesn't he pass the elixirs? What does he want? At this time, he's actually thinking for his own benefits. He doesn't trust Celestial Master Green Wolf and is not willing to hand it over. Other Green Fire Palace experts appeared angry. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang kept the elixirs because he was selfish and wanted to keep the 3 elixirs to himself. However, no one knew Jian Wushuang's real intentions. He did trust Celestial Master Green Wolf, and he was not selfish at all. The truth was that, compared to Celestial Master Green Wolf, the elixirs would be safer with him. Chapter 1122, Jian Wushuang's Madness. Chapter 1122, Jian Wushuang's Madness. Celestial Master Green Wolf is an exceptional realm and wears a protective armor. He is indeed strong in defense. However, I'm covered in blood-killing plate armor and cultivate golden image secret skill. Moreover, I have a strong body. In terms of defense, I'm better than him. His eyes flashed with excitement. When it came to surviving, Jian Wushuang believed that he was the best present. Compared to Celestial Master Green Wolf, the elixirs would definitely be safer with him. Prepare to die, Jian Wushuang. The strong elder shouted as his heavy sword became as gigantic as a mountain that charged at Jian Wushuang. Humph! The middle-aged man bearing a thunder-like mark on his forehead snorted as he brandished his giant axe at Jian Wushuang. Besides, the 3rd Celestial Master in Exceptional Realm the Jin Kingdom sent also arrived. He charged at Jian Wushuang directly. Damn! Celestial Master Green Wolf's expression changed dramatically. He glared at Jian Wushuang as he warded off the 3rd Celestial Master in Exceptional Realm. However, he could only stop one of them. There were still 2 more Celestial Masters in Exceptional Realm and a few advanced Celestial Masters that had targeted Jian Wushuang. Come and try me. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with immense battle intent. His blood mountain sword was shaking. Then, he struck quickly. Sword light flashing, Jian Wushuang single-handedly engaged the strong elder, the middle-aged man, and a few advanced celestial masters. The fight was intense. Bang, bang, clang, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated in the battlefield. At that time, Jin Wushuang released all the power in his body. His Blood Mountain sword was going full speed ahead. He had warded off the strikes from the strong elder and the middle-aged man with a thunder-like mark. On the other hand, the few advanced celestial masters charged directly at him. Humph! Jin Wushuang looked cold. A jolt went through his body, but he swiftly recovered. Kill! Kill him! He actually wants to fight us alone? He's digging his own grave. The several advanced celestial masters who surrounded Jin Wushuang were full of killing intents. Jin Wushuang was only fending off the two celestial masters and ignored them, which left them furious. All of a sudden, they struck again. The strong elder and the middle-aged man with a thunder-like mark moved as well. Two celestial masters in exceptional realm, along with a few advanced celestial masters, encircled Jin Wushuang. Bang, 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 bang. Horrifying growls reverberated in the air. The thunder lasted for several seconds. The two celestial masters in exceptional realm and the advanced celestial masters had attacked Jin Wushuang 10 times, but it turned out that, die! An advanced celestial master screamed furiously and brandished his sword at Jin Wushuang. However, he just crouched. At the next moment, a beautifully sorrowful sword light glided over. What? The advanced celestial master widened his eyes. Never did he accept a blow from Jin Wushuang, who had been besieged by them for a long time. He actually had the strength to fight back. Moreover, his swordsmanship was formidable and swift as usual. The celestial master was penetrated in the throat before he was able to dodge. His corpse fell to the ground. Get lost, all of you! Jin Wushuang shouted, and again he brandished Blood Mountain sword. This time, he used Heaven's Bane to sweep his opponents. The advanced celestial masters who had surrounded Jin Wushuang all withdrew. When they had retreated to a safe place, they stopped to stare at the scarlet-robed youth carrying a long sword. All of them looked disheartened. Two celestial masters in exceptional realm and several advanced celestial masters joined to besiege him. It turned out he actually killed one of us? The strong elder widened his eyes with disbelief. He, Jin Wushuang, Green Wolf, was fighting another celestial master in exceptional realm. At the sight of this, he was shocked as well. If he had been besieged like that, he would have been badly injured. He would never dream of killing one of the opponents. But now, go on. Jin Kingdom bastards, go on. I'd love to see who die first. Jin Wushuang fixed his cold eyes on them, and his provocation left everyone present in fear. The strong elder and the middle-aged man with a thunder-like mark both looked terrible. However, at this time, prepare to die, Jin Wushuang. With a shout, a frosty bald teenager strode toward Jin Wushuang, carrying his golden machete. Immediately, the bald teenager clenched his gold machete with both hands. Power surged from him. Behind him, a golden dragon spectral image emerged. With overwhelmingly strong power, he struck out. Dragon Slayer. The bald teenager looked vicious. The moment he brandished the machete, terrifying strong power gathered and rushed to Jin Wushuang. Damn! It's Jin E. Celestial Master Jin E from the Jin Kingdom. He's among the top 3 even in Celestial Masters in exceptional realm of the Jin Kingdom. Not even Celestial Master and can compare with him. Moreover, this is his best move, Dragon Slayer. Celestial Masters of Green Fire Palace were all shocked at the sight of this. Celestial Master Green Wolf furrowed his brows. Celestial Master Genie has performed his best and famous strike. Even if Jin Wushuang fends it off, he'll be badly injured, Jin Wushuang. Boom! A surging golden saber shadow fell from the sky toward Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang felt majestic mountain power rushing to him. The strike was even more formidable than the combined forces of the strong elder, the middle-aged man with a cloud-like mark, and several advanced celestial masters. Nevertheless, Jin Wushuang never feared. Come on. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. Ancient god power surrounded his blood mountain sword as he expanded his body to 3 meters high. His body took on a dark gold glow. Then, he brandished his sword. Chapter 11:23, Helpless. Chapter 11:23, Helpless. Bam! The mighty golden saber shadow and Jian Wushuang's all-out heaven's bane clashed. Generally, Jian Wushuang was able to beat ordinary celestial masters in exceptional realm, but celestial master Jian Yi was much stronger than that. As they clashed, Jian Wushuang's heaven's bane immediately collapsed. On the other hand, the golden saber shadow was only slightly weakened. Subsequently, Jian Yi brandished his machete one more time. At that moment, he had covered Jian Wushuang's entire body. Boom! The blade light sailed through the void and pushed Jian Wushuang under the ground. Did he die? Celestial Master Jian Yi observed the ground emotionlessly. Bang! A scarlet-robed figure surged from under the ground, stirring many gravels. He appeared in front of Jian Yi one more time. Jian Wushuang's scarlet robe rustled. His eyes were crimson, and his killing intent had grown intenser. Like an immortal master, he stood in the void. Both Jin Kingdom and Green Fire Palace celestial masters were all stunned by the scene. What's going on? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Strong as the elder was, he and the middle-aged man with a cloud-like mark both find it unbelievable. His aura isn't impaired? A gasp escaped Celestial Master Jian Yi. Normally, Celestial Masters in exceptional realm were unable to fend off his best move. Celestial Master Green Wolf, who mastered defense skills, might fail to take the hit as well. But Jian Wushuang did. Moreover, he was not even blood-stained. His aura stayed the same. Even, Jian Wushuang was looking murderous now, as if he would go to ant length to fight back. How was that possible? Swoosh! A female figure showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. They were Celestial Master In and Celestial Master Yin Tong, who came to his rescue. Moreover, many formidable Celestial Masters appeared beside Jian Wushuang in a row to protect him. All Jin Kingdom experts looked helpless. Jian Wushuang, good move. Celestial Master and stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. She sounded appreciative. Green Fire Palace experts were all stunned and looked at Jian Wushuang in awe. And the power of Jian Wushuang justified their reverence for him. Jian Wushuang. Celestial Master Green Wolf caught up with Jian Wushuang. Sorry, I was trying to take the Nirvana elixirs. Fortunately, I didn't. Otherwise, it was true. If he took the Nirvana elixir, Celestial Master Jian Yi would be targeting him. However, he did not have the confidence to ward off Celestial Master Jian Yi's Dragon Slayer. Hearing Celestial Master Green Wolf, Jian Wushuang retracted his killing intent and nodded slightly. I think I'm better in terms of defense, otherwise, I would have passed them to you without a doubt. After all, we all come from Green Fire Palace. I won't be selfish and take all the elixirs. Sorry, I got you wrong. Celestial Master Green Wolf apologized. Many other Green Fire Palace experts also misunderstood him. They thought Jian Wushuang kept the elixirs because he was selfish and wanted to keep the 3 elixirs to himself. Well, now they knew he had a plan. Well, we'll stop here. Celestial Master and waved and said, of the 6 Nirvana elixirs, we get 4. That's really something. Other Green Fire Palace experts looked delighted as well. Between the present 2 sides, Green Fireplace had an advantage. They thought 3 elixirs would suffice. At present, for Nirvana elixirs had greatly exceeded expectations. Of course, Jian Wushuang contributed a lot to their achievement. On the contrary, the Jin Kingdom experts all looked gloomy. Many vicious eyes were fixed upon Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, it's him again. In the fight of life elixirs, he killed nearly 20 of our celestial masters and obtained a lot of medicines. Now, because of him, we get only 2 elixirs. He's such a nuisance. Where does he come from? And why is his aura only in eternal realm? The crowd complained and cursed. The four Jin Kingdom celestial masters in exceptional realm all gathered and glared at Jian Wushuang, teeth gritted. They were unwilling to accept the result. They were at a disadvantage, and they should have gotten more life elixirs and nirvana elixirs. But because of Jian Wushuang, they did not get their share and lost more than they had expected. Nevertheless, no matter how furious and resentful they felt, they could only watch. After all, they could not touch Jian Wushuang. Although he had been besieged, he survived and even remained his strong aura. Now that Celestial Master Un, Celestial Master Yintong, Celestial Master Green Wolf had joined forces with him, they were less likely to kill Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Celestial Master Jin Yi discovered something, and then he became elated. At the next moment, swoosh, wind-breaking sound rang. A ghost-like figure in a black robe appeared on the battlefield out of nowhere. Seeing the figure, all Jin Kingdom experts looked delightfully surprised and bowed in respect. Heaven Shadow King! Heaven Shadow King! Their greetings resounded over the sky. Green Fire Palace experts all looked stunned at the sight of this. Bad luck, it's Heaven Shadow King of the 9 kings of the Jin Kingdom. This looks bad. He's an expert who can compare to our 5 palace masters. Heaven Shadow King actually came? All Green Fire Palace celestial masters were terrified. Even Celestial Master Un, Celestial Master Yintong, and Celestial Master Green Wolf flustered. Inside Jian Wushuang, Gu King's voice cracked as well at the sight of the figure. A universe master. Chapter 1124, Heaven Shadow King. Chapter 1124, Heaven Shadow King. Universe Master was a level above both Tao Master and Celestial Master. Samsara Temple Master, Void Temple Master, and Tang Emperor were all at this level. Heaven Shadow King in front of them was a very Universe Master. Jian Wushuang, your defense ability is incomparably good. Few Celestial Masters are able to kill you. However, a Celestial Master can't compare with a Universe Master. You should be careful. Gu King said solemnly. I know. Jian Wushuang looked grave, and with a flick of the wrist, he was holding a drop of golden water in his hand, ready to escape at any time. Wearing a black robe, with a lean face and a pair of eagle-like eyes, Heaven Shadow King appeared in the Jin Kingdom camp. He glanced at the Celestial Master Jin Yi and asked, How's everything going? My lord, everything has been going smooth, but because of Jian Wushuang, we lost a lot, and acquired only 2 Nirvana elixirs. He alone got 3 elixirs. Celestial Master Jin Yi said coldly. Oh! Heaven Shadow King squinted, but at the next moment, he fixed his vicious eyes upon Jian Wushuang. An eternal realm? You're Jian Wushuang, right? Heaven Shadow King was sneering coolly. I heard that you've got 3 Nirvana elixirs. Yes, I do. Jian Wushuang nodded. Hand over the 3 Nirvana elixirs, and I will spare you. Heaven Shadow King sounded indifferent. Hand over the elixirs, and you spare me? You wish. Jian Wushuang snorted. You don't? Then prepare to die. Heaven Shadow King still sounded indifferent. As he finished his threats, he swung his giant hand. With the twist of his hand, immediately, a long black whip rushed out lightning fast like a giant python. Be careful. Jian Wushuang, run. The Green Fire Palace experts roared. When Jian Wushuang saw Heaven Shadow King waved, he immediately consumed the golden drop of water in his hand to make his aura soar. He waved the long sword and released his mighty power. He was ready to go to any length to fend off the long black whip. But the black long whip was weirdly flexible. It directly bypassed Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship and slammed onto him hard like a soaring dragon. This whip? There was a trace of horror in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He had done his best, but his swordsmanship's speed fell short of the dark and long whips. Now he could only watch the black and long whip slamming on him. Snap! A crisp sound rang, faintly accompanied by cracklings of bones. Jian Wushuang directly spat a large mouthful of blood and grew pale. He was slammed into beneath the ground, but at the next moment, he rose up again. And this time he did not hesitate to escape. He didn't die? Is it because of the ancient god power? Heaven Shadow King looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He just saw that Jian Wushuang had absorbed the ancient god power. Absorbing the ancient god power could make people's strength soar in a short period of time, not only in the attacking power but also in one's defensive ability. Heaven Shadow King was quite confident in his own strength. Although he did not display an all-out attack, he believed it was enough to end a celestial master in exceptional realm. Now that Jian Wushuang survived, he could only blame it on the ancient god power. It'll just take a little more effort. Looking at the escaping Jian Wushuang, Heaven Shadow King stayed indifferent and then vanished into black smoke. It's too strong. A universe master is too strong. As Jian Wushuang escaped, he looked terrified. At the moment Heaven Shadow King acted, he absorbed the ancient god power to improve his attack power and defensive ability. However, he was still seriously injured. One must know that his defensive ability was extremely good. Celestial Master Genie had displayed an all-out assault, and Jian Wushuang stayed unharmed. Jian Wushuang, I will heal you as soon as possible. Your combat power won't be influenced for now, but you must not let Heaven Shadow King catch up with you, otherwise, such an attack. A whip can't kill you, but a few more whips will definitely crumble you. Gu King warned solemnly. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. As he was escaping, he looked back to check. What? Jian Wushuang's countenance changed because he saw that Heaven Shadow King was constantly approaching him. Heaven Shadow King was much faster than him. How can it be? Jian Wushuang was shocked. You must know that at this moment, he had already tried his best to display the second Dragon Blood secret skill. The spiritual power in his body was burning wildly, and his speed had skyrocketed by 100 times. However, he still failed to get rid of Heaven Shadow King, and they were getting closer and closer. Damn, Heaven Shadow King must be very fast. An ordinary universe master will never be fast like this. Gu King guessed. He was right. Among the 9 kings of Jin Kingdom, Heaven Shadow King was much faster than the ordinary ones. Even though Jian Wushuang burnt immense spiritual power to display Dragon Blood secret skill, he still failed to escape Heaven Shadow King's long whip. Jian Wushuang, you have to die. Heaven Shadow King's eyes were cold, and then, he immediately appeared behind Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he whipped the giant python-like black whip. It was still so weird that Jian Wushuang could not ward it off. The dark long whip once again slammed on Jian Wushuang. This time, Heaven Shadow King did not hold back his strength. Snap! With a crisp sound, Jian Wushuang felt a burning pain on his back. His internal organs and bones were being squeezed as if they were going to explode. He was spitting blood again. Is this whip even stronger than before? Jian Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. I can't stand another whip. I can only take one last strike. However, when Heaven Shadow King found Jian Wushuang was still alive, his face fell. He was a universal master, and actually personally dealt with Jian Wushuang, who was in Eternal Realm. He had confronted the latter 2 times, and still failed to kill Jian Wushuang? He found it embarrassing. No matter what, the third whip must kill Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1125, Sword Emperor Arrives. Chapter 1125, Sword Emperor Arrives. Humph! Heaven Shadow King snorted, and at the next moment, he was holding a drop of golden water in his palm, a drop of ancient god power. You've made me use the ancient god power. Jian Wushuang, if you die in honor. The indifferent voice of heavenly shadows echoed between heaven and earth. Then, the Shadow King guided the ancient god power into the body. The ancient god power could help a celestial master greatly by doubling his combat power in a short time. Though it was not that effective to a universe master, it still could increase Heaven Shadow King's battle strength by 50%. At that time, Heaven's Shadow King once again whipped the long whip. It was still a casual blow, but the whip twisted like a giant python. It was obviously much stronger than the previous two whips. I can't stand it. Jian Wushuang suddenly squinted, and he felt he might fail to ward it off. Suddenly, clang! With an echo of sword, it suddenly snowed. The whole ground was stained with white snowflakes. The sky and the void became cold and bone-chilling. Heaven's Shadow King looked surprised, and he could not help but stop. His black and long whip hung in the air. He looked up and stared as far as the eyes could reach. An indifferent man carrying a long sword walked slowly in the snow toward him. With every step he took, the snow broke at his feet. After a long while, he arrived in front of Heaven's Shadow King. As he stopped, the snowflakes disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to normal. Heaven's Shadow King looked gloomy, his brow wrinkled as he saw the visitor. Jian Wushuang was also watching the person, and in his perception, this indifferent man was just a celestial master. But the celestial master carried a horrible sword essence that even Jian Wushuang found terrifying. It was this celestial master that made Heaven's Shadow King, one of the 9 kings of Jin Kingdom, stop his attack and even look very serious. A strong sword essence. Gu King inside Jian Wushuang spoke. I have seen a lot of sword principle experts after I have parasitized on you. Like your father, you have opened up the strongest sword principle. The sword essence that you have is quite worthwhile. However, you can't compare with the person in front of you at all. So powerful sword essence, and only a celestial master, then he is. Jian Wushuang had already guessed the identity of the person. Sunrise Sword Emperor. Heaven's Shadow King bit his teeth, staring at the visitor. In the entire Green Fire Palace, there was only one celestial master that could lay such pressure on him. That was the greatest sword cultivator recognized by the Green Fire Palace, and one of the 5 palace master of the Green Fire Palace, Sunrise Sword Emperor. Heaven's Shadow King. Sunrise Sword Emperor glanced at Heaven's Shadow King and spoke coolly. You are a well-known and respected figure in the world. Don't you think hurting a junior of our Green Fire Palace is too far? Too far? Heaven's Shadow King snorted. In this world, strength rules, as long as you have strength. So what if you go too far? You are right. This world is about strength. If so, then today I want to know how great your strength is. Sunrise Sword Emperor said coldly, and upon finishing his words, he looked up. Like a lightning, immense sword essence rushed toward Heaven's Shadow King. At the same time, the surrounding world had once again become white, cold, and frosty. Carrying the long sword, Sunrise Sword Emperor lifted his right hand to draw the long sword behind him. At the moment his palm touched the hilt, bang! Horrible sword essence suddenly broke out, and the blade was instantly unsheathed. Before Jian Wushuang had the time to see the movements of Sunrise Sword Emperor, an immaterial sword shadow had already broken out. The sword shadow looked ordinary, but when it glided over, it even left Heaven's Shadow King, who had reached the level of Universe Master, stunned. Immediately, aura surged from Heaven's Shadow King's body. With the help of the ancient god power, he released more power to brandish the long whip. Bam! A loud noise. The immaterial sword shadow collided with the black long whip head-on, leaving the void crackling. Humph! Heaven's Shadow King grunted, and his face immediately paled. He no longer tried to save face and withdrew until he stopped far away from Sunrise Sword Emperor. Then, he managed to get back on his feet. This scene left Jian Wushuang and experts from both the Jin Kingdom and Green Fire Palace in shock. One must know that Heaven's Shadow King had absorbed the ancient god power and displayed stronger strength. However, Sunrise Sword Emperor confronted his opponent with his bare hands. It turned out that he was defeated by Heaven's Shadow King. Sunrise Sword Emperor is really something. The voice of Gu King rang in Jian Wushuang's ears. There is a great gap between the Universe Master and the Celestial Master. Even in the eternal chaotic world, it's rare for a Celestial Master to challenge a Universe Master. However, Sunrise Sword Emperor not only challenged a universe master, but also displayed power much stronger than a normal universe master. In addition, his sword essence is indeed very strong. If I'm not mistaken, he must have opened up two strongest sword principles at the same time, and then combined them to obtain a Dharma body. Two strongest sword principles? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. After a round, Heaven's Shadow King lost and retreated to somewhere afar. He dared not to confront Sunrise Sword Emperor again. Many Green Fire Palace Celestial Masters appeared next to Sunrise Sword Emperor. Sunrise Sword Emperor, Palace Master Sunrise Sword, Celestial Masters all bowed. Even the strongest Dark Celestial Master acted respectfully in front of Sunrise Sword Emperor. Palace Master? Jian Wushuang realized. The Green Fire Palace now has a total of 5 Palace Masters. Aside from Void Temple Master, Samsara Temple Master, and Tang Emperor, the 4th should be Sunrise Sword Emperor, but I don't know who'll be the last 5th Palace Master. Sunrise Sword Emperor waved his hand and signaled everyone to get up, and then he said, "When I found life medicines in the nearby areas, I immediately came here. I spent a lot of time on my way here. Today I finally arrived, and it seems that it is not too late." Hearing the words of Sunrise Sword Emperor, many of the Green Fire Palace Celestial Masters looked pleasantly surprised. Sunrise Sword Emperor did not come late, and it was really the right time. Chapter 1126, Dan Xin. Chapter 1126, Dan Xin. Both the experts from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom returned to the outside of the Dan Xin Palace again. The two camps confronted each other from a distance. Since a lot of people had been slaughtered by Jian Wushuang previously, the overall strength of the two camps did not differ enormously. The most powerful expert in the Jin Kingdom was Heaven's Shadow King, while the Green Fire Palace had Sunrise Sword Emperor to support them. Obviously, Sunrise Sword Emperor was much mightier than Heaven's Shadow King, which greatly boosted the morale of experts from the Green Fire Palace. The life elixirs and nirvana elixirs came from the Dan Xin Palace? Sunrise Sword Emperor stared at the Dan Xin Palace indifferently and said slowly, "If I am right, the Dan Xin Palace is controlled by a spirit. Come out, there's no need to hide." Sunrise Sword Emperor's resonant voice penetrated the restriction and went into the Dan Xin Palace. An awkward silence pervaded here, and soon afterwards, a shadowy figure slowly appeared before the crowd from the enormous hall of the Dan Xin Palace. It turned out to be a chubby bald elder who had a pair of eyes as small as those of Mouse's. He looked quite cunning. Is this man the spirit of the Dan Xin Palace? Celestial Masters from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom all looked at this elder surprisedly. He looked ordinary, and if he was put in the crowd, he definitely was the most inconspicuous one. Ha ha. Being stared by so many experts present, the chubby elder let out roars of weird laughter. "I plan to play with you for some more time, but now that you have brought my identity out into the open, I have no choice but to make an appearance. Alas, these nirvana elixirs are going to be wasted." He looked terribly sorry for that, and 2 dark purple elixirs appeared in his hands. Everyone on the scene knew what they were. They were nirvana elixirs that they had just fought madly for. Are there any other nirvana elixirs? The celestial masters from the 2 camps were burning with desire. The chubby elder noticed their expressions and smiled weirdly. He clenched his fists and crushed the 2 elixirs in his hands into powder in front of those people. After that, he threw them away as if they were rubbish. This? You bastard! You are wasting treasures recklessly." Voices mixed of shock and anger sounded outside the Dan Xin Palace. They had just fought desperately for the 6 nirvana elixirs, and quite a few experts died because of that. However, the chubby elder just crushed 2 nirvana elixirs casually. Although they were furious and astonished, they were more confused. They did not understand what this elder wanted to do on Earth. "The spirit of the Dan Xin Palace, do you have a name?" Sunrise Sword Emperor looked at him coldly and still remained calm. "Name? Of course I have. but unfortunately, I have long forgotten it after so many years. Since this is the Dan Xian Palace, just call me Dan Xian, the chubby elder said. Upon hearing this, the experts from the two camps had an odd expression on their faces. He has forgotten his name? How long has he lived? Jian Wushuang thought and knitted his brows. He has lived since this giant battlefield has existed, Gu King stated. As a spirit without a master, he must have been living a lonely life over the years. No one can stand such a life, even a spirit like him. He surely has become eccentric and crazy. That means, Jian Wushuang, he must be a throughout lunatic. Lunatic? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Dan Xian, Sunrise Sword Emperor, opened his mouth again. You'd been on this battlefield for so many years and had always remained silent, but you chose to show up during this period. I assume you must have your reasons. Tell me, what is your purpose? Purpose? Haha, my purpose? The chubby elder laughed out loud crazily. It's very simple. I just want to fool you and make you my playthings. Fool us? Playthings? The experts from the two camps frowned. Dan Xian continued to laugh crazily. I had been in this damn place for too long. It's so long that I cannot even remember. I haven't ever encountered any man over the years. But when I woke up a decade ago, I finally saw a human expert pass by this area. So, how could I just let him go? I decided to tease him. I threw out a life elixir on purpose and let him find it and surprised him. Later, I threw out a few more life elixirs in succession and let him discover all of them. He was overjoyed and chose to stay here to search for more life elixirs. Then, I guided him to find other life elixirs step by step, from which I enjoyed some fun. This is the only fun I have gained during that hard time. Hearing Dan Xian's words, Jian Wushuang frowned and thought he hadn't met any person over that long period. This is an unknown area. Both the experts from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom has just explored it in recent years. Thus, that human expert was the first man Dan Xian has ever encountered. Gu King said. Jian Wushuang immediately understood that. Originally, I intended to let that man provide me with a little more fun. I tried to lead him to a place full of dangers and let him die there. But I didn't expect that there would be another human being coming there soon. Obviously, they were from different camps. I deliberately guided them to meet each other and kill each other crazily for life elixirs. Haha, interesting. It's fucking interesting. What's more interesting was that more and more humans came here to search for life elixirs. I designedly threw out life elixirs to cause you guys to fight each other. Seeing that scene, I was greatly pleased. Dan Xian laughed wildly. Outside the Dan Xian Palace, the celestial masters from the two camps looked terrible. They did not expect that it was Dan Xian who intentionally threw out the life elixirs on this area. His purpose was to guide them to fight for the life elixirs madly so that he could enjoy some fun. Chapter 11:27 Lunatic. Chapter 11:27 Lunatic. Bastard. You amused yourself by watching us fighting and killing each other. You treated us as playthings. Damn it. Curses could be faintly heard among the crowd. However, Dan Xian did not care. He added, when I saw so many people come to this area, I knew it was time for me to come out again. Since then, humans gathered here. Just as what you have seen, I threw out the elixirs one after another. You killed each other madly in order to contend for them, and I had some fun. That was good for both sides. Good for both sides? The experts present gnashed their teeth and glared at Dan Xian. Dan Xian said all this easily, but they risked their lives in order to attain those elixirs. Boy, you are Jian Wushuang, right? Dan Xian's evil voice sounded again. Jian Wushuang looked up at Dan Xian. You should be thankful to me. Without me, you couldn't have obtained 3 nirvana elixirs at once. Dan Xian grinned and said. Jian Wushuang's face fell. He knew that he would not be so lucky. The last 3 nirvana elixirs that Dan Xian threw out moved directly toward him. As he expected, Dan Xian did this on purpose. I've noticed you when you were scrambling for life medicines. You are merely an Eternal Realm rookie, but your battle strength is awesome. Even in the eternal chaotic world, you are like a monster. I'm naturally more interested in you. Dan Xian smiled. Really? I really appreciate it. Jian Wushuang said coldly. It seemed that Dan Xian offered him benefits. In fact, Dan Xian amused himself by doing so. Although he had acquired 3 Nirvana elixirs, he experienced a near escape. Seeing Jian Wushuang's expression, Dan Xian was not annoyed. He looked around and said, Fine, I'm not going to talk nonsense to you guys anymore. Now that I appeared, I definitely will find a master. I'm wondering who is interested in my Dan Xian palace? Upon hearing that, the experts from the 2 camps suddenly looked up and were burning with greed. Their desire was stronger than ever. They knew that there were a lot of precious elixirs in the Dan Xian palace. Perhaps the Nirvana elixirs and life elixirs were not the best elixirs there. After all, they just saw Dan Xian crush 2 Nirvana elixirs causally and threw them away like rubbish with their own eyes. Whoever was able to become the master of the Dan Xian palace and obtain a large number of elixirs from it was bound to receive great opportunities. With these elixirs, be it the Gene Kingdom or the Green Fire Palace, their strength would usher in an unprecedented leap. Dan Xian, tell me what conditions are required if I want to be the master of the Dan Xian Palace? Sunrise Sword Emperor said indifferently. Hee, Dan Xian laughed weirdly and said, Now I'm in charge of the Dan Xian Palace. It's easy to become its master. You just need to find a way to please me. To please you? The experts from the 2 camps froze. How about this? There is a piece of iron in my hand, and I believe you all know that, right? Dan Xian stretched his hand so that everyone could see that piece of pitch-black iron clearly. This is black iron? Everyone present could recognize it. The black iron was the most common and abundant metal in the whole world. Not to mention the green fire world, even in the ancient world, it was very common. Dan Xian, what do you do with a piece of black iron? The experts present were very puzzled. Listen, if you want to make me happy, you have to find a way to attain more black iron. I don't need too much. 500,000 kilograms are sufficient. Dan Xian said. 500,000 kilograms of black iron? The expressions of the experts here turned more eccentric. There were plenty of ordinary metals such as the black iron in the green fire world. Not to mention 500,000 kilograms of black iron. They could easily collect even 50 million kilograms of such things. The problem was that as powerful celestial masters, they would not put such common things in their interspatial rings. Which celestial master would pile up so much ordinary black iron in his interspatial ring? Haha, I know that you don't have black iron at hand, but it exists in the area where you are right now. There are innumerable black iron veins under the mountains that look like a human face. You can acquire as much black iron as you want so long as you are willing to work hard. Dan Xian smiled. Hearing his words, the experts from the 2 camps were black in the face. How dare this bastard ask us to mine black iron? He doesn't want a master but makes fun of us. Mining black iron? I have never done such a thing since I was born. Roars of low-pitched growls sounded among the crowd, and the experts from the 2 camps glared at Dan Xian. But no matter how wrathful they were, Dan Xian never paid any attention to that. The opportunity is right here. If you want to own the Dan Xian Palace, just give it a try. If you are not willing to do that, I won't force you. Dan Xian smiled. In addition, the opportunities are limited. Whoever attains 500,000 kilograms of black iron can try first. You have to treasure the opportunity. After that, Dan Xian directly slept on the ground, ignoring the experts from the 2 camps. Seeing this scene, though furious, the celestial masters from the 2 camps had no other choice. After all, Dan Xian never forced them to do that. Did it or not, that was their choice. What should we do? Are we really going to mine black iron? Let us mine black iron? How dare he dream up that, bastard? Complaints were heard everywhere in the camp of the Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang, am I not wrong? Dan Xian's heart has been distorted over the years. He is crazy. A complete lunatic. Gu King's voice rang out. I believe even if you really follow his instructions and obtain 500,000 kilograms of black iron, I am afraid you cannot get a chance to own the Dan Xian Palace either. Yeah, I can figure out that. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. From Dan Xian's behaviors, he could tell that he was a lunatic. Jin Wushuang. When he heard the voice, he saw Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong, who were on good terms with him, walk toward him. Chapter 11:28. Put the shoe on the right foot. Chapter 11:28. Put the shoe on the right foot. Celestial Master Yi, Celestial Master Menglong. Jin Wushuang smiled and greeted them. Well, where is Celestial Master Jin Chu? Jin Chu died. Celestial Master Yi sighed. Jin Wushuang froze but soon shook his head. He had even nearly been killed by Heaven Shadow King in that fierce battle. Therefore, as a medium celestial master, Jin Chu was very likely to die. Dan Xian, that old bastard, is clearly making fun of us. Celestial Master Yi swore in a low voice. All right, stop complaining. Celestial Master Menglong glanced at Celestial Master Yi and then asked, Jin Wushuang, will you mind the black iron? No. Jin Wushuang directly shook his head. What about you? Celestial Master Menglong and I plan to take our chance. It's no big deal but merely to mine 500,000 kilograms of black iron, and it's nothing serious even if the Dan Xian Palace doesn't recognize one of us as its master after that. But once we succeed in doing that, it will be beneficial to both us and the Green Fire Palace. Celestial Master Yi said. Jin Wushuang lifted his eyebrows and nodded. Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong quickly set off. Apart from them, the better part of the other Celestial Masters from the Green Fire Palace chose to mine the black iron. Only a few people were unwilling to contend for that. Jin Wushuang was one of them. Of course, instead of cherishing his dignity, he did do that because he was not interested in the Dan Xian Palace. Be it the life elixirs or the nirvana elixirs, they don't do me much good. I fought for them for the sake of the Green Fire Palace. I have had enough life elixirs and even 3 nirvana elixirs, so I have done my best for the Green Fire Palace. As for making the Dan Xian Palace recognize me as its master, Jin Wushuang glanced at the Dan Xian Palace that was still located in the restriction and shook his head. He was well aware that Dan Xian would never allow others to become the master of the Dan Xian Palace so easily. And even if it finally had a master, that would never be him. Since the Dan Xian Palace is a place to store elixirs, his master must be the one who has gained great attainments on refining elixirs or can recognize all the elixirs. Jin Wushuang, you don't know anything about refining elixirs and the categories of elixirs. It's impossible for the Dan Xian Palace to recognize you as its master. This was what Gu King said to him. Jin Wushuang also knew this, so he had no intention to get himself involved in the following dealings. Ignored the present experts, Jin Wushuang walked to Sunrise Sword Emperor. Sunrise Sword Emperor. Jin Wushuang saluted. Oh, Jin Wushuang? Sunrise Sword Emperor looked at Jin Wushuang. Although he still looked deadpan, there was a hint of kindness in his eyes. Thank you for saving me just now, Sword Emperor. Jin Wushuang said gratefully. You are a member of my Green Fire Palace, and you were risking for the Green Fire Palace. Since I arrived here, I was obliged to save you. Any other palace masters will rescue you without hesitation. Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Although Sunrise Sword Emperor said so, Jin Wushuang still appreciated him a lot. After all, without him, his world body would have been exterminated. Even though he would not die, the treasures on him might be seized by others. Furthermore, some of his secrets would be exposed. Sunrise Sword Emperor, these are 3 nirvana elixirs and all the life elixirs I have just acquired. Jin Wushuang took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Sunrise Sword Emperor. As soon as Sunrise Sword Emperor glanced over that, he looked quite surprised. Why don't you leave 1 nirvana elixir for yourself? It will be of great use for you in the future. Jin Wushuang obtained the 3 nirvana elixirs through a near escape and he himself needed them too. No one would have any objection if he wanted to keep one. No. Jin Wushuang shook his head. I'm not even a Dao master currently, and there's still a long way to go if I want to reach that stage. Therefore, this elixir doesn't do much good to me. It would be better to give them to other experts in the Green Fire Palace. Perhaps this will enable the Green Fire Palace to possess one more palace master. Sunrise Sword Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at those life elixirs. 29 life elixirs? It's quite a lot. Jin Wushuang smiled helplessly. He did obtain quite a few life elixirs. He had ventured this area for 17 years and attained 11 life elixirs. Moreover, he killed nearly 20 celestial masters from the Jin Kingdom in the fierce battle just now and obtained quite a few life elixirs as well. Thus, he had 29 life elixirs in total. You don't have to give these life elixirs to me. When you return to the Green Fire Palace, exchange them for fire points directly in the Fire Point Exchange Office. Sunrise Sword Emperor smiled. I exchange them in the Fire Point Exchange Office? Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Void Temple Master had announced that a life elixir could exchange for 10,000 fire points. 29 life elixirs naturally could exchange for 290,000 fire points. This was definitely an astronomical figure. Jin Wushuang, if you don't have anything important to do on this battlefield, why don't you return to the Green Fire Palace as soon as possible? Sunrise Sword Emperor suddenly said. Return to the Green Fire Palace as soon as possible? Why? Jin Wushuang asked. You should know that our palace has controlled many places of opportunities on this battlefield. The most important ones should be the 3 secret lands. Among them, the Sword World will open again before long. Sunrise Sword Emperor explained. The Sword World is about to open? Jin Wushuang was taken aback. The most important one among the 3 secret lands was the space-time secret land. It only opened every million years. The second important one was the Sword World. The Sword World only opened every 100,000 years. Jin Wushuang was very curious about it when he heard about it for the first time. He didn't expect he would be able to enter the Sword World in a short period, but now. You have performed exceptionally meritorious services for our Green Fire Palace by acquiring 3 Nirvana elixirs, 29 life elixirs, and killing so many experts from the Jin Kingdom. Our palace always put the shoe on the right foot. We cannot offer you treasures whose value matches that of the 3 Nirvana elixirs, so after I return to the Green Fire Palace, I will discuss with other palace masters about offering you the opportunity to enter the Sword World. The Sword World means a great opportunity for warriors who major in sword principles. I've been there before, and I have gained a lot. Your talent on sword principles is even better than mine, and I believe you can obtain more benefits. Sunrise Sword Emperor smiled. Chapter 1129. The Potential to be a Leader. Chapter 1129. The Potential to be a Leader. When he learned that the Sword World was about to open, Jin Wushuang immediately returned to the Green Fire Palace without hesitation. After all, it only opened every 100,000 years. If he missed the opportunity this time, he had to wait another 100,000 years to enter it again. On the way back to the Green Fire Palace, he received a message from Celestial Master Yi and Celestial Master Menglong. Dan Xian was indeed making fun of them. Quite a few Celestial Masters from the 2 camps followed his instructions to mine black iron on that battlefield recklessly. Within a few days, someone had gathered 500,000 kilograms of black iron. Nonetheless, when they handed the black iron to Dan Xian, he said whoever had cultivated for more than 500,000 years were not qualified to become the master of the Dan Xian Palace. Many celestial masters from the 2 camps had been outraged by this. Each one of the celestial masters here had lived a long time. 90% of them had lived for more than millions of years, and only a few had just lived for 100,000 years. As for people whose cultivation age did not exceed 500,000 years, there were few celestial masters in the 2 camps who met that condition. In addition, Dan Xian also said that apart from that condition, the one who wanted to be the Dan Xian Palace's master must possess great attainments on refining elixirs, and have to pass the test of the Dan Xian Palace. All of a sudden, all the celestial masters from the two camps outside the Dan Xian Palace lost the qualification. Those celestial masters had worked hard to mine the black iron, but they had no chance to give it a shot at last. Naturally, they flew into a rage, but could do nothing to Dan Xian. They all knew Dan Xian was a complete lunatic. He controlled the Dan Xian Palace, so they had to listen to what he had said. In short, the battle for the Dan Xian Palace had calmed down and the celestial masters from the two camps had also left, leaving the Dan Xian Palace to stay where it was. The two camps had already sent some younger ones who possessed great attainments on refining elixirs here, but no one knew whether there was anyone who had become its master in the end. In a lofty palace in the Jin Kingdom. Your Excellency, this is the information about Jian Wushuang from the Green Fire World. A silver-robed man walked in. Information about Jian Wushuang? It finally comes. A barefoot bald man stood at the center of the hall. He looked cold and had eyes like a hawk. He took the information with a wave of his hand and began to look through it carefully. More than a decade ago, when Chu Yang sent Jian Wushuang's name back to the Jin Kingdom, the senior officials of the Jin Kingdom already ordered people to investigate Jian Wushuang. However, since the Jin Kingdom's force in the Green Fire World was limited, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not so good. That was why the bald man just received the information about Jian Wushuang. After he glanced over the intelligence about Jian Wushuang, his eyes turned cold. Jian Wushuang is from the ancient world and is indeed an eternal realm expert. Since he was born, he has been cultivating for only more than 2,000 years? The bald man felt that it was incredible. He could remain calm when learning that Jian Wushuang was only an eternal realm expert, but when he saw his cultivation age, he was shocked. 2,000 years? He killed nearly 20 celestial masters from my country in the battle of contending for life elixirs. He possesses the battle strength equivalent to that of a celestial master at the exceptional realm, but he has only cultivated for more than 2,000 years? He is so powerful now, and if he is given another 2,000 years or even 20,000 years, how mighty will he be? Sunrise Sword Emperor is already a big headache for our country. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang has greater potential than Sunrise Sword Emperor. This barefoot bald man roared. The Jin Kingdom and the Green Fire Palace had fought with each other on this giant battlefield for 5 million years. The two sides had long been each other's sworn enemy. It seemed that the Jin Kingdom always had the absolute upper hand over so many years. In fact, be it the Jin Kingdom or the Green Fire Palace, they were clear that this situation would not last long. After all, the Jin Kingdom was an outsider who had no foundation on this battlefield. However, the Green Fire Palace had the entire Green Fire World to support it. It was deeply rooted here, and experts appeared continually. It was only a matter of time before it overtook the Jin Kingdom in strength. However, the Jin Kingdom had one greatest advantage over the Green Fire Palace. It had a leader. Its leader was its monarch, who was a supreme being in the Jin Kingdom and always kept his promises. The Green Fire Palace, however, had never produced a leader that matched the monarch of the Jin Kingdom from its establishment till now. The Jin Kingdom surely would exploit this advantage to the full. They did not expect the Green Fire Palace to have an expert that was likely to be a leader. They had sensed a crisis the moment Jian Wushuang's mother Ji Wuming appeared many years ago. Therefore, when they learned that the Green Fire Palace was going to send her into the samsara, they immediately dispatched a large number of experts to eliminate her. That was really a horrifying battle. But in the end, she entered the samsara. This made the Jin Kingdom feel terribly uneasy because she was the first person who was qualified to be the leader of the Green Fire Palace. But fortunately, they received the news that there was something bad happened during the process and Ji Wuming failed to be the leader of the Green Fire Palace temporarily. And the second person that upset the Jin Kingdom was Sunrise Sword Emperor. Although he was just a celestial master presently, his battle strength matched that of a universe master. Precisely speaking, he was even a little bit powerful than an ordinary universe master. If he broke through to the universe master level, he would possess the horrifying power to become the leader of the Green Fire Palace. Moreover, he had fully grown up, and it was extremely difficult for the Gene Kingdom to exterminate him in advance. That was why the Gene Kingdom would have such a headache. What was more terrible was that the barefoot bald man felt the same threat on Jian Wushuang, greater than the threat that Sunrise Sword Emperor posed to him. Sunrise Sword Emperor is indeed extraordinary, but he can only possess the battle strength to be a leader after he becomes a universe master. However, Jian Wushuang, he is so mighty even at the eternal realm. When he becomes a Tao master, he is supposed to match a common universe master. Once he integrates all his sword principles together and becomes a celestial master, he probably will possess the battle strength to be a leader. If he is lucky enough to become a universe master, maybe our monarch is no match for him, I am afraid. Chapter 1130, The Blaze Quicksand Gourd. Chapter 1130, The Blaze Quicksand Gourd. He is very likely to become a universe master and definitely will become a celestial master. That means if he doesn't die, he is destined to be the leader of the Green Fire Palace. The barefoot bald man's eyes surged with killing intent. I cannot allow him to become a celestial master. Deliver my order. Ask Axe to fix his eyes on Jian Wushuang and do his utmost to figure out his trump cards. Then contrive a method to cooperate with other experts from the Gene Kingdom to kill him. If necessary, kill him at the risk of exposing himself. The command of the bald man was quickly conveyed. Jian Wushuang did not know that the senior officials of the Gene Kingdom had already targeted him. He headed toward the Green Fire Palace after leaving the area where the Dan Xian Palace was at. It took him more than 20 years to return to the Green Fire Palace. I'm back. Jian Wushuang felt so good after returning to the Green Fire Palace. For the first time, he spent less than 100 years on that giant battlefield, but he had gained considerably. In terms of strength, he was much powerful than he was when he newly entered the battlefield. Jian Wushuang, go to the Fire Point Exchange Office, asked Gu King. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was planning to go there as well. I have acquired a lot of life elixirs outside the Dan Xian Palace. They are all fire points. Jian Wushuang soon came to the Fire Point Exchange Office and immediately took out the life elixirs he had obtained. He had attained 29 life elixirs, and each one of them was worth 10,000 fire points. He left 4 life elixirs in case of emergency and exchanged the rest for fire points. So, he now owned a total of 250,000 fire points. I exchanged the treasures Dao Yuanzi left earlier, but only gained 13,800 fire points. Their value is inferior to 2 life elixirs. Jian Wushuang sneered. You are lucky and just happened to encounter the appearance of the Dan Xian Palace. Otherwise, there would be no chance for you to earn so many life elixirs. Moreover, these life elixirs are less valuable in the eternal chaotic world. Gu King sneered. In the eternal chaotic world, a drop of the ancient god power is much more expensive than a life elixir, but it is only worth 5,000 fire points here. Jian Wushuang was speechless. He also knew that the reason why life elixirs had such a high value was that the Green Fire Palace badly needed them currently. Nonetheless, although the ancient god power was rarely seen in the eternal chaotic world, it was much easier to be discovered on this battlefield, and that explained why its value would be so low. All right, forget about that. Now that you possess enough fire points, there's something that you can exchange, asked Gu King. What? Jian Wushuang asked. Look at those special treasures. Gu King answered. Jian Wushuang immediately fixed his eyes on them. There were numerous treasures of all sorts with different functions in the Fire Point Exchange Office. Look at the special treasure whose value ranks the second, the Blaze Quicksand Gourd, Gu King answered. Oh. Jian Wushuang scanned the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. The Blaze Quicksand Gourd contains a lot of blaze quicksands and a secret skill. It can form a realm to suppress your enemy and trap him. It costs 210,000 fire points. It's so expensive. Jian Wushuang gasped in shock. He sold 25 life elixirs and only received 250,000 fire points. But this blaze quicksand gourd would cost him 210,000 fire points. Even a chaos magic treasure would not demand such an exorbitant price. There are a few good things in the fire point exchange office. I have observed them and discovered the blaze quicksand gourd when you first came here. Unfortunately, it costs too many fire points and you couldn't afford it before, so I didn't mention it. Now, however, you can exchange it since you own enough fire points, asked Gu King. It should be a treasure that uses realm to suppress others from its introduction. It indeed is useful to me, but don't you think it demands an excessively high price? Is it really worth of so many fire points? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. Yes, of course. Gu King continued, boy, although you haven't been to the eternal chaotic world, you know that chaos gems are the transaction currency there. Normally, the whole fortune of a celestial master is about 20 chaos gems. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded. He killed Dao Yuanzi and attained a few chaos gems. But do you know how many chaos gems does the blaze quicksand gourd cost in the eternal chaotic world? Asked Gu King. How many? Jian Wushuang asked. At least 400,000 chaos gems. Even if someone is willing to pay a high price for it, there are simply not so many blaze quicksand gourds on the market. Gu King answered. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had never been to the eternal chaotic world and did not have a throughout understanding of the value of the chaos gem, but he could judge its value from the total fortune of a celestial master. A celestial master's fortune was worth around 20 chaos gems. 400,000 chaos gems were 20,000 times of that. The blaze quicksand gourd is indeed very precious, like the Jin Kingdom. Although its monarch is powerful, even if you sell him, he isn't worth 400,000 chaos gems under normal circumstances. However, the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom have obtained plenty of opportunities and treasures on this giant battlefield, and thus, their wealth cannot be judged by common sense. But in any case, using 210,000 fire points to exchange the blaze quicksand gourd is absolutely worthwhile, asked Gu King. That will be good. Jian Wushuang smiled. My strength meets a bottleneck now. If I want to improve it, I can only make a breakthrough in sword principles. I'm required to advance the first sword principle to the highest level and become a Dao master. I assume there won't be any external treasures that enable my strength to increase by leaps and bounds. In terms of defensive ability, I possess the blood-killing plate armor and the golden image secret skill. So, this aspect cannot be improved either. Now the only thing I can promote is the special skill used for self-saving and killing enemies. The blaze quicksand gourd suits me well. Neither Jian Wushuang's attack nor his defense could be improved presently. Naturally, he could only perfect the special skills that enabled him to kill enemies. Chapter 1131. Announcing the result. Chapter 1131. Announcing the result. After making the decision, Jian Wushuang immediately spent 210,000 fire points to exchange the blaze quicksand gourd. Later, he returned to his residence. He sat cross-legged in the secret chamber alone. Jian Wushuang, this is a high-grade blaze quicksand gourd. Although you have obtained it, you still have to take a lot of effort to refine it. As for the secret skill in it, it is even harder for you to cultivate. You should refine the blaze quicksand gourd first, asked Gu King. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded and then began to refine it. Just as he was refining the blaze quicksand gourd, a big event took place in the Green Fire Palace. Right on this day, Sunrise Sword Emperor, one of the palace masters of the Green Fire Palace, directly announced the person who was qualified to enter the Sword World 40 years later. The Green Fire Palace controlled 3 secret lands which opened at set intervals, and only one person was allowed to enter. Therefore, people vied for the opportunity to enter them crazily. Take the Sword World, for example. It only opened every 100,000 years. Thus, the experts who specialized in sword principles were all waiting for that chance. Now, however, Sunrise Sword Emperor announced the owner of that chance personally. It turned out to be Jian Wushuang. All of a sudden, the entire Green Fire Palace was thrown in turmoil. It actually is Jian Wushuang? He has just joined the Green Fire Palace for less than 100 years. Who said that the decisive factor to get into the Sword World is the time one has spent in the Green Fire Palace? Nan had been to the space-time secret land, although he has only stayed in the Green Fire Palace for a short period. Although Jian Wushuang has just stayed in the Green Fire Palace for a very short period, he has made great progress. He killed about 20 experts from the Jin Kingdom at one go in the battle of scrambling for the Dan Xian Palace. Moreover, he has seized 3 Nirvana elixirs under the nose of the Jin Kingdom's experts. He has made great contributions to our Green Fire Palace, and I argue that this opportunity is the reward for his hard work. Our Green Fire Palace has always put the shoe on the right foot. Since he has made contributions and his gift in sword principles is fantastic, he will surely gain a great deal after returning from the Sword World. Maybe his strength will skyrocket again and reach the level of that of our palace masters. Many celestial masters discussed that in the Green Fire Palace. However, generally, there was no one questioning Jian Wushuang anymore. After all, in the battle for the Dan Xian Palace, Jian Wushuang had proved himself with absolute strength. Currently, celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace did not dare to belittle him. On the contrary, quite a few celestial masters secretly admired him at the bottom of their hearts. Jian Wushuang did deserve their admiration. The celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace accepted the decision to offer Jian Wushuang the opportunity to enter the Sword World. By the way, I heard that not long ago, several temple masters had the intention to let Celestial Master of Malignity enter the Sword World, but now Jian Wushuang gained that opportunity. How about Celestial Master of Malignity? They just planned to do so but have not made up their mind. And now that Jian Wushuang obtained this opportunity, he, of course, can only wait for the next time. The next time? To wait another 100,000 years? Hee. Celestial Master of Malignity is by no means good-tempered. I don't know if he will cause Jian Wushuang trouble, or not after learning the news. These celestial masters sighed with emotion. In an enormous palace in the Green Fire Palace, Celestial Master of Malignity received the information Sunrise Sword Emperor sent to him as well. As those celestial masters expected, he flew into a rage immediately. Bastard! This opportunity is mine. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 5 palace masters have reached a consensus in their hearts. Not long ago, I also personally asked Senior Sister Red Lotus about that, and she told me that they would offer me this opportunity, but now? Celestial Master of Malignity looked ferocious and took out a token. Senior Sister, I need an explanation. Celestial Master of Malignity sent out the message. The 5th Palace Master of the Green Fire Palace was Red Lotus. She and Celestial Master of Malignity were born in the same era and they came from the same sect, hence, she was Celestial Master of Malignity's senior sister. This is the decision made by the other 4 Palace Masters. Although I tried my best to oppose it, I have to follow the rules. Red Lotus replied. Red Lotus did not think much of Jian Wushuang. When the 5 Palace Masters gathered in the Ancient Monster Clan and Jian Nantian demanded to take Ji Wuming away, Red Lotus planned to take actions directly. He trusted neither Jian Nantian nor Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, only she insisted to do that. The other 4 Palace Masters chose to believe Jian Nantian and Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang joined the Green Fire Palace and experienced the battle for the Dan Xian Palace, his famed sword. Furthermore, his potential and strength convinced many celestial masters in the Green Fire Palace. Nevertheless, Red Lotus still held on to her own opinion. She opposed strongly when Sunrise Sword Emperor proposed to offer the opportunity to enter the Sword World to Jian Wushuang. But the other 4 agreed, so she had no other choice. Jian Wushuang. It's Jian Wushuang's fault. How long has he been in the Green Fire Palace? Didn't he just attain a few Nirvana elixirs in the battle for the Dan Xian Palace? Except for that, how can he compare with me? Why should I wait for another 100,000 years instead of him? Celestial Master of Malignity roared crazily, and his roars resounded through the entire palace. After a short while, His eyes turned scarlet. Jin Wushuang, I'd like to see what are you capable of. After finishing speaking, he stood up and walked straight out of the palace. Jin Wushuang still sat cross-legged in the secret chamber quietly, and a gold gourd floated in front of him. It was not big, just like an ordinary wine gourd, but it exuded an extremely unique aura. As Jin Wushuang lifted his eyebrows, a special mark was left on the gourd. In an instant, he had a connection with the gourd. I succeeded. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes, from which visibly pleasant surprise was revealed. Great, you've refined the blaze quicksand gourd. You should be able to control the blaze quicksands in the gourd, said Gu King. Of course. Jin Wushuang nodded and could clearly sense the enormous and terrifying force contained in the gourd. It was the blaze quicksand. It appeared to be a gourd, but in fact, there was a vast space where blaze quicksands could be seen everywhere in the gourd. Chapter 1132, Battle Invitation. Chapter 1132, Battle Invitation. Vroom. Jin Wushuang thought, and the blaze quicksand instantly burst out from the gourd. Rumble. The crimson blaze quicksand covered the sky and earth. There were rays of flame that flowed along with the quicksand too. They flowed in all directions like a storm. The secret chamber that Jin Wushuang was instantly shattered into powder. The terrifying force made the entire void collapse. So scary. Jin Wushuang was astonished at the sight. Everywhere that the blaze quicksand passed was destroyed and vanished. Its strangling power was extremely terrifying. Such a terrifying strangling power. Even if a celestial master was caught in it, I'm afraid he would be torn into pieces too, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Just then, King of Venomous Worms spoke. To begin with, blaze quicksand is a scary substance in eternal chaotic world. The blaze quicksand gourd was made by some powerful weapon refinery masters. They gathered blaze quicksand together and refined it into this gourd. The moment you refine this gourd, you can control the blaze quicksand in it to fight against your enemy. On top of that, you are only a beginner in refining this gourd. You can only forcefully drive the blaze quicksand to kill your enemy, which is the dumbest way to do it. If you were to master the secret skill within the gourd, you would be able to control the blaze quicksand and use the regional skill. With the regional skill, you wouldn't even have to take any action, but the strangling power of the blaze quicksand would kill any advanced celestial masters who fall within. Without any action, I can kill an advanced celestial master? Jin Wushuang's eyes were wide open. One should know that an advanced celestial master wasn't considered weak when it came to defense skill. Jin Wushuang massacred many experts from Jin Kingdom during the fight of Dan Xian Palace because he knew the sheer shadow technique. However, there were hardly any advanced celestial masters. Once Jin Wushuang ran into those advanced celestial master with strong consciousness, he would find them hard to kill. But then, with the assistance of Blaze Quicksand Gourd, it was very simple to kill an advanced celestial master. Even if he were a celestial master in exceptional realm, he might die by his hand if his power wasn't as great. This treasure lives up to its value of 210,000 fire points. This Blaze Quicksand Gourd is really impressive. However, if this is such an impressive treasure, why didn't the few palace masters in Green Fire Palace exchange it? They left it at Fire Point Exchange Office? Jin Wushuang was curious. He didn't think further, but quickly put the Blaze Quicksand Gourd away. The moment he put it away, the secret chamber quickly repaired itself. On the piece of land where Green Fire Palace was located, any buildings and plants could recover themselves. Then, Jin Wushuang was preparing to study the secret skill within the Blaze Quicksand Gourd, but suddenly, Jin Wushuang. There was a deep voice. Jin Wushuang lifted his head and went ahead to greet. Celestial Master Yuding. Jin Wushuang saw the incomer, Celestial Master Yuding, who invited him to Green Fire Palace back then. Haha, Jin Wushuang, how long has it been since I brought you to Green Fire Palace? You've already gained such fame on the battlefield. Haha, everyone knows you in Green Fire Palace. Celestial Master Yuding laughed. Jian Wushuang chuckled and replied, Celestial Master Yu Ding, you didn't come here to tell me this, right? Well, I didn't. Celestial Master Yu Ding became solemn and continued, Jian Wushuang, to be frank, I am here by a request. By a request? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Someone told me to give you this. Take a look. Celestial Master Yu Ding passed Jian Wushuang a jade slip. Jian Wushuang took and went through it simply with his consciousness. Then, his gaze grew strange. This is a battle invitation? Exactly. The content of the jade slip suggested a battle invitation. It was a battle invitation from Celestial Master Malignity. He invited Jian Wushuang to fight at Oblivion Palace. The battle invitation contained an intensely mocking and provocative tone. Celestial Master Malignity? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked confusedly, I don't know Celestial Master Malignity and I share no resentment with him. Why did he send me a battle invitation out of nowhere? Jian Wushuang, you share no resentment with Celestial Master Malignity, but to be exact, you did offend him, Celestial Master Yu Ding replied. I offended him? When? Jian Wushuang was still confused. Didn't Sunrise Sword Emperor just announce that he'd give you the quota to enter Sword World? Celestial Master Yu Ding looked at him. Yes, he did. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Sunrise Sword Emperor told him that outside Dan Xian Palace earlier. He had also received an announcement from Sunrise Sword Emperor earlier. But what did it have to do with Celestial Master Malignity? Well, Celestial Master Malignity is also a sword cultivator, and he is extremely gifted. On top of that, his senior was Palace Master Red Lotus. Hence, he was qualified to enter Sword World. Before you appear, the 5 Palace Masters once discussed and intended to give him the quota to enter Sword World. But now, because you have appeared, the Palace Masters passed you the quota to enter Sword World. Hence, he will have to wait for the next round, which is in another 100,000 years. Tell me now, did you offend him? Celestial Master smiled. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had never expected the quota to enter Sword World that he was given had originally belonged to Celestial Master Malignity. Sword World only opened every 100,000 years. Celestial Master Malignity had waited for so long, and it was finally his turn. But because of him, Celestial Master Malignity had to wait until the next opening, which would be in another 100,000 years. One should know that 100,000 years weren't short to Celestial Master Malignity. It would be normal if he was angry. When Sunrise Sword Emperor said that he is going to give me the quota, he never mentioned that it belonged to someone else, Jian Wushuang said. Although the few Palace Masters have the intention, they never confirmed it after all. Hence, it wasn't counted. Celestial Master Yu Ding laughed. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Even so, Celestial Master Malignity blamed him, and it was a fact. Otherwise, why would he tell Celestial Master Yu Ding to send him a battle invitation on behalf? Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Malignity isn't happy about it. Hence, he challenged you. He is also very smart about it. He already spread this news when he sent this invitation. Hence, almost all Celestial Masters in Green Fire Palace know that he sent you a battle invitation. If you were to not take up this challenge, there would be people who gossip. If you were to take up this challenge, Celestial Master Malignity isn't weak, Celestial Master Yu Ding said solemnly. Chapter 1133, Inside Oblivion Palace. Chapter 1133, Inside Oblivion Palace. He must have spread the word about the invitation. It seems that Celestial Master Malignity has made full preparation and is very confident, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Of course he's confident, Celestial Master Yu Ding said. Celestial Master Malignity has become renowned for a long time ago. He's a long-time Celestial Master of the exceptional realm with exceptional speed. Even the Celestial Masters of Green Fire Palace are no match for him in terms of speed, and many Celestial Masters of the exceptional realm couldn't even defeat him because of that. In addition, the fight will be carried out inside Oblivion Palace. It's a vacant space without obstacles of any kind, allowing him to go full speed. Speed? Celestial Master Yuding, are you saying that his speed is his forte? Jian Wushuang's expression turned strange. He had just obtained the Blaze Quicksand Gourd, which could be used to control the Blaze Quicksand. It was the best weapon to restrict his opponent's speed. Now, there was an expert with incredible speed coming to him for a fierce battle. It seemed like the perfect time for him to practice the Blaze Quicksand. Will you accept the invitation? Yuding asked. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. It's better to start early. Let's go, Yuding said. Okay. Jian Wushuang followed after Yuding. Together, they headed for Oblivion Palace. Oblivion Palace was located on the same land as Greenfire Palace. It looked like an ordinary palace, but its interior was an endless space that was enough to allow two universe masters to battle to their heart's content, let alone two celestial masters. There was already a crowd outside Oblivion Palace when Jian Wushuang and Yuding got there. Numerous Greenfire Palace experts stood there, talking in groups of 2s or 3s. When Jian Wushuang showed up, they all turned to look in his direction. Here comes Jian Wushuang. Haha, he really showed up. See, I told you he won't refuse the invitation. Jian Wushuang is incredibly skillful. He might not necessarily lose to Celestial Master Malignity. Of course he won't refuse it. The experts looked on, their excitement building. They had been worried that Jian Wushuang might not accept the invitation, but it seemed like their worries were unnecessary. Jian Wushuang, Celestial Master Malignity has been waiting for you inside Oblivion Palace. You can go in now, Yuding said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then entered the palace. It was dark and vast inside. The palace seemed boundless without an end. A purple-haired man in a luxurious robe stood tall in the dark void. He had his arms folded as he waited quietly for Jian Wushuang's arrival. Before long, the scarlet-robed Jian Wushuang appeared before the purple-haired man with a sword in hand. So, you're Jian Wushuang. Celestial Master Malignity's eyes gleamed with purple light, his gaze fixed on Jian Wushuang. Celestial Master Malignity. Jian Wushuang wore a kind smile on his face. There was no grudge between them in the first place. Celestial Master Malignity's anger was understandable as Jian Wushuang took a spot which was supposed to be his. Humph. I heard that you've made a name for yourself on the battlefield and even earned the praise and approval of the 5 palace masters. Sunrise Sword Emperor even suggested adding your name to the world of swords. Celestial Master Malignity clenched his fists tightly. Celestial Master Malignity, I didn't know that before, Jian Wushuang began to explain himself. Stop with the nonsense. Celestial Master Malignity waved his hand. Since you're so strong, show me what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand again and tossed a token. Jian Wushuang's expression changed as he looked quizzically at the token that Celestial Master Malignity tossed aside. He could recognize that token. It was used to record the mirror image. People outside Oblivion Palace could not see what was going on inside. If Celestial Master Malignity were to record the battle, it was evident that he wanted to make it public. It seems that Celestial Master Malignity hates me so much that he intends to embarrass me in front of the public. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile. He was not worried at all. Meanwhile, outside the palace, 2 people stood side by side. They were evidently Sunrise Sword Emperor and Palace Master Red Lotus, who had just hurried over from the battlefield. While others could not see what happened inside Oblivion Palace, they could see through everything. Celestial Master Malignity has such a bad temper. Red Lotus, won't you advise him as his senior sister? Sunrise Sword Emperor frowned. He's supposed to be listed in the world of swords, but Jian Wushuang stole his place. You can't blame him for getting angry over it. Anyone else would have done the same. Besides, my junior brother simply wants to vent his rage. He isn't going to kill him, Red Lotus replied coldly. It was my idea to give the spot to Jian Wushuang. He didn't know about it. If Celestial Master Malignity isn't happy with it, he can come to me anytime. You're not just a palace master. You're also someone with the potential to be the future leader of Greenfire Palace. Do you seriously think that my junior brother will dare to come to you? Red Lotus chuckled. It's too late to talk about this now. Jin Wushuang is as unruly as his father. Isn't this the perfect chance to rectify his insolence? Ha ha, can Celestial Master Malignity teach him a lesson? I don't think so. Sunrise Sword Emperor laughed. What? You think that Celestial Master Malignity can't do anything to the kid? Don't forget that his speed is ranked first among all Celestial Masters. Fighting in Oblivion Palace also gives him an advantage. Even if Jin Wushuang has the strength of a Celestial Master of the Exceptional Realm, he'll still lose, Red Lotus said. Do you want to make a bet? Sunrise Sword Emperor glanced at Red Lotus. What would you like to bet? Red Lotus asked. Not too long ago, I heard you acquired a red source stone weighing over 6 kilograms from the battlefield. I might need it, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Deal. If you lose, I want you to tutor my junior brother for a year. You must also give him the spot for the World of Swords when it opens in 100,000 years later, Red Lotus said. No problem, Sunrise Sword Emperor answered without hesitation. After the bet had been made, the two of them looked down at Oblivion Palace. Inside the palace, the battle between Jin Wushuang and Celestial Master Malignity had already begun. Chapter 1134, Blaze Quicksand Displays Its Might. Chapter 1134, Blaze Quicksand Displays Its Might. Jin Wushuang, I'll teach you how to respect your seniors. Even as Celestial Master Malignity's voice echoed throughout Oblivion Palace, he was already making a dash forward. He moved so swiftly that it felt as if the long distance was nothing. He appeared before Jin Wushuang in a flash. A dazzling arc of ice-cold sword light sliced through the void, aiming at Jin Wushuang almost instantly. His speed, Jin Wushuang was shocked. Though he had been told that Celestial Master Malignity could be extremely fast, he was still astonished by the terrifying display of speed. He had the battle prowess of Celestial Master of the Exceptional Realm, but he could not tell when Celestial Master Malignity drew his sword. The cold sword light was coming for him. As much as he wanted to block the incoming attack, he could not react any further. He drew his Blood Mountain sword to block it from piercing his chest. Clang! A deep crashing noise resounded as the power contained in the cold sword light sent him tumbling backward. Jin Wushuang, I haven't even gone all out against you yet. Celestial Master Malignity's voice resounded. Jin Wushuang's expression darkened. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in surprise. He saw Celestial Master Malignity rushing out with a greater speed this time. It was so fast that he could not hide his astonishment. Once again, Celestial Master Malignity appeared before him and shot him with numerous beams of sword light. The sharp and cold sword lights flew out one after another. Right then, it was as if Jin Wushuang had been trapped by the sea of sword light beams. They were everywhere with no gaps between the sword strikes. He moves quickly, but his sword is even faster. Jin Wushuang's heart pounded furiously as he waved his sword to fend off the attacks. Likewise, he fully unleashed his speed sword principle and swung his Blood Mountain sword forward at an amazing speed. Clang, 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 clang. A series of crashing sounds filled the air like thunder. To this, Jin Wushuang's eyes went wide with disbelief. He thought that the speed sword principle that he developed would surpass every other Celestial Master. But now, Celestial Master Malignity's swordsmanship was evidently much faster than his when fully unleashed. It was now a competition of speed for them. Celestial Master Malignity evidently had the upper hand over Jin Wushuang. It was difficult enough to defend himself, never mind matching up to Celestial Master Malignity. I'm barely hanging on. Jin Wushuang wore a grave expression. One of the sword lights sent out by Celestial Master Malignity had gotten through the gap of his defense, stabbing towards his chest. There was no way he could dodge it. Boom! The sharp sword light slammed into his chest, and the immense force sent him tumbling backward. It took him a while to regain his balance. Red Lotus smiled faintly when she saw this scene. Sunrise Sword Emperor, you're going to lose. Be patient. The battle has just started. It's too soon to tell, Sunrise Sword Emperor replied coldly. Red Lotus snorted. You're not convinced yet? Well, let's see how Jin Wushuang will play the game. Inside Oblivion Palace, Celestial Master Malignity turned to look at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, is that all you've got? Celestial Master Malignity smirked and said disdainfully, I heard that you killed a number of Celestial Master experts of the Jin Kingdom during a battle in the Loyalty Palace. Perhaps they were all just a bunch of rubbish? If you encounter a stronger opponent, I guess that you'll have no choice but run away. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Celestial Master Malignity's speed is indeed incredible. It's no surprise that his speed ranked first among everyone in the Greenfire Palace. Although I've managed to develop the swordplay of speed, I still can't match him in speed. He shook his head. He knew that he lagged behind in terms of speed. The fact that there was no obstruction in Oblivion Palace also gave his opponent a better advantage. If Celestial Master Malignity were to maintain such speed, there would be nothing that he could do. Eventually, he would be defeated. Suddenly, a smirk spread across his face. There is no doubt that I'll be crushed if I fought Celestial Master Malignity before, but now? Jin Wushuang, behave yourself and take this. Celestial Master Malignity howled in a low voice. He swiftly dashed into motion again. His figure appeared to be an illusionary flowing light going through the void. His speed was unprecedented that none of the Celestial Masters of Exceptional Realm could match up to. Other ordinary Celestial Masters could not even think about it. Celestial Master Malignity was peerless even if his opponents were Celestial Masters of the Exceptional Realm. Unfortunately, his rival was Jin Wushuang this time. Seeing that Celestial Master Malignity had dashed toward him again, Jin Wushuang flipped his arm, and a golden gourd appeared in his hand. Oh! Celestial Master Malignity's expression flickered. He had noticed Jin Wushuang's action, but paid no heed to it. Meanwhile, outside Oblivion Palace, the mere sight of the golden gourd caused Master Red Lotus pupils to constrict. That is, holding the golden gourd in hand, Jin Wushuang pulled the cork with the strength of his thought. A wave of terrifying power immediately erupted from the gourd. As it rumbled, seemingly endless quicksand surged out from the opening of the gourd. The quicksand carried a blue flame and contained enormous power. It swiftly swept across the surroundings and engulfed the entire Oblivion Palace in no time. The blaze quicksand pervaded the entire area of the vast void of Oblivion Palace. What's this? Celestial Master Malignity quickly halted to a stop. He frowned and looked around at the vast expanse of blaze quicksand. A bad feeling instantly loomed over him. Jin Wushuang grinned. A wild wind was raving under his control. Suddenly, the blaze quicksand turned into a sandstorm, blasting towards Celestial Master Malignity. Crap! Celestial Master Malignity's face took on a ghastly expression. He tried to move away to dodge the sandstorm. Soon, he found out that the sandstorm was unavoidable. It blasted out in all directions, sweeping through any obstacle barring its path. No matter where he went, the sandstorm would emerge in front of him and surge towards him. Celestial Master Malignity wielded his long sword recklessly, sending out brutal sword essence one after another. He continued struggling against the sandstorm. Suddenly, a ruthless sword light was unleashed by Celestial Master Malignity, ripping up the sandstorm before him. As soon as the sandstorm was broken, a figure charged at him. It was Jin Wushuang. Heaven's Bane. Jin Wushuang wore a cold expression. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand unleashed a terrifying burst of power, getting closer and closer to his opponent. Humph! Celestial Master Malignity snorted, and immediately wielded his sword to fend off the attack. Boom! Celestial Master Malignity was sent flying backward following the loud explosion. He then slammed into the sandstorm behind him. Chapter 1135. Gain the upper hand? Chapter 1135. Gain the upper hand? Boom! The sandstorm burst open and Celestial Master Malignity reappeared. Jian Wushuang grinned. Celestial Master Malignity, your speed is indeed incredible, but you're much weaker than mine strength-wise. It was true that in terms of speed, Celestial Master Malignity was the fastest among all Celestial Masters that he had ever met. However, speaking of offensive power, Celestial Master Malignity was just a little better than an advanced Celestial Master. He was still way below any other Celestial Master of the exceptional realm. When he unleashed Heaven's Bane, Celestial Master Malignity was immediately rendered to a distinct disadvantage since it was a competition of power. Bastard! Celestial Master Malignity looked gloomy. He looked at the blaze quicksand that had engulfed the entire Oblivion Palace. He could feel the terrifying power surging from it. His heart raced as his eyes tracked the blaze quicksand. Celestial Master Malignity, let's see who the loser will be. Jian Wushuang chuckled as he sprang into motion. Celestial Master Malignity moved at the same time. The sandstorm appeared in front of him the moment he moved, blasting him with ferocious power. Damn it! Celestial Master Malignity cursed. He had to stop moving to fend off the sandstorm. However, after being fended off for one time, the sandstorm came blasting again. It came one after another, seemingly without an end. Under the impact of the sandstorm, he could hardly exert his speed. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang could attack as he wished. They were no longer competing in terms of speed, but power instead. If he was not threatened by the blaze quicksand, he could easily dodge Jian Wushuang's attack. But now, he could not do anything. He could only withstand with all his might. When they were fighting head-on, the sword power of Jian Wushuang was way stronger than him. Boom, 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 boom. Rumbling sounds continued to reverberate in Oblivion Palace. Several breaths later, swoosh! Celestial Master Malignity was sent tumbling backward once again. He looked absolutely miserable with his face ashen and blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He was evidently badly injured. Jian Wushuang continued to emanate a vigorous aura, and his battle prowess was still in peak condition. Celestial Master Malignity, are you convinced now? Jian Wushuang stood before Celestial Master Malignity with a smug smile on his face. Damn! Celestial Master Malignity fixed his gaze at Jian Wushuang. His resentment was rapidly building. He was not convinced at all. He was angry with the fact that the spot to enter the world of swords was given to Jian Wushuang. To make things worse, he could not hurt Jian Wushuang even for a bit. Instead, Jian Wushuang even defeated him. Ever since Jian Wushuang utilized the Blaze Quicksand Gourd, it posed a big obstacle in Celestial Master Malignity's attempt to make use of his speed. Under such circumstance, the strength of Celestial Master Malignity could only be considered slightly better than that of an advanced Celestial Master. Without his speed, he could do nothing but get defeated. When Sunrise Sword Emperor said he'd give me the spot to enter the world of swords to me, I didn't know that you were one of the candidates. I didn't mean to take your place. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sunrise Sword Emperor about it, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. I know that you're angry, but things happen. Either way, I won't hand you the spot as you wish. If you're still unconvinced, you can pick another fight with me. But let me remind you that you're definitely not powerful enough to defeat me now. He then returned the Blaze Quicksand to the Golden Gourd and left without sparing Celestial Master Malignity another glance. Celestial Master Malignity stood there quivering as he watched Jian Wushuang leave. His heart was filled with frustrations. The 5 Palace Masters commanded the utmost authority in Greenfire Palace. There was nothing he could do if they had decided to let Jian Wushuang enter the world of swords. He just wanted to mess with Jian Wushuang to vent his rage and frustration. But in the end, he did not even get teach Jian Wushuang a lesson and suffered defeat instead. Meanwhile, numerous Celestial Masters had gathered outside Oblivion Palace to wait for the result. It has been quite some time. Don't you think the battle between Jian Wushuang and Celestial Master Malignity should have ended by now? Who do you think will be the winner? Do you still have to ask? Of course it'd be Celestial Master Malignity. I agree. His speed gives him an absolute advantage from the beginning. The Celestial Masters chatted among themselves, most of them believing that the winner of the battle would be Celestial Master Malignity. After all, Celestial Master Malignity had made a name for himself a long time ago. His incredible display of speed was also well known. After a while, Jin Wushuang stepped out of Oblivion Palace. The Green Fire Palace experts immediately turned to look in his direction. Jin Wushuang is out. Why is he the one to come out first? What about Celestial Master Malignity? Jin Wushuang looks calm, and his aura is steady. It seems like he isn't injured. They all wore strange expressions. Celestial Master Yu Ding came to Jin Wushuang and asked with a smile, "What's the outcome?" "The result?" Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. "You can ask Celestial Master Malignity when he comes out. I'll be leaving first." He ignored the other Celestial Masters and headed for his residence. Those Celestial Masters continued to wait around. Soon, Celestial Master Malignity walked out. They noticed that Celestial Master Malignity had a bitter expression on his face. "Celestial Master Malignity, what's the outcome?" "Celestial Master Malignity, didn't you tell us that you would record the battle with the mirror token? Where is it?" A Celestial Master came to ask him. "The mirror token?" Celestial Master Malignity's face darkened. "I didn't use the mirror token." "What?" the Celestial Masters asked in disbelief. When they received the message, Celestial Master Malignity had clearly said that he would use the mirror token to record the battle. Jin Wushuang is indeed powerful. He gained the upper hand in this battle. That was all Celestial Master Malignity had to say. He ignored the rest of the questions and left immediately. A commotion broke out outside Oblivion Palace. The upper hand? Did Celestial Master Malignity say that Jin Wushuang gained the upper hand? Did he really admit it? How could it be possible? Not losing the battle would be the best result that Jin Wushuang could hope for. How could it be possible that he even gained the upper hand? He didn't even show us the mirror token. Is it true that Jin Wushuang only gained the upper hand? Is there more to the story? These Celestial Masters could not stop thinking about it. Nearly all of them thought that Jin Wushuang would lose the battle, but the result had turned out so differently. Chapter 1136, Golden Axe. Chapter 1136, Golden Axe. Red Lotus and Sunrise Sword Emperor hovered above Oblivion Palace. "Give me the red source stone," Sunrise Sword Emperor said, beaming. The corner of Red Lotus' mouth twitched as she took out the stone with a wave of her hand and handed it to him. "Did you already know that Jin Wushuang has exchanged for the Blaze Quicksand Gourd?" she asked, staring fixedly at him. "Yes, and so do the other 3 palace masters." Sunrise Sword Emperor smiled. "We all think that he has so much potential that he might end up becoming the future leader of Green Fire Palace. We have been keeping an eye on him and naturally know what treasures he exchanged for in the Fire Points exchange office. You, however, look down on him and wouldn't be inclined to pay him any mind. Of course you wouldn't know about that." Red Lotus snorted, but did not rebut him. Instead, she said, "Blaze Quicksand Gourd is an extraordinary treasure. The only reason we sold it is that we have our unique treasures and have no use for it. I didn't think he would exchange for it. If I'm not mistaken, the gourd is worth over 200,000 fire points. He hasn't even been in Green Fire Palace for long. Where did he get all those points?" Jin Wushuang obtained many divine soul pills back when Dan Xian Palace came to the world. "It's more than enough to cover the cost of the gourd," Sunrise Sword Emperor answered. "Is that so?" Red Lotus nodded and then snorted again. "The kid sure is lucky." Then, her figure turned illusory and vanished. Sunrise Sword Emperor followed suit shortly after. Back in Green Fire Palace, Celestial Master Malignity had yet to return to his residence. Celestial Master Malignity. A figure came chasing after him. "Yes?" Malignity turned around. When he saw who it was, his expression relaxed. "It's you, Celestial Master Golden Axe. How may I help you?" he asked. Golden Axe was a short and stout old man with a mellow face and amiable smile. He left a good expression on all those who met him for the first time. Their relationship was decent. Thus, Malignity showed him a little more courtesy. Nothing much. I'm just curious about what happened in Oblivion Palace. Golden Axe chuckled. Well, Malignity frowned. He would not have been polite if some other celestial master asked him this, but this was Golden Axe after all. He was a comrade that went through life and death with him on the huge battlefield. It's a bit embarrassing. I wanted to teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, but he's stronger than expected. Moreover, he's also equipped with a powerful treasure, Malignity explained. Treasure? What is it? Golden Axe asked. All I know is that it's a golden gourd that pours out a massive amount of quicksand. It's terrifying. The quicksand formed one sandstorm after another to attack me, preventing me from moving at full speed. That was how he gained the upper hand. Though he said that Jian Wushuang gained the upper hand, the truth was that Jian Wushuang had defeated him. I see. Golden Axe frowned. Celestial Master Malignity, the mirror token. I've already told you that I didn't use the mirror token, Malignity said in a low and deep voice. It was a lie, of course. He had used the mirror token since the very beginning and clearly recorded the course of the battle. He would not have minded circulating the mirror image if it was an easy victory over Jian Wushuang. However, he would not be so stupid as to show scenes of his embarrassing defeat to others. I see. Then I shall ask no further, Golden Axe said, face full of smiles. Malignity nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, Golden Axe headed for Jian Wushuang's mansion. My young friend Jian Wushuang, I'm Golden Axe. I'm here to visit you. Jian Wushuang had just returned to his mansion. His expression changed after hearing the old man's booming voice. Golden Axe? Celestial Master Golden Axe? He knew some of the celestial masters of Green Fire Palace. Naturally, he had heard of Golden Axe. Golden Axe kept an incredibly low profile. He was never one to flaunt or easily get into fights with other celestial masters of Green Fire Palace. Moreover, he was truly a good-natured, kind person. Both his temper and public reputation was equally as good. Typically, he would not refuse requests from those in Green Fire Palace, be it lending fire points or researching formations. Even if other celestial masters were in danger on the battlefield and asked for his help, he would also spare no effort in trying to rescue them even at the expense of his life. If other celestial masters harmed his interests or wronged him, he would usually smile and let it go as long as it was not too serious an offense. He was candid, loyal, and incredibly generous. Even though he was only an advanced celestial master, the others respected him greatly. They were all delighted to befriend him. Hence, he enjoyed the greatest popularity in Green Fire Palace. Jian Wushuang immediately came out to welcome Golden Axe when he learned that the latter was his guest. I'm Jian Wushuang. Nice to meet you, Celestial Master Golden Axe, Jian Wushuang said humbly. Haha, my young friend, you're too polite. You're stronger than me. I don't deserve such etiquette. Golden Axe laughed amiably. If you don't mind, you can call me Golden Axe or Brother Golden Axe. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Brother Golden Axe, please come in. He led Golden Axe into the mansion, and the two of them sat down by a table. With a wave of his hand, he took out some fine wine and dishes. My young friend, I come to seek a friendship with you. I'm also curious about your battle with Celestial Master Malignity, Golden Axe said. There was nothing important about the battle. I simply got lucky and gained the upper hand. Jian Wushuang deflected the topic with a short and simple sentence. Oh. Golden Axe asked no further. He began chatting with Jian Wushuang about the other matters in Green Fire Palace instead. After drinking and chatting for half a day, Golden Axe Celestial Master finally stood up and was about to leave. Chapter 1137, Quicksand Realm. Chapter 1137, Quicksand Realm. This is my message token, my young friend. Let me know if there is anything I can do for you. Celestial Master Golden Axe handed Jian Wushuang a message token and then took his leave. Take care. Jian Wushuang saw him off. Now alone, Jian Wushuang turned the message token over in his hand with a strange smile on his face. Celestial Master Golden Axe sure is a good person. He treats me so warmly though we've just met. He smiled, having had a favorable impression of Golden Axe. Gu King snorted. He would have died many times over if you put him in the eternal chaotic world. He sure is lucky to have survived for several million years in Greenfire Palace. Well, Jian Wushuang was stupefied. He knew how cruel this world could be. People like Golden Axe typically would not survive long here, yet Golden Axe became an exception to the rule. Putting him aside, I've just fought Celestial Master Malignity and learned the true power of the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. I need to find a way to cultivate the secret skill concealed in the gourd. Only then will I be able to master the real Blaze Quicksand realm, Jian Wushuang murmured. He then returned to his secret chamber and began isolating himself. Meanwhile, Golden Axe did not travel far away from Jian Wushuang's mansion before stopping midair. He glanced at the mansion, a cold and insidious expression taking over his typically amicable face. Jian Wushuang. I didn't expect he'd acquire such an extraordinary treasure after just returning from the battlefield. To think it could even restrict Celestial Master Malignity's speed. His defense will be enhanced even further with such a treasure. Looks like it'll be even harder to kill him now. However, hard as it is, there will still be an opportunity. I must be patient, take it slowly, and befriend him first. Since the world of swords would not open for another 40 years, Jian Wushuang isolated himself in the secret chamber to cultivate the secret skill inside the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. The abstruse secret skill required the use of the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. After studying the skill for a long time, he finally found the method to do so. He finally mastered the secret skill after 31 years. I finally made it. He opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. With the cultivation of the secret skill complete, he took out the golden gourd and pulled out the plug without hesitating. Under his control, the Blaze Quicksand surged out of the gourd. Quicksand Realm. Jian Wushuang's gaze sharpened as he used the skill. Then, the madly surging Blaze Quicksand combined in a distinct rhythm and filled the entire secret chamber. Whoosh! An immaterial realm was formed. The realm was formed entirely out of dense Blaze Quicksand and would focus its pressure in the direction that Jian Wushuang thought of. Boom! The space inside the secret chamber erupted under the immense pressure. The pressure was strong enough to cause celestial masters to tremble. Terrific! Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted. Since he was the master of this realm, he knew just how strong it was. He was sure that if he maximized the power of the realm, it would be enough to crush ordinary celestial masters. He could even grind an advanced celestial master into ash with the pressure of the realm. Only experts stronger than Celestial Master of the exceptional realm could survive the pressure. Even so, their overall strength would be largely restricted. Take Celestial Master Malignity, for example. Malignity was the fastest Celestial Master in the entire Greenfire world. However, Jian Wushuang estimated that Malignity could only exert 10% of his regular speed at most while trapped in the Quicksand realm. Moreover, Malignity could also only exert 30% of his full strength at most. Considering how much Malignity's strength would be suppressed in a true battle between them, Jian Wushuang was confident of emerging the victor if he used all his might. How fearsome! When I was weak, I cultivated several skills that involved the use of realms, but those skills could at most reduce my opponent's strength by 10 to 20%. I was never able to crush my opponent to death using the realm's pressure alone. The pressure of the Quicksand realm has exceeded all expectations. Since it could reduce the strength of ordinary celestial masters of exceptional realm by 70%, I bet it'll also affect universe masters. With this realm, anyone weaker than the exceptional realm won't be able to threaten me anymore. Even if a dozen or over 100 advanced celestial masters team up to attack me, nearly no one would be able to escape once I activate the realm. Jian Wushuang sighed emotionally. He had never felt more excited before. The might of the blaze quicksand gourd was far beyond his imagination. It's still too early to be happy. Mighty as the quicksand realm is, it's only useful against certain celestial masters. It's still not powerful enough to deal with universe masters. Of course, once you become a Tao master and make great breakthroughs in your strength, even universe masters won't be able to belittle your technique, Gu King said. Jian Wushuang frowned. Treasures required the user's strength to exert their power. For example, Jian Wushuang had only succeeded in using a Chaos Divine treasure, the Mountain River map, once, and it only happened after he engulfed King Luo Zhan's essence blood. Typically, he would not be able to use the Mountain River map. In contrast, Quicksand Realm required less strength from him. Even so, Jian Wushuang was barely able to summon a small portion of the realm's power. He would have to enhance his strength to maximize the use of the realm. The Quicksand Realm gives me another trump card. The World of Swords is going to open in 9 years. This is a big opportunity that can't be missed. In the following 9 years, I should prepare adequately so I can secure the greatest harvest there. Then, he started his preparation for the World of Swords. Chapter 1138. A Tall Tree. Chapter 1138. A Tall Tree. 9 years swiftly passed. Jian Wushuang was still in his secret chamber when an indifferent man with a long sword on his back appeared above Jian Wushuang's mansion. Jian Wushuang. His cold voice traveled through many layers of restrictions to reach Jian Wushuang's ears. Jian Wushuang was immediately awakened. His body turned illusory, and in the following second, he appeared in front of the man. Sunrise, Sword Emperor. Jian Wushuang bowed to the man. It's been 100,000 years. The World of Swords is opening again. Come with me, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded, despite the surprise he felt inside. He thought Sunrise Sword Emperor would send someone to take him to the World of Swords. He followed Sunrise Sword Emperor to the wormhole of Green Fire Palace. They traveled through the wormhole and arrived somewhere on the massive battlefield. Is the location of the secret land of the World of Swords? Jian Wushuang frowned as he scanned his surroundings. He saw a giant and boundless plain covered in a dense layer of grass. The most eye-catching thing on the plain was a tall tree. Though it was big and tall, it did not look very different from ordinary trees. Jian Wushuang followed Sunrise Sword Emperor as they walked up to the tree. The World of Swords lies inside the tree, Sunrise Sword Emperor said in an emotionless voice. What? Inside the tree? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. The secret land of the World of Swords was inside such an ordinary tree? Be patient. We'll wait here for a moment, and soon you'll get your answer. Sunrise Sword Emperor closed his eyes. Thus, Jian Wushuang stayed and waited. Just like that, 3 days quickly passed. Suddenly, an ancient aura came out of the tree, and its central trunk began to wriggle. It's time. Sunrise Sword Emperor opened his eyes and stared at the tree. Jian Wushuang followed suit in staring fixedly at the tree. The trunk continued to wriggle until a dark and spiraling tunnel appeared. This tunnel that led to a mysterious world was big enough for one person. This is the tunnel to the World of Swords. Remember, you can stay there for no more than 10 years. Whether or not you achieve anything, you'll be sent back when the deadline comes. Of course, you'll achieve a lot considering how talented you are, Sunrise Sword Emperor explained. 10 years? Jian Wushuang gave a small nod. That's enough talk. Get in, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Jian Wushuang entered the mysterious spiraling tunnel without hesitation. He reappeared as a light flared and found himself still on a plain. Jian Wushuang frowned as he examined his surroundings. He was still on a large and boundless plain, which seemed identical to the one he was on before. He also spotted a tall tree here. The difference was that this tree was much larger than the one he saw across the tunnel. He stared at the tree in astonishment. This is enormous. This tree was tens of thousands of times, and even hundreds of thousands of times larger than the tree before. It was enough to shock him. He had never seen such a large tree in his entire life. He even thought that this tree might be bigger than the entire eternal world. When Jian Wushuang took a closer look at the tree, it appeared different. This isn't a tree. This is a huge sword. Jian Wushuang's voice was trembling. It was indeed a massive sword. It was a sword that could shock the whole world. And no, that's not right. Jian Wushuang squinted. This time, he focused on the trunk of the tree. Millions of branches extended from the lush tree, forming such a full cover that they looked like a palm leaf fan. There were still countless leaves on the tiny branches. Jian Wushuang correctly guessed that the tree was not simply a huge sword. Its branches and leaves could all turn into swords. These swords all contained a perfect sword principle each. This large tree was a huge sword that contained a complete sword principle. This sword principle was also the strongest one. The trunk was a sword with a complete sword principle of the creation level. Each branch was a sword with a complete sword principle of the universe level. Even the individual leaf was a sword with a complete sword principle of the general level. There was an abundance of sword principles here. These distinct and different sword principles were in perfect harmony. Most importantly, they were all derived from the tree. Is this a single sword that yields millions of swords? Jian Wushuang was utterly stupefied. He was this shocked because he had figured out the principle of the tree. The tree that was not an actual tree was, in fact, a complete and amazing sword principle. Most of all, in the same manner that a tree would grow branches and leaves, this sword principle also grew thousands of principles of the creation, universe, and general levels. What an incredible sword principle! What an incredible method! I put so much effort into studying coalescent sword principle all so I can gather different sword principles and coalesce them. But this tree grows hundreds of thousands of sword principles. It's completely opposite to my method. Jian Wushuang stared fixedly at the tree. In just a split second, he had gained many realizations. Unification sword and derivative swords had completely opposing natures. Nevertheless, they shared many similarities. Previously, Jian Wushuang had focused on learning to unify sword principles. He had failed to perfect it as he had done the coalescence clumsily. Now, as he stared at the tree, he came to realize the flaw in his process. Derivative swords means growing like a tree. The coalescence sword principle is just like millions of rivers converging to form the vast sea. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed. Chapter 1139, Coalescence. Chapter 1139, Coalescence. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged in the world of swords, concentrating on the tree in front of him. He continued to receive enlightenment. Simultaneously, he could faintly find his own path. It was a path that could lead him to turn the coalescence sword principle of the creation level into the strongest sword principle. Coalescence sword principle, namely unification sword, will unite everything in the same way the sea converges all rivers. All rivers flow into the sea. He gradually closed his eyes and began to carefully study the sword principle. He carefully observed the way the tree derived, and the image turned into a huge picture in his mind. There was a core in the middle of the picture, branching out into numerous light rays. What he was currently doing was integrating the countless lights into the core. His understanding of the coalescence sword principle deepened as time passed. It would have taken him years to figure out the way and direction to break through. However, being able to watch the tree grow in the world of swords made his task much simpler. Comprehension became much easier now that he had a direction in mind. 10 years passed just like that as he meditated. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes as he sat before the tree, his sword essence now completely changed. It used to be fierce and aggressive, but it was now like a huge black hole that swallowed everything around him. His sword essence was as deep as a bottomless pit. It was mysterious, magnificent, and ready to embrace the whole world. Coalescence sword principle is the first sword principle that I developed, and it's finally at its strongest level after continuous evolution. Jian Wushuang looked pleasantly surprised. In his 10 years in the world of swords, he had succeeded in advancing the coalescence sword principle through the continuous evolution in his mind. The coalescence sword principle of the strongest level could contain all sword principles of inferior levels. It could also contain his 2 other sword principles, speed sword principle and yin-yang sword principle, as they were only of the creation level. Just then, he felt an incorporeal fluctuation sweeping him. He was surprised. My time here is up just as I finished evolving the coalescence sword principle. Perfect timing. Jian Wushuang grinned. With a flash of light, he reappeared outside of the world of swords. He found himself standing in front of a tree that was neither as tall as the one in the world of swords or carried the same special sword essence. Sunrise Sword Emperor was waiting for him. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang walked out of the tree under a flickering light. Sunrise Sword Emperor was surprised when he saw Jian Wushuang. He was, after all, the #1 sword cultivator in the green fire world and second to none in terms of sword principles. Sensitive to sword principles as he was, he could clearly sense the amazing change in Jian Wushuang. Congratulations, Jian Wushuang, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Jian Wushuang laughed brightly. I could detect a majestic sword essence from you. It seems capable of containing everything. If I'm not mistaken, you must have developed a strongest sword principle, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. Yes, I've named it Coalescence Sword Principle, Jian Wushuang answered frankly. Coalescence Sword Principle? Unification Sword? Interesting. Sunrise Sword Emperor nodded. Since you've developed the strongest sword principle, I think you'll soon become a Tao Master and then a Celestial Master. When that day comes, I'd like to have a battle with you. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Inside Jian Wushuang, Gu King laughed. He's gifted in sword principle, but lacks a broad outlook, being confined in the green fire world. He doesn't realize your real potential. He wants to fight with you when you become a Celestial Master? That's unnecessary. You can even beat him after becoming a Tao Master. Well, Jian Wushuang was speechless. Well, let's go back, Sunrise Sword Emperor said. He then took Jian Wushuang back to Green Fire Palace quickly. Sunrise Sword Emperor excused himself after they arrived at the palace. Jian Wushuang also began his preparation to become a Tao Master. If he wanted to be a Tao Master from the Eternal Realm, the most crucial thing to do was developing his own path. Jian Wushuang had already developed his own path and fulfilled other factors for his breakthrough. He had been suppressing his level because he was waiting to develop a strongest sword principle. Now that he had succeeded, it was naturally time to become a Tao Master. Nevertheless, he was an inverse cultivator. Compared to ordinary warriors, it was harder for him to break through and thus needed a complete preparation. You probably won't face any problems in breaking through, but as an inverse cultivator, you may cause a commotion. You might attract unnecessary attention if you make your breakthrough here, Gu King said. I see. Jian Wushuang gave a small nod. Since Tao Masters were among top experts in the green fire world, it was normal for there to be a commotion when a warrior tried to advance into a Tao Master. He would cause an even greater stir as an inverse cultivator. He had proven his potential with his absolute strength and convinced many celestial masters of Green Fire Palace to acknowledge him. Since there was no need to show off again, he should find an isolated place and complete his breakthrough alone. Why don't you do it on the battlefield? The battlefield is massive. Though there would be many experts of Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom wandering around, it will be hard to come across any of them. I can find a secret place to break through there and I doubt I'll be disturbed. Besides, I've planned to enter the battlefield after the breakthrough all along. With that, Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He then left for the battlefield once again. Few people knew about his departure, save for several palace masters and celestial masters whom he informed. However, Celestial Master Golden Axe somehow got wind of it. Chapter 1140, Breakthrough. Chapter 1140, Breakthrough. Jian Wushuang left for the battlefield again? Celestial Master Golden Axe muttered to himself after hearing about Jian Wushuang's departure. He's close to being as strong as a celestial master of the exceptional realm and must have improved even more after returning from the world of swords. I don't think celestial masters of the exceptional realm can defeat him. It'd take a universe master to kill him. I must be patient. He has just left. If I ask about it immediately, he might suspect me. I'll wait and find a way to pinpoint his position after he's been on the battlefield for a while. With a plan in mind, Golden Axe also left for the battlefield soon after. Over on the battlefield, Jian Wushuang continued on the same path that he had gone through before. It took him 20 years to arrive at the Chilly Wind Valley. Chilly Wind Valley. Jian Wushuang stared at the massive pit in front of him. It was so mysterious at the bottom that he could not help wanting to investigate it. He recalled his narrow escape last time. He knew just how dangerous this valley was. When the blood-cold wind blew, even a universe master would be crushed into pieces, never mind him. This was the farthest place I reached when I came alone last time. Later on, I received the order to go to Dan Xian Palace. Since I'm going to venture on the battlefield once again, I'll just start from here. Jian Wushuang smiled. Since it's pretty desolate here, I don't think I'll come across other experts. I'll find a spot here to make my breakthrough. With a shift of his body, he appeared inside a palace atop a mountain in the Chilly Wind Valley and sat down cross-legged. He waved his hand and many elixirs appeared in front of him, each of which would help him during the process. Besides, he also activated a formation. It was the spirit-gathering formation that covered a small parameter. It could converge more heaven and earth spiritual energy and help with his breakthrough. Now fully prepared, he took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. As he moved, a horrible force quickly spread in all directions. It caused the heaven and earth spiritual energy that the spirit-gathering formation gathered to pour into his body. Before long, the energy collected in him reached a saturation point. It's beginning. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, revealing a pair of gleaming pupils. His Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Break? He brandished Blood Mountain sword following a shout. Under the guidance of the Coalescence sword principle, a horrible sword shadow burst forth and cleave a towering mountain thousands of miles away in half. The bottleneck in his body trembled under the pressure of the sword principle, but did not immediately break down. Again. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Instead of getting frustrated, he brandished his sword again. He brandished his sword again and again. Meanwhile, the vast spiritual power accumulated in his body continued to frantically attack the bottleneck. His face began to pale after dozens of attempts. His mouth was bleeding, too. Even so, the bottleneck remained the same. I didn't expect it to be so hard, he muttered in disbelief. If you're a normal warrior, you would have already succeeded. This level of difficulty is expected for you as an inverse cultivator, Gu King said. Be patient. You can continue accumulating spiritual power I think it will work after another dozen times. Jian Wushuang nodded and then quickly swallowed the elixirs in front of him. The elixirs poured abundant spiritual power into his body. Go on. Keep breaking. Jian Wushuang shouted as he once again brandished his sword. This time, he used Heaven's Bane. Heaven's Bane, powerful with irresistible force, was developed based on the yin-yang sword principle. This time, he used it alongside the coalescence sword principle, and it turned out to be even more powerful. The coalescence sword principle contained thousands of sword principles. Since the yin-yang sword principle was not the strongest, it was included as well. The coalescence sword principle, as a result, could perfectly demonstrate Heaven's Bane and make it even stronger. Death Shadow could be used in the same way. Death Shadow could also be used perfectly with the help of the coalescence sword principle. Boom. His mouth bled again, but this time, his eyes were gleaming. He could sense a crack in the bottleneck. The bottleneck was about to break down. Even a small leak would sink a great ship. With a crack in the bottleneck, the rest would be easy to handle. Again. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and brandished his sword again. This time, he used Death Shadow. Boom! The crack in the bottleneck became bigger. Go on. Jian Wushuang brandished his sword again and again, crazily lashing at the bottleneck. The crack in the bottleneck became bigger and bigger until the entire bottleneck snapped. Jian Wushuang trembled sharply and bellowed as the bottleneck inside him collapsed completely. I made it! I'm a Tao master! His eyes glinted with golden light. The moment his bottleneck collapsed, vast spiritual power coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. His aura also skyrocketed at an amazing speed. Boom! Changes occurred in the universe as his breakthrough affected everything around him. Dark clouds gathered above him. A majestic aura ripped through the world, exerting such great pressure that he could not stop it from spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the majestic aura bathed the radius of 1,000,000 miles around him. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel everything around him, from the void to the earth itself, shiver under the force of his power. It was as if he was the master of this universe. Chapter 1141. Fourth Step in Defying Natural Order. Eternal Supremo. Chapter 1141. Fourth Step in Defying Natural Order. Eternal Supremo. I knew I'd cause a commotion when I break through, but I didn't expect it to be so great. Shocked, Jian Wushuang watched the aftermath of his breakthrough unfold from the palace atop the mountain. It was common for a person making a breakthrough to cause a commotion, but Jian Wushuang's was on another scale. His majestic aura could cause even celestial masters to shudder, not to mention mere Tao masters. Such an impact when I'm just a Tao master. Wonder what will happen when I become a celestial master or something more powerful. Jian Wushuang began to look forward to seeing such a scene in the future. He could also sense great changes taking place in his body as his aura completely transformed. The change was a kind of metamorphosis. His body, his bones, muscles, cells, and even breaths had undergone an innate metamorphosis. It feels so good, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. It was such a comfortable and relaxing process that he could not help submerging himself in. The metamorphosis lasted for nearly half a day, until everything finally calmed down. His magnificent and valiant aura also gradually calmed down, and the whole world was quiet again. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Just then, a cracking sound came from his body. He had obviously sat here for less than a day, but he felt as if he had stayed here for thousands of years, or even longer. So, this is how it feels to be a Tao master. Jian Wushuang subconsciously looked down at his palm. He spread his fingers and made a fist. Crack! He crushed the space near his hand into smithereens and caused an explosion in the air. He could clearly feel how explosive his power was. I already have the sturdy body of a 3-star ancient god of imperial kinsman, but my body feels several times stronger now. In terms of spiritual power, I think I'm more than 10 times stronger. His eyes glinted with golden light. Undoubtedly, there was a large gap between an eternal realm expert and a Tao master. He was dozens of times stronger in terms of spiritual power alone. Being an inverse cultivator, it was natural for him to burst with spiritual power after becoming a Tao master. More importantly, he now commanded better control over his Taos, and their power would naturally be stronger as well. This was particularly true for Jian Wushuang, who became a Tao master with the help of the strongest sword principle. If he unleashed the might of his Tao, he would be very formidable. Powerful. I feel so powerful. His eyes gleamed with delight. He had never felt this powerful in his entire life. He felt fearless enough to confront even a universe master. Hurry and check how you've changed after becoming a Tao master, Gu King urged. Right. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Being both a practitioner of the heavenly creation skill and an inverse cultivator, his every step was in defiance of the natural order. Naturally, the outcome would be extraordinary as well. He would, of course, be different from ordinary warriors. When he was still in the external realm, He was equipped with the ability of an everlasting realm expert. He was strong enough to defy heavens. Now that he was a Tao master, the fourth step in defying the natural order of the heavenly creation skill, dubbed Eternal Supremo, there ought to be changes in him. Jian Wushuang began to carefully examine himself. Oh, what's this? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He detected a strange black flame in his sea of consciousness out of nowhere. It was faint as if it might be snuffed at any minute. However, he could feel a special power coming from this flame. It was greatly similar to his consciousness. Is that soul fire? Gu King cried in a weird voice. Soul fire? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Impossible. That's impossible. Gu King's voice was frantic. You're a mere Tao master. How can you have soul fire? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. When King Luozhen almost reached the topmost level of the eternal chaotic world, he finally managed to light his soul fire after making great efforts and paying a great cost. You're just a Tao master. You're far from being as powerful as King Luozhen. Why? Why can you light your soul fire? Jian Wushuang became speechless from amazement. He knew little about fire of soul, but judging from Gu King's reaction, it must be something extraordinary. Inverse cultivation is truly a monstrosity. Considering how monstrous it is, no wonder heavenly laws disallow it. Gu King continued to be in shock for a long time before he finally calmed down. However, his emotions remained complicated. Gu King, what's going on? What's soul fire? Jian Wushuang asked, finding it to be strange. Gu King was momentarily silent before he answered in a cold voice, Kid, you got lucky. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Well, soul fire is evolved from your consciousness. I'm sure you're able to sense how the strange power in your soul fire is in complete harmony with your consciousness. Yes. Jian Wushuang gave a small nod. That's the soul power evolved from your consciousness, Gu King explained. You should be clear how strange and wondrous a person's consciousness can be. You can even call it illusory, for it can't take tangible form despite existing in one's mind. For example, your consciousness attack is immaterial. Basically, your consciousness isn't tangible. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. One's consciousness, without a shape or size, could not be substantial. However, when a person becomes strong enough to a certain level, his consciousness will gradually take shape and finally evolve into a complete soul. Meanwhile, the power of consciousness will metamorphose into soul power. Soul power is far stronger than consciousness. It can be materialized into anything. Some top experts in the eternal chaotic world can turn their soul power into magic weapons for battles, form doppelgangers, or more. But that's an incredibly difficult skill. Is it that powerful? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Chapter 1142, Strength of Soul. Chapter 1142, Strength of Soul. Of course, strength of soul is indeed a formidable force, said Gu King. It's versatile. It'll even become the focus of your cultivation once your levels are as high as those of King Luozhen or the founder of the Star Bloodline. Every expert is willing to try all means to improve his or her strength of soul. In the beginning, almost every expert is just barely able to ignite his or her fire of soul. At that time, it'll look like a tiny spark. With the advancing of your cultivation, it'll gradually grow strong and powerful. That said, it's extremely difficult to turn the tiny spark into a formidable force. In Eternal Chaotic World, almost every expert made an arduous effort to cultivate his or her consciousness, but most of them could not succeed in gaining this formidable strength of soul. However, you, a person who adapt an inverse cultivation method and have just become a Tao master, are able to ignite your fire of soul. That's incredible. Gu King exclaimed while thinking in astonishment. The probability of someone igniting his or her fire of soul is extremely low. How come this Jian Wushuang, A practitioner of inverse cultivation could manage to do that when he reached just the 4th level of his cultivation. That's really enviable. I'm happy to hear you say so. Well, I'm lucky to ignite this fire of soul, but I really want to know what it can do for me right now, when I'm still far below the levels of King Luozhen. Asked Jian Wushuang. What it can do for you right now? It can help you a lot, way beyond your imagination, said Gu King. For example, in the past, if you wanted to make a thorough search of this battlefield in front of you, you could only rely on your Scarlet Eye secret skill, namely your eyes and your extremely weak psychic ability. However, now you can use your strength of soul to do that. Are you saying that I can use my strength of soul to search an area? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise, and then quickly activated his strength of soul contained in his fire of soul. He found it easy to manipulate this strength of soul. It was just like controlling his consciousness. The next moment, he felt his strength of soul gradually spreading out, and in the meantime, he discovered that a detailed map of the battlefield somehow formed in his mind. All the details about his surroundings were depicted on this map, including those that he could never detect with just his eyes and psychic ability. For instance, with the help of his strength of soul, he suddenly found out that there was something special about a piece of red rock which he had come across before. Now he knew for sure that this piece of red rock contained very valuable minerals. Wow, I can see everything this clearly, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in amazement and wonder. Take it easy. There are more surprises ahead. Continue to spread out your strength of soul, said Gu King. Upon hearing Gu King's remarks, Jian Wushuang further diffused his strength of soul, trying to cover a larger area. The next moment, he got shocked. What? This strength of soul can extend to several million kilometers, and it still keeps extending? Exclaimed Jian Wushuang. It can extend to 15 million kilometers, said Gu King. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes in astonishment. A Tao master, no, even a holy master, is only able to see things at most 500,000 kilometers away with the help of his or her psychic ability. However, with the help of strength of soul, now I can see things 15 million kilometers away. That's amazing, thought Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang, try your consciousness attack again, Gu King said smilingly. A consciousness attack? Jian Wushuang asked surprisedly. He quickly activated his strength of soul again to display his mind-controlling secret skill. The next moment, his black-colored strength of soul rushed out into the air and cohered into a spine. Although it did not hit any target since he had not aimed at anything, he still noticed the remarkable ferocity and momentum in the spine. This consciousness attack fueled by his strength of soul was more than 10 times stronger than his regular consciousness attack. This, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Strength of soul is a multi-purpose miracle force, but now all you can do with your strength of soul is searching and attacking, since you've just ignited your fire of soul and your strength is still weak. When your strength of soul grows stronger, you'll find out more about it. Anyway, you really impressed me by igniting your fire of soul as a Tao master. Remember to keep nourishing your soul in the future. When your cultivation levels are as high as those of King Luozhen, your strength of soul is definitely going to amaze the world, said Gu King, solemnly. Jian Wushuang put a smile on his face upon hearing that. Although he was not sure what was going to happen in the future, he was really pleased with his recent progress. At least, his consciousness attack was much stronger than before. That meant the ferocity of his sheer shadow strike, and even his battle strength would also be increased. I've made huge leaps in my cultivation by creating the strongest sword principle and becoming a Tao master. Considering my current powers, I'll definitely be able to summon a much stronger Blaze Quicksand realm. And now, I'm even bestowed with this amazing strength of soul. I've never imagined that I can be so powerful, Jian Wushuang thought while clenching his fists in excitement. Unfortunately, although I've reached the levels of a Tao master, I've not yet increased my ancient god power or mastered more advanced blood-killing plate armor secret skills other than the most elementary ones. Worse still, after reaching the 4th stage of my inverse cultivation, I'm no longer in Eternal Realm. That means I'm going to lose the ability to make my life everlasting. With this in mind, Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. There were 3 stages of mastering blood-killing plate armor secret skills. By mastering only the Stage 1 skills, Jian Wushuang had drastically increased his offensive power by 10 times. If he had mastered the Stage 2 skills by now, his powers would have been further increased. Compared to that, leaving Eternal Real caused a more realistic problem to Jian Wushuang. He could no longer keep his life everlasting. In the past, he had been capable of incorporating his life core into all the cells in his body. As such, he had always been able to come back to life even if there was only 1 drop of his blood left in this world. However, he could not do that anymore after becoming a Dao Master, since his life core was pushed out of his cells now. Fortunately, he became more resilient in physiological responses to recurrent damage. Well, my gains and losses seem to offset each other, but my current level of battle strength is several notches above my original level. With this in mind, he gradually calmed down. Before long, he arrived at the chilly wind valley. Jian Wushuang stared in rapture at a seemingly bottomless sinkhole at the bottom of the valley. There must be a treasure lying at the bottom of the hole. Let me try my newly gained strength of soul. Maybe I'll be able to see the inside of the hole, he said as he started to diffuse his strength of soul. With a buzzing sound, his strength dived into the hole. After a moment, when his strength went several thousands kilometers down into the hole, he clearly felt that there was an extremely cold energy hindering the advancement of his strength. He worked up his strength of soul, his face becoming solemn from the exertion, but he only managed to push his strength another 500 kilometers forward. He frowned and said, "What a strange thing. My strength of soul seems to be blocked by something down there." There's indeed a treasure placed at the bottom of the Sillywind Valley. It's extremely cold and has abundant energy. It's not surprising that it's able to stop your strength of soul from getting into the depths of the hole. After all, your reservoir of strength is still feeble, said Gu King. Chapter 1143, Everything is Ready. Chapter 1143, Everything is Ready. What a pity, sighed Jian Wushuang. Excited by his newly gained strength of soul, he had thought that it would have been easy for him to see the bottom of the chilly wind valley and had never expected his survey to be suddenly blocked by something more powerful than his strength. It seems that I can only wait until my levels of cultivation or my strength of soul get improved before getting here to check the situation in the hole again, Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart while shaking his head. He left this place and continued his journey on this battlefield. As a powerful Dao Master now, Jian Wushuang was more confident about himself than before, but he still remained cautious during his journey. Soon, 8 years had passed. During these 8 years, he had never run into any expert from the Gold Kingdom or the Green Fire Palace. As such, none of his old acquaintances knew that he had already become a Dao Master. One day, something unexpected happened. My young friend, Jian Wushuang. A man sent a message to him. Golden Axe Holy Master. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the man's voice and cordially greeted this venerated elder of the Green Fire Palace. I heard that you're exploring the battlefield alone, asked Golden Axe Holy Master. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded and replied. Is there anything I can do for you, Golden Axe Holy Master? Yes, I'm also exploring the battlefield alone and get into some trouble now. I need 3 holy masters with great exceptional realm to help me out, but I found only one such expert by far. I've just heard that you're also on the battlefield, so I contact you, said Golden Axe Holy Master. Oh, I see, Jian Wushuang said smilingly. As both of them were experts from the Green Fire Palace, it natural for Golden Axe Holy Master to ask him for help on the battlefield. Moreover, what Golden Axe Holy Master needed now was experts with great exceptional realm. As there were just a small number of experts with such high-level battle strength in the Green Fire Palace, it was not an easy job for even Golden Axe Holy Master to find 3 of them on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang did not feel surprised that Golden Axe Holy Master contacted him. For you, of course, I'll go to help you, but I don't know if I'll be in time for your rescue, said Jian Wushuang. Where are you now? Golden Axe Holy Master asked casually. Here's my current location. Jian Wushuang shared his location with Golden Axe Holy Master without hesitance. After getting Jian Wushuang's location, Golden Axe Holy Master also sent his current location to Jian Wushuang. I'm here, far away from you. Even if you rush to me at full speed, it'll take you more than 100 years to get here. You can never make it in time, Golden Axe Holy Master said while smiling bitterly. Wow, are we that far apart? Jian Wushuang exclaimed, and then looked at the Golden Axe Holy Master's location. He shook his head and added, I'm sorry, Golden Axe Holy Master. I'm more than willing to help you out, but unable to do so. That's all right. I'll contact the other experts with Great Exceptional Realm to see if any of them can make it in time. With these words, Golden Axe Holy Master was off the line. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and took his mind off this problem. After that, he continued his journey. He did not know that hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Golden Axe Holy Master had already shared his location with the top-notch experts of the Jin Kingdom in a special way. I've done everything I can, and now, the next move rests with you, Tianhuan King, thought Golden Axe Holy Master. In the meantime, 3 experts of the Jin Kingdom gathered together at their headquarters. One of them was a young man dressed in a black robe. He had a bony face and 2 piercing eyes. He was Tianying King, who had once engaged Jian Wushuang in battle. As for the other 2, one was a beautiful and icy woman, and the other was a very tall and well-built man. The former was Tianhuan King, and the latter was Golden Rock King. Both of them were among the top 9 kings of the Jin Kingdom. Axe has sent us the current location of Jian Wushuang. He's here. While saying this, Tianying King took out a map and pointed his finger at a marked place on it. That region is quite far away from our headquarters. We need at least decades to get there, even if we travel at our full speed. Fortunately, it's near to a secret base under our control. That base is a special place. It has a space wormhole, said Tianhuan King, the beautiful and icy woman. Such being the case, we'd better waste no time staying here. Let's set off right now, said Golden Rock King. As such, the 3 kings set out, followed by quite a lot of holy masters of the Jin Kingdom. They quickly arrived at their secret base through the wormhole. After that, they spent a year traveling on foot before reaching the region where Jian Wushuang was. According to the message from Axe, Jian Wushuang was in this region a year ago. He must still be hanging around here, said Tianying King. Yes, if nothing else, he must be somewhere nearby. However, as this region is large, it won't be easy for us to find him, said Golden Rock King. No doubt it'll be troublesome for us to search for him, but we can figure out a way to attract him here into our trap, said Tianhuan King. Attract him into our trap? How can we do that? Tianying King and Golden Rock King asked simultaneously while turning their gaze toward Tianhuan King. That's easy, Tianhuan King said smilingly while lifting up one of her hands. On her palm stood a fascinating treasure which had already recognized her as its owner. It was a 7-story pagoda which was aquamarine in color. Tianhuan King activated her mental power to disconnect it from herself. Tianhuan, what are you doing? Both Tianying King and Golden Rock King were shocked upon seeing that, as they knew how important this treasure was to Tianhuan King. I've owned this 7 stars pagoda for years. It has already become a part of me. It'll remain under my control even if I disown it now, Tianhuan King said smilingly. Tianhuan, are you planning to use it to lure Jian Wushuang here? Asked Tianying King. Yes. He comes to this battlefield for treasures, so I deliberately disowned this 7 stars pagoda. I'll let this treasure emerge on the battlefield in an eye-catching way. If Jian Wushuang is still in this region, he'll come here right after he notices the emergence of the treasure, replied Tianhuan King. Great idea. So let's get started, said Golden Rock King. Tianhuan King nodded and then released her 7 stars pagoda, letting it fall toward the ground. Boom! In an instant, the treasure stood and grew on the battlefield, causing a large-scale impact on its surrounding environment. The impact was so great that it affected a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, shaking the heavens and the earth. Tianhuan King and her partners hid in this 7 stars pagoda, lying in wait for Jian Wushuang. Now everything is ready. All we need to do is to wait for Jian Wushuang to step into this trap, thought the kings excitedly. Chapter 1144, 7 Stars Pagoda. Chapter 1144, 7 Stars Pagoda. The emergence of a treasure like 7 Stars Pagoda would naturally cause a huge impact on the surrounding environment, especially when Tianhuan King was deliberately enhancing its impact. As such, Jian Wushuang, who still remained in this region, immediately felt the impact the moment the treasure emerged. Wow, that's impressive. Is it caused by the emergence of a treasure? Jian Wushuang thought excitedly, his eyes brightened. As there were countless treasures that might pop out randomly on this battlefield, he thought that it was not surprising that he could come across some treasures that had just emerged. I have to hurry up, he said to himself and set off. Several days later, he discovered an aquamarine pagoda which had an aura of dominance. Standing in front of the pagoda, he exclaimed, "What a strong aura field! Only a chaos magic treasure can have such an aura. Yes, it must be a chaos magic treasure." Excitement flickered in his eyes. Yes, it's a chaos magic treasure and the kind with special powers. It's much more valuable than those chaos magic treasures which can only be used as weapons during a fight, Gu King observed. Wow, such a precious thing emerged, and I happened to be the first one who discovered it. What a coincidence, said Jian Wushuang, surprisedly. Did all the experts from the Green Fire Palace and the Jin Kingdom happen to wander in the other regions of the battlefield? Am I the only one here in this region right now? Well, probably, said Gu King. Jian Wushuang, go enter the pagoda. Maybe you'll be able to make it recognize you as its owner. Before entering the aquamarine pagoda, Jian Wushuang searched it with his strength of soul to make sure that everything was all right. The moment he stepped into it, Tianhuan King, Tianying King, and Golden Rock King, who were hiding inside the pagoda, revealed sinister smiles on their faces. That brat is quite cautious. Fortunately, we chose to hide inside the pagoda. Protected by the pagoda, he'll never discover us, said Tianhuan King. Jian Wushuang has already been lured into our trap. You can go finish him off right now, Tianhuan King. Golden Rock King urged. Don't rush. Trust me, this brat won't be able to come out of the pagoda alive. Tianhuan King said while smiling confidently. Look, he has already fallen into my trap. Jian Wushuang found himself surrounded by numerous treasures upon entering this pagoda. He felt as if he had entered a large treasure vault. He glanced around and saw countless shelves filled with treasures. This place seemed to have just about every treasure he could wish for. More importantly, these treasures also appear to be highly valuable. It this one, a chaos magic treasure? Jian Wushuang thought in disbelief. Yes, it is, and it's not the only chaos magic treasure here. This place has 10 chaos magic treasures. And the bracelet over there, its aura field is much stronger than that of a chaos magic treasure. Is it a chaos divine treasure? Jian Wushuang looked at the treasures in this large house one by one. All of them were of high value, which made Jian Wushuang feel somewhat overwhelmed. He continued to look at those treasures and gasped in admiration from now and then. However, he did not look overjoyed, and his eyes were calm and unwavering. Faced with such a treasure vault filled with priceless treasures, an ordinary person would be extremely excited or ecstatically happy. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang still managed to remain calm. A few chaos magic treasures would be enough, and the chaos divine treasure is really too much. Do you really believe that I'm such a fool? You're really naive enough to think that you can deceive me with such an illusion. With this in mind, Jian Wushuang sneered and then widely opened the red eye between his eyebrows, while diffusing his strength of soul. Swoosh! The next moment, the treasure vault shattered and disappeared. Jian Wushuang found himself standing on a glittering ground, Now he was on the bottom floor of 7 Stars Pagoda. When he looked up, he could see all the 6 floors above himself and a luminous aquamarine pearl at the top of the pagoda. That pearl was as large as an adult's head and giving off a strange glow. Jian Wushuang was standing on the bottom floor with his long sword on his back and a faint smile on his face. Upon seeing that, Tianhuan King's pupils constricted. This brat has seen through the illusion I've created in my 7 Stars Pagoda. Well, he's really something, said Tianhuan King. What happened? Tianhuan King, Tianying King and Golden Rock King looked at her and asked. It's just a little accident, Tianhuan King replied plainly. That brat must have mastered some special secret skill, which enables him to see through the illusion I created. With these words, she cast a glance at the red eye located between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. She believed it to be the reason for Jian Wushuang being able to smash the illusion she had created. The illusion is gone, but it's not a big deal. I'll crush him with a fierce consciousness attack, said Tianhuan King. She launched the second round of attacks on Jian Wushuang while looking coldly at him. The luminous aquamarine pearl began to spin and then shot out a beam of aquamarine light at Jian Wushuang. At the bottom floor of 7 Stars Pagoda, Jian Wushuang quickly noticed that a beam of light was dashing toward him at an amazingly high speed, but he did not dodge, since he knew that it was impossible to escape from the light. He stayed in the same place until the beam of aquamarine light hit him. Boom! It turned out to be a formidable consciousness attack. With great ferocity and destructive powers, this consciousness attack was far more intense than all the previous ones that Jian Wushuang had suffered. It was strong enough to destroy a person's consciousness. Even Jian Wushuang himself could not do that. He was only able to use his consciousness attacks to make his target lose his or her mind temporarily. Someone wants to annihilate my consciousness with this beam of aquamarine light, thought Jian Wushuang. Humph! He snorted, his countenance grew grim, and then he suddenly lifted up his head to stare at the luminous aquamarine pearl. What? Tianhuan King exclaimed in astonishment. I've used 7 Stars Pagoda's powers to launch this consciousness attack. No one below the levels of a universe master is able to resist it. However, this brat fended it off. Why? Tianhuan King thought in disbelief. She had thought that it would have been just a piece of cake for her to kill this Jian Wushuang before. However, now Jian Wushuang was still alive, and well even when he was trapped in her 7 Stars Pagoda and had suffered 2 rounds of attacks from her. Humph, I don't believe it. No matter how strong you are, you're now trapped in my 7 Stars Pagoda and completely under my control. Even if I can't kill you with a consciousness attack, I can directly crush you with my powers here. With this in mind, Tianhuan King groaned and swished her hands. Suddenly, the entire 7 Stars Pagoda began to shake. Jian Wushuang saw 2 dreadful forces become solid in the void in front of himself. They looked like 2 giant hands, and these 2 hands obviously intended to trap and crumble him. Chapter 1145, 3 Universe Masters. Chapter 1145, 3 Universe Masters. You want to suppress me? Jian Wushuang sneered, and then swished one of his hands to summon a golden gourd. He pulled out its plug to release Blaze Quicksand. Soon enough, his Blaze Quicksand turned into a violent storm, ripping the 2 giant hands into pieces. Even 7 Stars Pagoda started shivering under the impact of the storm. How did he do that? Tianhuan King thought in astonishment. What treasure does he hold in his hand? Even my 7 Stars Pagoda can't withstand its attack. Alas, I can't take it anymore. If this storm continues, my pagoda will be destroyed. With this in mind, Tianhuan King became increasingly pale. She quickly waved her hands to open the gates of the pagoda. The Blaze Quicksand rushed out of the pagoda. So did Jian Wushuang. Shoo! Jian Wushuang revealed himself in the void, surrounded by quite a lot of remaining Blaze Quicksand. 3 experts popped out in front of him, coming with amazing auras. This aura is... Jian Wushuang looked at them with a frown. One of them must be Tianyi and King, but who are the other two? Their auras are as strong as, no, slightly stronger than that of Tianyi and King. Wait a minute, the two are universe masters. No, all the three of them are universe masters, thought Jian Wushuang. It seems that the Jin Kingdom really takes me seriously. It even sends 3 universe masters to ambush me. Jian Wushuang said smilingly. You brat, did you discover us in the pagoda in the very beginning? Tianhuan King asked while looking coldly at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied without hesitation. Before entering 7 Stars Pagoda, he had believed it to be a newly emerged treasure instead of a trap. He had even been looking forward to getting the pagoda to recognize him as its owner. However, upon entering this place, his strength of soul quickly detected that there were 3 experts hiding inside this pagoda. As such, he realized that he had stepped into a trap set by his enemies from the Jin Kingdom. He was not afraid after knowing that it was a trap, since now he was much stronger than before. Jian Wushuang, your aura gets stronger. If I guess correctly, you've already reached the levels of a Dao Master, haven't you? Tianyi and King looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. He had engaged Jian Wushuang in battle before and thus knew this young man better than the other 2 Universe Masters did. The last time Tianyi and King had met with Jian Wushuang, he could tell from the young man's aura that he still remained at the level of Eternal Realm, but now Jian Wushuang's aura was exceptionally strong and it appeared even more powerful than that of an ordinary Holy Master. Yes, I have. It's just a sheer fluke, Jian Wushuang replied smilingly. You're a Dao Master now. No wonder you could stay calm and collected after realizing that the pagoda was a trap. Tianyi King squinted his eyes and said, But even if you're Dao Master now, faced with us, you're dead? I'm dead? I don't think so. Jian Wushuang sneered. Tianyi King, why bother talking so much with him? Just go ahead and finish him off. If you guys are not ready, I'll go first. With these words, Golden Rock King, who was obviously the most impatient person among the 3 Universe Masters, came at Jian Wushuang, a giant axe in each of his hands. His arm muscles bulged so much that blue veins stood out on them. He poked through the void and dashed toward Jian Wushuang with amazing speed and ferocity. Even a holy master would shudder with fear in the face of such a combative universe master. However, Jian Wushuang got somewhat bloodthirsty and even smiled upon seeing that. The next moment, Gu King said to him, Jian Wushuang, the levels of these 3 universe masters in front of you aren't very high. With your current powers, you can defeat any one of them in a one-on-one fight, but you can't take on 3 universe masters at once. Fortunately, you have Blaze Quicksand Gourd. Once you summon Blaze Quicksand Realm, they won't be able to resist it. At that time, you can stay or leave as you wish. I know, said Jian Wushuang. However, this fight has just begun. I don't plan to use my Blaze Quicksand Gourd prematurely. He had his own plan. He had just become a Dao Master and experienced a surge in his powers. He had been looking forward to fighting against some well-matched opponents to see how great his new powers were. For him, these 3 kings from the Jin Kingdom came just in time. He would have never wanted to miss such a wonderful opportunity. Well, I'll play with them for some time before leaving this place with the help of my Blaze Quicksand Gourd. But just in case, I need to report this incident to my palace masters. With these words, he sent a message to his palace masters. After that, he summoned his Blood Mountain Sword and confronted Golden Rock King. You brat, you're dead? Golden Rock King shouted, as he struck a giant axe at Jian Wushuang with shocking ferocity. The axe had already been expanded to more than 3 meters long and was now enveloped in clouds which were blood-red in color. Boom! Loud friction sound could be heard as the axe cracked through the void. It sounded as if even the heavens and the earth could not withstand the impact. Jian Wushuang still looked calm. Since reaching the levels of a Dao Master, his strength had been significantly upgraded. At this moment, the ancient god power inside his body was surging wildly. So was his spiritual power. His powers would vent out at any minute. Heaven's Bane. Jian Wushuang shouted out the name of his move, A strong killing intent flickered in his eyes. The next moment, a dazzling beam of intense sword light was shot out. Heaven's Bane was the most powerful offensive skill amongst all the techniques of his swordplay of coalescence. As its name implied, Heaven's Bane could shake the sky so much so that it would look as if it were about to shatter into pieces at any minute. Before the dreadful sword light hit the ground had begun to shatter. A crack as long as several thousand kilometers could be seen below the sword light now. Is he serious? He's just become a Dao master and he dares to butt heads with Golden Rock King? Is he that eager to die? Tianhuan King and Tianying King were stunned upon seeing Jian Wushuang's reaction. They stayed near to Golden Rock King, but none of them felt it necessary to join the fight to help their partner at this moment. Boom! Jian Wushuang's sword essence suddenly turned into a shower of swords, raining down on his enemy and poking numerous black holes in the void. Jian Wushuang shook his body and then darted toward Golden Rock King like a bullet. He slammed into the king, causing him to retreat a dozen steps from his original place. For every step he took, he stamped on a piece of the void, smashing it into pieces. "Ha ha, come at me again." Jian Wushuang's laughter resounded in the void, and before his enemies realizing what had happened, he appeared in front of them again, calm and steady. The moment he took a firm stand in the void, he readied himself to launch the second round of attacks. He rushed toward Golden Rock King again with an amazing aura. His aura was as strong as before, which meant that he did not get hurt at all during his previous clash with the Universe Master. Chapter 1146, A Fierce Battle. Chapter 1146, A Fierce Battle. Buzz! Jian Wushuang brandished his blood mountain sword again, sending out a beam of sword light. It cracked through the void and quickly expanded into a shining sword river. He approached Golden Rock King and launched an all-out attack on the latter. His eyes brightened with excitement. Beams after beams of sword light were shot out toward Golden Rock King with amazing speed and ferocity. "You want to play hard? So let's play hard," shouted Golden Rock King. He wielded the pair of giant axes in his hands and gave full play to his powers, his eyes filled with anger. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Axe shadows full of great vigor darted toward Jian Wushuang without a break. Soon enough, they clashed with Jian Wushuang's sword light. This fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Golden Rock King dragged the surrounding space into an apocalypse-like state of chaos. Harsh, disagreeable combination of sounds reverberated across the battlefield. This brat, Golden Rock King, watched Jian Wushuang malevolently, but meanwhile, he could not help feeling astonished deep inside his heart. He was astounded at the performance of this young man. He had never expected the youth to have such a great battle strength. As far as he knew, Jian Wushuang had displayed his powers during the battle in the Loyalty Palace not long ago, and at that time, his powers had been barely comparable to those of a holy master with top-notch exceptional realm. He counted the years and found out that only a few decades had passed since the battle in the Loyalty Palace. As such, he felt even puzzled about the current situation. He was a powerful universe master and well known for his battle strength. However, even he could not defeat Jian Wushuang in a short time in a stand-up fight. What surprised him even more was Jian Wushuang's self-protection ability. Why does Jian Wushuang look absolutely uninfluenced after so many head-on collisions? Every time I exerted a forward force on an axe shadow, it exerted an equal and opposite force on me. Such forces sapped my battle strength and even slightly hurt me. How come he seems immune to such forces? Thought Golden Rock King, his gaze fixed upon Jian Wushuang. Since the beginning of this fierce battle, Jian Wushuang's sword light and Golden Rock King's axe shadows had clashed head-on for more than 100 times. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang was still alive and kicking. He even looked more combative and energetic than before. Tianying King and Tianhuan King, who had been standing by and watching the fight all this while, remained silent, but their gaze turned harsh. Now I see why that person ordered the three of us to deal with this Jian Wushuang. He has been making fast progress all this while, Tianhuan King said in a low voice. I used to engage him in battle outside the Loyalty Palace. Back then, I severely wounded him by giving him just one whiplash, and he didn't have any energy left to struggle, not mention to counterattack after getting the blow. If Sunrise Sword Emperor hadn't come to his rescue in time, I would have killed him. However, now, he's much stronger than before. Even I would feel a lack of confidence in facing off against him, said Tianying King, his hands clenched into tight fists. Fortunately, we've come here in time. He has not yet become a holy master. If he does, maybe only our monarch is able to compete with him, said Tianhuan King. Anyway, he's dead today, Tianying King said with a murderous look on his face, and then summoned his black long whip. Golden Rock King, I'm coming to help you. With these words, he dashed toward at incredibly high speed, looking like a fleeting phantom. Upon seeing Tianying King coming to join the fight, Golden Rock King frowned but did not say anything. Another one? Jian Wushuang exclaimed, his face solemn. Shoo! Tianying King flung his whip forward. The black whip, which looked like a big python, somehow penetrated the void and then appeared straight in front of Jian Wushuang. That's fast, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart, while brandishing his blood mountain sword to fend it off. After he stabbed the tip of his sword into the most vulnerable place of the big python, the python quickly withdrew. He could easily spot my most vulnerable point and fend off my attack. He does have superb sword skills, said Tianying King. He did not know that it was Jian Wushuang who had created the strongest set of swordplay techniques, swordplay of coalescence. He was so versed in the art of the sword and had mastered nearly all kinds of sword skills. That was why Tianying King could never compete with him in this aspect. Now, it's my turn. Golden Rock King shouted loudly and then suddenly squatted. Fueled by a sharp killing intent, he lifted his giant axes up above his head. A seemingly boundless axe shadow gradually came into being over his head and covered almost the entire sky. The whole world dimmed dramatically the moment the axe shadow was formed. Now, this axe shadow was the focus of everyone's attention. It quickly fell toward Jian Wushuang as Golden Rock King swung his axe toward the youth. This axe shadow, the color of Jian Wushuang's face slightly changed, as he could clearly detect the dreadful energy contained in this falling axe shadow. He had exchanged many moves with Golden Rock King by far, but the latter had never used such a technique before. In the face of such a formidable axe shadow, Jian Wushuang intuitively wanted to fend off the attack with his sword. However, before he could manage to do that, he was attacked by an invisible force. He felt as if he had been stabbed in the head by a sharp needle coated with a deadly poison. Is this a consciousness attack? And an exceptionally ferocious one? Jian Wushuang thought with a glum face. Nevertheless, he still managed to brandish his blood mountain sword the next moment. Boom! The explosion blasted a large pothole in the void. Jian Wushuang flew out from the center of the pothole like a bullet and then bumped into a distant mountain which was tall and rugged. The next moment, the mountain exploded and Jian Wushuang flew out again. He stood in the void, excitedly looking at the three universe masters. Tianhuan King, Golden Rock King, and Tianying King stood side by side, looking stunned and somewhat gloomy. That axe shadow is the strongest one that I can summon. How come he survived it without a scratch? And how did he manage to take it after taking your consciousness attack, Tianhuan King? Golden Rock King voiced his doubts first. I also launched the consciousness attack with all my strength just now. Why did it have no influence on him? It even didn't delay his movements. Tianhuan King exclaimed in surprise. Back in Seven Stars Pagoda, Jian Wushuang had managed to fend off her consciousness attack and crack the illusion she had created. Now, her strongest consciousness attack failed to influence Jian Wushuang once again. How long has he lived? Why does he have such a potent consciousness? Tianhuan King exclaimed in astonishment. This brat is not weak, and we must go all out to kill him. If we let him survive, he'll become a nightmare for the Jin Kingdom in the future, Tianying King said in a deep voice. Chapter 1147, Going All Out. Chapter 1147, Going All Out. Let's go all out, Tianhuan King and Golden Rock King said while nodding solemnly. I'll go first, and you two will make sneak attacks against him once you get a chance. With these words, Tianying King rushed rapidly forward like a fleeting phantom. As he moved forward, he somehow split into 10 Tianying Kings. Jian Wushuang immediately opened his scarlet eye and used his strength of soul to detect these 10 Tianying Kings. The next moment, his countenance became grim, as he exclaimed in his heart, "What? They're real bodies instead of illusionary ones?" His scarlet eye secret skill enabled him to tell illusionary things from real ones, but he failed to find any defect in the 10 Tianying Kings. That meant all of them were the Universe Master's real bodies. Each of the 10 Tianying Kings held a long black whip in hand, which looked like a big python. They surrounded Jian Wushuang and then attacked him simultaneously. Swoosh! 10 black long whips were flung toward him at the same time. They looked like 10 big flying pythons, rushing toward him and planning to wrap themselves around him. Soon enough, they besieged Jian Wushuang. He saw them blot out the sky and cover up the earth in an instant, leaving no gap for him to escape. What an amazing technique! Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart. Tianying King might not be able to compete with Golden Rock King in terms of battle strength, but he was clearly much faster and nimbler than the latter. He was particularly adept at trapping his opponent. Even a Universe Master could hardly escape from his grasp. However, the fact that a Universe Master was unable to get rid of those whips did not necessarily mean that Jian Wushuang could not do that. Go, Blaze Quicksand! Jian Wushuang growled and released his Blaze Quicksand. In a split second, a violent storm of sand and green flames arose and expanded, tearing the black, big pythons into pieces. After smashing the big pythons to pieces, the Blaze Quicksand rushed toward the 10 Tianying Kings. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. The next moment, one of the 10 Tianying Kings gave a grunt and ran toward Golden Rock King and Tianhuan King in panic, as the other 9 kings suddenly dispersed. Fuck, what treasure does he have? Tianying King blurted out while keeping a straight face and staring at the Blaze Quicksand around Jian Wushuang. It must be a treasure which can summon some kind of realm, Golden Rock King said with a frown. Tianhuan King, I'll use my blood-deadly longbow to distract him, and you can use your killing move to finish him off once you get a chance. Got it, Tianhuan King nodded solemnly and said. Golden Rock King snorted with contempt and then summoned a fierce-looking red longbow. It stood as tall as an adult and looked very aggressive. What's that? Jian Wushuang's face slightly changed, as the red longbow's aura seemed quite dangerous. Jian Wushuang, I think that longbow is a blood-deadly longbow. It's a chaos magic treasure, and its fame has spread far and wide in the eternal chaotic world. The most powerful people in that world, who recruited experts for their armies, would only equip their most elite soldiers with such longbows. It's a powerful weapon. Be careful, said Gu King. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang stepped up his vigilance, his pupils constricted. In the meantime, Golden Rock King put one foot back on the void and then shifted his weight to this back leg. He channeled nearly all his powers into his arms, but was only able to slightly pull back the string of the bow. What? Gu King could not help scoffing at the Universe Master, while thinking, is that all he can do? He only managed to slightly draw the string back. It seems that his powers aren't enough to fully activate this blood-deadly longbow. The next moment, Golden Rock King released the string. Shoo! A flowing red light instantly pierced through the void and flew toward Jian Wushuang. Even though Golden Rock King was unable to bring the longbow's powers into full play, the flowing red light it shot out still looked extremely aggressive and ferocious. More importantly, it was amazingly fast. It seemed to have approached Jian Wushuang in a split second. It was so fast that he did not even have time to consider what kind of sword technique he should use to fend it off. As such, he simply lifted up his blood mountain sword to block it. Clang! It sounded as if two metal things had clanged together. Jian Wushuang gave a choked cry after being pushed backward by the strong impact. Did he block it? Golden Rock King's face changed. The next moment, his killing intent skyrocketed. I'll shoot at him again. He pulled his string back once again, albeit slightly. A flowing red light was shot out again. Again? Jian Wushuang mocked inside his heart with a faint curl to his lips. The moment Golden Rock King drew the longbow, he swished his hand to summon a sandstorm for protection. The flowing light easily pierced through the void but weakened by the gusts of wind as it flew toward Jian Wushuang. When it finally approached him, he easily fended it off by brandishing his blood mountain sword. What? Golden Rock King exclaimed in surprise. What else can you do? Come on, show me, Jian Wushuang said smilingly. Whoosh! Someone suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang shifted his gaze to the person. It was Tianhuan King, the beautiful and icy woman. She calmly stood there, with a mysterious gem in her hand. There was clearly something weird about the aura of the gem. Is it Soul Gem? Gu King suddenly said. Soul Gem? What's that? Jian Wushuang asked. Soul Gem is used to store strength of soul. It's very precious, Gu King said and then exclaimed, this battlefield is amazing. It's like a giant treasure house. In the eternal chaotic world, universe masters, except the top-notch ones, could never own such types of chaos magic treasures. However, these three universe masters from the Jin Kingdom have already taken out quite a few chaos magic treasures by far. The seven-story tower, Tianying King's long whip, and that blood-deadly longbow are all precious chaos magic treasure, especially the tower and the bow, and now this soul gem. It's even more priceless. Tut-tut, what a wealthy kingdom. They would make the universe masters and experts at even higher levels in eternal chaotic world envious. It's incredible that these universe masters from the Jin Kingdom have so many treasures. As for your Green Fire Palace, you guys have dominated this battlefield for a much longer time than they did. You must have uncovered even more treasures here. No wonder the 5 palace masters didn't care much about Blaze Quicksand Gourd. Chapter 1148, That Person. Chapter 1148, That Person. After hearing Gu King's words, Jian Wushuang was speechless with amazement. Even the Jin Kingdom could manage to accumulate so many treasures. The Green Fire Palace must have uncovered a surprising amount of treasures here. As for the most precious ones, they must be in the hands of the 5 palace masters, thought Jian Wushuang. Let's drop the subject now, Gu King. Tell me the use of this soul gem, said Jian Wushuang. It stores strength of soul, and her soul gem clearly still contains some strength of soul inside itself. She can use her consciousness to channel the strength out to launch an attack on you. Jian Wushuang, this is an attack fueled by strength of soul. You have to be careful, said Gu King. So this is a soul attack? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted, but he did not look frightened. Go die, Jian Wushuang, Tianhuan King shouted in a loud, deep voice. In the meantime, the strength of soul flowed out of her soul gem, formed a spine, and then rushed toward Jian Wushuang. What an idiot. It's really stupid to use strength of soul in this way, Gu King observed. Jian Wushuang, you don't need to do anything to fend off this soul attack, because it can never hurt you. Oh! Jian Wushuang had intended to use his own strength of soul to fend it off before, but now he gave up that plan and let the spine hit him directly. The next moment, he stood in the void, his eyes slightly closed. Is he dead? Someone asked. Tianhuan King did not reply. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon Jian Wushuang, her face extremely pale. As she herself had not yet acquired any strength of soul, she found it really painful to control such an advanced strength with her consciousness and barely managed to launch the soul attack. After a while, she said, "I've used my soul gem to launch an attack on him. This is soul attack. It's far more powerful than a regular consciousness attack. Even a universe master can't withstand it, let alone a Tao master. He must be—" She was stunned before she finished her sentence. In the void in front of her, Jian Wushuang reopened his eyes and winked mockingly at her. "That's impossible. That's impossible." Tianhuan King screamed in disbelief. She did not know that Jian Wushuang, who adopted the method of inverse cultivation, was much stronger than an ordinary Tao master. More importantly, she had no idea that he had already ignited his fire of soul. Once someone ignited his or her fire of soul, he or she would be endowed with strength of soul. Under the guidance of Tianhuan King, the strength of soul stored in the soul gem could give a devastating blow to an ordinary universe master but could hardly affect Jian Wushuang, since he had already ignited his fire of soul. After enduring the attack, he was still alive and well. However, he did not have much energy left after enduring so many attacks. He decided to escape from the clutches of the three kings. "Well, I've seen what you can do, universe masters, so please allow me to excuse myself now," Jian Wushuang said smilingly to the three kings and then turned around, ready to take his departure. "You want to escape? No way!" Golden Rock King shouted while drawing his blood-deadly longbow. In the meantime, Tianhuan King and Tianying King also rushed toward him combatively. They were both impressed and threatened by Jian Wushuang. In their eyes, he possessed even stronger deterrence than Sunrise Sword Emperor did. They believed that Jian Wushuang was going to pose serious problems for the future of the Jin Kingdom and thus were determined to kill him here. After all, they probably would not get such a good chance to do so in the future. Jian Wushuang could not help but scoff at the three ferocious and determined kings while shaking his head. "I decided to face off against you guys just because I wanted to try out my new powers during a real battle. But now, I wanted to leave. None of you are able to make me stay," said Jian Wushuang, his blaze quicksand beginning to form a violent storm again. Swoosh! The storm spread far and wide. In just a split second, the blaze quicksand covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. "Quicksand realm!" shouted Jian Wushuang. Buzz! The invisible powers of the realm took effect. Jian Wushuang had used blaze quicksand for protection during the previous fights, but never summoned a real quicksand realm. Now, when this realm took effect, the three kings suddenly felt that some form of pressure was applied to them. They felt as if they had been dragged into mud or bound by shackles. They were unable to move as fast as before or give full play to their powers. Suddenly, they saw Jian Wushuang turn himself into a flowing light and flee away. "Let's go. Let's chase after him." Golden Rock King roared, but no matter how hard he tried, he still fell further and further behind Jian Wushuang. "Damn it! My speed is suppressed by this realm. I can't move any faster," Tianhuan King cursed in a deep voice. "So is mine, but I can still manage to catch up with him," said Tianying King. Suppressed by Quicksand Realm, both Tianhuan King and Golden Rock King were left far behind by Jian Wushuang. Only Tianying King could keep up with the young man, as speed was always his forte. However, Tianying King could never stop Jian Wushuang on his own. "What can we do? What can we do now?" Tianhuan King grumbled. "There's nothing that we can do. Jian Wushuang's powers are way beyond our imagination. The three of us can never kill him. Now we can only leave him to that person," said Golden Rock King. "That person?" Tianhuan King and Tianying King were somewhat stunned. These three kings were not the only ones sent out by the Jin Kingdom to kill Jian Wushuang. There was another one deployed on this mission. That person was a secret weapon of the Jin Kingdom. They had planned to keep the existence of this person confidential unless it was absolutely necessary. However, they had no other choice now. "I've sent a message to that person. As for whether he'll come to help us, it depends on himself," said Golden Rock King. In the center of the sandstorm, Jian Wushuang was rapidly rushing forward. Seeing the three kings behind himself, he could not help but scoffing at them. "How are you, Jian Wushuang?" Sunrise Sword Emperor sent him a message. At this moment, 3 of the 5 palace masters of the Green Fire Palace had gathered together in a hall of the palace. The other 2, who were currently on the battlefield, also transmitted their spectral images to the hall and attended the meeting through their powers of consciousness. All of them were nervous upon hearing that Jin Wushuang was ambushed by 3 kings of the Jin Kingdom. Beyond their expectations, Jin Wushuang replied, "Hello, Palace Masters. I've just engaged the 3 kings in battle. They've used every trick they know but still failed to kill me. They're still chasing after me right now, but I can shake them off with my Blaze Quicksand Gourd." Chapter 1149. A Red-Haired Youth. Chapter 1149. A Red-Haired Youth. The 5 palace masters were shocked when hearing Jin Wushuang describe the fight between the 3 kings and himself in a relaxed tone. "Are you saying that you've just engaged the 3 kings in battle?" Void Temple Master asked Jin Wushuang in disbelief. "Yes," Jin Wushuang nodded and replied. "And the 3 kings failed to kill you even when they worked together?" asked Void Temple Master. "Yes," Jin Wushuang nodded and replied again. "How is this possible?" All the 5 palace masters were astonished. All the 9 kings of the Jin Kingdom were powerful universe masters with formidable battle strength. Generally speaking, it was just a piece of cake for any one of them to kill a holy master with exceptional realm. When 3 kings worked together, only the most experienced palace masters of the Green Fire Palace, such as Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master, could manage to resist them. However, these 3 kings failed to kill Jin Wushuang. The 5 palace masters felt bewildered. "I've reached the levels of a Dao Master," Jin Wushuang explained. "Even a Dao Master can't be this powerful," Void Temple Master said with a frown. A moment later, he added, "Jin Wushuang, can you tell me how they look and what they're good at? I want to know who they are." "One of them is Tianying King. I've fought against him before. As for the other 2, one is a woman versed in the use of consciousness attack, and the other is a man who uses large axes," Jin Wushuang said, and then described the 2 kings' looks to the palace masters. After hearing his description, the 5 palace masters quickly agreed on who the 2 kings were. "The woman is Tianhuan King, and the man is Golden Rock King. They and Tianying King work together to ambush you." Void Temple Master continued with a solemn face. "Among the 3 kings, Golden Rock King is the most powerful one, Tianhuan King is the most crafty one, and Tianying King is the weakest in terms of physical strength. However, this Tianying King is a tough fighter, and he moves exceptionally fast. When working together, they can easily finish off an ordinary universe master." Upon hearing Void Temple Master's analysis, all the other 4 palace masters nodded in agreement. At the same time, they were impressed by Jin Wushuang's performance. Golden Rock King was good at attacking, Tianying King was adept at trapping his enemy, and Tianhuan King was expert in consciousness attacks. They did have the abilities to kill a universe master. Nevertheless, Jin Wushuang had forced them to go all out and managed to survive and escape their clutches. "It looks like that we've underestimated Jin Wushuang. Now that he's able to take on 3 kings from the Jin Kingdom at the same time, he must have powers similar to those of a universe master. He's just become a Dao Master, but is able to compete with us now. When he reaches the levels of a Holy Master," said Void Temple Master. Excitement flickered in his eyes. "Jin Wushuang, the Jin Kingdom must have noticed your potentials. That's why it wants you dead now. It just has underestimated your powers this time. It'll send some other experts to attack you again. Given this, you must return to Green Fire Palace after shaking off the 3 kings," Samsara Temple Master said solemnly. "Yes, Palace Master," Jin Wushuang nodded and replied. He was clear how much the Jin Kingdom wanted to kill him. After all, it had sent such a formidable team consisted of 3 kings to ambush him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. "What?" Jin Wushuang looked forward, his face changed. He maintained his quicksand realm all this while, and kept searching his surroundings with his strength of soul while moving forward. At this moment, he sensed that a person was standing in front of him. It was a red-haired youth. He stood there with a spear in hand, looking calm and cool. His aura seemed ordinary, but Jian Wushuang somehow felt overwhelmingly intimidated by him. Is he also a universe master from the Jin Kingdom? Jian Wushuang wondered nervously. Being ambushed by 3 kings from the Jin Kingdom felt unreal enough, and now another universe master from the Jin Kingdom popped out. He seems to have hidden in the shadows all this while. Compared to the other 3 universe masters, he looks even more powerful. Jian Wushuang, I can tell that this universe master before you is not an ordinary one. He's much more powerful than the 3 kings behind you. You have to be very careful, said Gu King. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang looked grave. At this moment, the red-haired youth in front of him was staring stonily at him while standing quietly in the void with a spear in his hand. This is really ridiculous. 3 universe masters failed to kill a Dao master. What a bunch of bums. Now, let me clean up this mess, said the youth, grumpily. He was also on the mission to kill Jian Wushuang. However, he just came to help the 3 kings in case some palace master of the Green Fire Palace suddenly came to Jian Wushuang's rescue. According to his original plan, if there was not such a palace master, he would never join the fight or even reveal himself. Beyond his expectations, it was not some top-notch expert from the Green Fire Palace, but the powers of Jian Wushuang that forced him to come out. He had to join the fight to complete his mission when the 3 kings tried their best, but still failed to kill Jian Wushuang. I'm going to expose myself by engaging Jian Wushuang in battle. By doing so, I won't be able to remain as a hidden trump card until the decisive battle against the Green Fire Palace begins. This can be bad for the Jin Kingdom, but I have to kill this incredibly talented youth now. Otherwise, he'll pose a serious threat to us in the future. I cannot give this brat any chance to survive and grow stronger. I must kill him now even if this will expose myself, thought the red-haired youth. He tightly gripped the long red spear in his hand and then turned himself into a flowing red light, dashing toward Jian Wushuang. Watch out, Jian Wushuang. Gu King groaned. Jian Wushuang was fully alerted and fixed his gaze upon the flowing red light. When the light reached the edge of his blaze quicksand storm, he shouted, "Quicksand realm, drive him away." Jian Wushuang rendered full support to his quicksand realm and urged it to press down on the red-haired youth. Blaze quicksand roared and pressed on the red-haired youth. Violent storms quickly formed in front of him, blocking his way. However, the quicksand realm only managed to block him for a second. The next moment, he thrust his long spear forward, while shouting, "Cleave through the storm." Suddenly, it began to snow in the void which surrounded them, and the snowflakes looked as red as blood. The icy spear head dashed forward with remarkable speed and ferocity. Swoosh! It cut through the sandstorms. The next moment, he thrust his spear further into the storms to attack Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing the spear rapidly approaching, Jian Wushuang could only use his swordplay of coalescence to counterattack. He gave full play to the power of first move of the Heaven's Bane. Chapter 1150, Red Snow King. Chapter 1150, Red Snow King. Bang! 2 formidable forces clashed, and the force of the red-haired youth quickly gained the upper hand. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was forced slightly aside, and the long red spear continued to rush toward the chest of Jian Wushuang. Clang! It sounded like a clunk of metal smashing into metal when the spear hit Jian Wushuang's scarlet robe, which was actually his blood-killing plate armor. The robe absorbed 90% of the spear's energy, but the remaining energy still spread into his body, causing considerable damage to him. He felt as if his insides had been set on fire and spouted out a mouthful of blood. How come he's so powerful? He cast a vigilant look at the red-haired youth. Before the spear hit him, its powers had been eroded by the quicksand realm and the sandstorms, and then been counteracted by his first move of the Heaven's Bane. However, it still severely wounded him. Its power grew less and less as it approached him, but the level of its remaining powers still went beyond that of an all-out attack from an ordinary universe master. He must be a top-notch universe master. Run, Jin Wushuang. Run. Gu King urged. Jin Wushuang was well aware that he was unable to compete with this red-haired youth. Therefore, the moment he managed to stand on his feet, he immediately activated his strength of soul and used his dragon blood secret skill to flee. Upon seeing that Jin Wushuang was still alive after withstanding the blow, the red-haired youth was quite surprised. When the young man started to flee, he snorted coldly and chased after him. While escaping, Jin Wushuang managed to contact the 5 Palace Masters. Palace Masters, I've just encountered another universe master from the Jin Kingdom. He's way more powerful than the 3 kings. I'm confident that I can shake off the kings, but I'm not sure if I can escape from him, said Jin Wushuang hastily. Another universe master? Are you saying that you're ambushed by 4 kings? All the palace masters of the Green Fire Palace were startled. Jin Wushuang, you're able to easily escape from Tianhuan King, Golden Rock King, and Tianying King. Who else among the 9 kings of the Jin Kingdom is able to stop you? Void Temple Master asked with a frown. Yeah, who else? The 9 kings of the Jin Kingdom are of almost equal strength. None of them is exceptionally powerful. Tang Emperor echoed. Tell us more about this universe master. How does he look? What can he do? Asked Sunrise Sword Emperor. He's a red-haired youth, and his weapon is a long red spear. He's much more powerful than Golden Rock King, at least a dozen times stronger. He has severely wounded me with just one stab. Oh, when he wields his spear, there are red snowflakes falling down. A red-haired universe master, who's a dozen times stronger than Golden Rock King. He uses a long spear, and when he wields it, there are red snowflakes? The 5 palace masters mused in silence. The next moment, Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master looked frantic simultaneously, and their pupils suddenly constricted. It's Red Snow King. It's him. Void Temple Master exclaimed in astonishment. What? Red Snow King? Tang Emperor, Sunrise Sword Emperor, and Red Lotus turned pale with fright and asked in disbelief. How is it possible? Red Snow King was killed during the battle between the Jin Kingdom and us 5 million years ago. How come he's still alive? Void Temple Master spoke with a trembling voice. I can't believe that he's still alive. Samsara Temple Master exclaimed in a hard, cold voice. 5 million years ago, when experts of the Jin Kingdom had first come to this battlefield, they had more than 9 kings. Instead, there were 14 kings among them. This Red Snow King was the strongest one among the kings. Despite the fact that he was also a universe master, he was way more powerful than the other 13 kings. He was definitely a top-notch universe master. 5 million years ago, the Green Fire Palace had fought a last-ditch battle against experts from the Jin Kingdom and sacrificed a lot to kill Red Snow King on the battleground. However, no one else than Red Snow King could severely wound Jin Wushuang with just one stab, so this universe master with a long spear in hand must have been Red Snow King. Red Snow King is far stronger than an ordinary universe master. Among all experts in the Green Fire Palace, only Samsara Temple Master is able to resist him with the help of some treasures. The other palace masters can only escape when encountering him. Red Snow King is well known for his amazing speed and formidable offensive power. He's also on this mission to kill Jin Wushuang. This boy is really in danger, said Tang Emperor. Samsara, you're out on the battlefield right now. How long will it take for you to reach Jin Wushuang if you travel as fast as you can? Asked Void Temple Master. Yes, I'm on the battlefield but quite distant from his location. I guess I need at least several days to reach him, sighed Samsara Temple Master. Several days? The other 4 palace masters exclaimed simultaneously. The situation looked grim for them. Red Snow King was after Jin Wushuang at this moment. It would be lucky for the boy to resist him for a few hours, not to mention several days. Upon hearing the reply of Samsara Temple Master, Jin Wushuang, who was busy running away from Red Snow King, knew that he could only rely on himself now. Several days, he murmured to himself with a frown, and then turned his head to look back. The next moment, his pupils constricted. Not far behind him, Red Snow King spread a pair of golden wings, which enabled him to move even faster than before. Suppressed by Jian Wushuang's quicksand realm, he still moved a little bit faster than the boy. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Palace Masters, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I'll try my best to make the Jin Kingdom suffer. With these words, he halted the communication. The 5 palace masters of the Green Fire Palace were rendered speechless after hearing his words. They knew clearly what Jian Wushuang was going to do. As he could not escape from the grip of Red Snow King, he intended to face off against this mighty universe master and try his best to cause losses to the Jin Kingdom even at the cost of his own life. Alas, Tang Emperor sighed, feeling helpless. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang looked unprecedentedly determined on the battlefield. Chapter 1151, Determination. Chapter 1151, Determination. I've never expected that I would get ambushed by experts from the Jin Kingdom right after I became a Dao Master. It looks like this original body of mine is doomed, Jian Wushuang said gravely, but still had a smile on his face. Gu King, get prepared. I'll create a chance for you to escape with all my treasures. Have you already made up your mind, Jian Wushuang? Asked Gu King, solemnly. Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded and said, this original body of mine is definitely going to perish. This Red Snow King is exceptionally strong and fast. I can't shake him off with the help of my quicksand realm and even my dragon blood secret skill, and it's impossible for experts of the Green Fire Palace to come to my rescue in time. I have 2 original bodies. When this one is gone, I'll come back to life through the other one. It's not a big deal. However, I really need you to keep all my treasures for me. I see, said Gu King said. You can hand over blood-killing plate armor and blood mountain sword to me. What about Blaze Quicksand Gourd? Jian Wushuang carried 3 treasures with this original body, which included blood-killing plate armor, blood mountain sword, and Blaze Quicksand Gourd. As for the more precious treasures, such as Mountain River Map, they had been left with the other original body of Jian Wushuang. I need this Blaze Quicksand Gourd during the fight, so I can't give it to you. Maybe I'll lose it in the end, but I can accept this result. Jian Wushuang paused for a moment and continued. Beside the 2 treasures you've mentioned, I'll give you 2 drops of ancient god power, some elixir which can restore your spiritual power, and some other treasures except Blaze Quicksand Gourd. You have to take all of them away. If you can't, destroy them. I can't let my enemies have them. Of course, the most important thing is that you have to keep yourself safe. Jian Wushuang emphasized. Gu King had been parasitic in him for so many years. He had begun to treat him like family a long time ago. He was willing to give up all his treasures, even his blood-killing plate armor and blood mountain sword, to ensure that Gu King could survive. Don't worry, I'm a seasoned warrior. I accompanied King Luotian everywhere when he was exploring the eternal chaotic world. Although I'm not so powerful as before, which is because I've recognized you as my owner, a universe master can never kill me, Gu King said confidently. That's good. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He continued to escape, and when he spotted a high mountain in front of him, excitement flickered within his eyes. Here, it's near the chilly wind valley. With these words, he clenched his fists to stop himself and suddenly turned around. Buzz! He absorbed a drop of ancient god power. The next moment his aura got much stronger. Go die! He shouted loudly and rushed toward Red Snow King. You just can't wait to die. Red Snow King sneered and thrust his long spear toward Jian Wushuang. As the spear was pushed forward violently, red snowflakes drifted down, making the fighting scenes beautiful and eye-catching. Jian Wushuang propelled his sword forward, making a slight whistling sound. In an instant, his soul attack reached Red Snow King with strong destructive powers and killing intent from the killing bead. What? This consciousness attack seems to be as fierce as the one launched by Tianhuan King. Red Snow King thought, grim-faced. However, Jin Wushuang's soul attack failed to exert much influence on Red Snow King. The latter's long spear was as powerful as before and quickly clashed against Blood Mountain Sword. Clang! After the loud clunk, Red Snow King twisted his wrist to rotate his spear, creating a vortex in the void, and then hurled it at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not have enough time to dodge. All he could do at that time was lifting up his Blood Mountain Sword to block the spear. Bang! The next moment, he was knocked away. He flew backward until he bumped into the high mountain behind him. He smashed into the mountain and was buried by the gravel. Here you are. Keep them for me, Gu King, Jin Wushuang said as he tossed out an interspatial ring, which contained blood-killing plate armor, Blood Mountain Sword, and many other treasures he had collected before. In the meantime, a flowing red light shone across the place where Jin Wushuang landed. It was Plenilune Centipede, Gu King. It had not appeared too bulky this time. It caught the interspatial ring with his mouth, swallowed it down and tunneled into the mountain and then the ground, hurriedly fleeing away from this place. Boom! Jin Wushuang flew out of the mountain and then toward the chilly wind valley. What? Red Snow King was a little surprised. He had been fixed his gaze upon Jin Wushuang all this while and naturally noticed Gu King. Worm beast? Red Snow King wondered. No matter what it is, I'll kill it. Red Snow King had a strong killing intent. He used his consciousness to lock on Gu King and then swished his hand to launch a fierce attack on it. After that, he continued to chase after Jin Wushuang. Boom! Red Snow King's offensive power penetrated the ground and reached Gu King, but it only affected its speed instead of killing it. In the end, it still managed to sneak into the deepest part of the earth and disappeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Red Snow King was closely after Jin Wushuang, and behind them were Tianhuan King, Golden Rock King, and Tianying King. However, these three kings were quite far away from them now. Without Gu King's help, Jin Wushuang was unable to restore his powers as easily as before. To make matters worse, the Dragon Blood secret skill he used to escape kept draining away his spiritual power. As such, he could not sustain himself like this for a very long time. Given this, he decided to go to the place he always wanted to visit. Soon enough, Jin Wushuang and Red Snow King saw a vast sinkhole. The chilly wind valley. Jin Wushuang rushed toward the center of the sinkhole. Excitement flickered in his eyes. When he arrived at the center of the sinkhole, he stopped. Buzz! The blaze quicksand around him dispersed. He stood there, pale and gasping feebly, but he did not look frightened. Swoosh! The red-haired Red Snow King arrived and stopped in front of Jin Wushuang. As for Tianhuan King, Golden Rock King, and Tianying King, they were still far away from this sinkhole. Jin Wushuang, why don't you continue to escape? Red Snow King said while looking coldly at Jin Wushuang. I'm running out of spiritual power, and I'm chased by Red Snow King, the strongest king of the Jin Kingdom. I can't escape from you even though I wish I could do that, replied Jin Wushuang, smilingly. Chapter 1152, Inside the Chilly Wind Valley, Part 1. Chapter 1152, Inside the Chilly Wind Valley, Part 1. Red Snow King did not feel very surprised when he heard Jin Wushuang call him by his real name. He knew that he would be exposed once he showed his powers. Jin Wushuang, I really admire your ability. You're only a Dao Master, but you managed to escape from the three kings of the Jin Kingdom, and even I must spend much energy to catch you. It's amazing, Red Snow King said smilingly. You are a genius, a real genius. Although we all live in the eternal chaotic world, there are few geniuses like you. Unfortunately, if an extraordinary genius dies, he'll be a loser. Today, you must die. You're right. I admit that I'm doomed to die today, but I'll never die at the hands of an expert from the Jin Kingdom. I won't give your country an extra advantage. Jin Wushuang said coldly. What? Red Snow King said with surprise. Have you seen the huge sinkhole at your feet? Jin Wushuang asked suddenly. Red Snow King glanced at the deep and mysterious sinkhole, but he didn't see anything. I discovered the sinkhole long ago, and I named it Chilly Wind Valley. Jin Wushuang laughed. It is huge and deep beyond my imagination, but I don't know whether there is a big opportunity or a natural impasse in it. I've always been curious about what lies at the bottom of the hole, but I never had the courage to find out before. Now that I'm doomed to die, I've decided to go down there to see whether it's an opportunity or an impasse at the bottom of Chilly Wind Valley. Do you want to make a bet with me? Jin Wushuang asked. He looked very relaxed. Red Snow King became a little anxious. Haha, if you are not afraid to die, you should follow me. Otherwise, you have to let me go. Jin Wushuang grinned broadly at Red Snow King. Boom! A strong aura suddenly burst out from the body of Jin Wushuang again. The small amount of spiritual power that was left in his body began to revive. He flew directly to the bottom of the mysterious sinkhole like a falling stone. As he left, he swallowed several of the remaining elixir pills that could make him regain spiritual power and a drop of ancient god power. Obviously, he was at the point of no return. Upon seeing that, Red Snow King frowned and began to think about it. He looked at the bottomless and mysterious sinkhole, and then he felt a natural fear. There must be something that could threaten him at the bottom of the sinkhole. However, Jin Wushuang was already frantically falling to the bottom of the sinkhole. If he didn't follow, he wouldn't know whether Jin Wushuang was dead or alive. Do I go or not? After a moment's thought, he decided to enter the sinkhole. He's just a Dao master, but he dares to go into that sinkhole. I have no reason to fear him. Besides, it was difficult for me to put him in this situation. If I don't continue to hunt him down, he'll probably survive due to some opportunity. If that happens, it'll be a nightmare for the Jin Kingdom. Red Snow King thought to himself. I can't disregard my previous efforts, so I must kill him now. His eyes gradually became scarlet, and then he spread his red and gold wings behind him. In an instant, he turned into a red and gold flowing light rushing to the bottom of the sinkhole. Seeing Jin Wushuang and Red Snow King fly into the sinkhole, Heaven Illusion King, Golden Rock King, and Heaven Shadow King, who were standing in the void above the sinkhole, all frowned. What should we do? Should we follow them? Heaven Shadow King asked. There aren't any records about the Chilly Wind Valley in the Jin Kingdom, so we don't know what lies at the bottom of the sinkhole. However, as they've already entered the sinkhole, we shouldn't just stay here and wait, said Golden Rock King. Considering Red Snow King's battle strength, it should be a piece of cake for him to kill Jin Wushuang, but I'm afraid there might be something at the bottom of the hole that will help Jin Wushuang escape. Furthermore, if Red Snow King dies there, it'll be a huge loss to the Jin Kingdom. Therefore, we'd better follow him and help, said Heaven Illusion King. We should leave now. There are indeed a lot of natural dangerous lands on the battlefield, but few can threaten us. I think we won't meet them, but we should be careful. If we notice that something is wrong, we will quickly escape. Heaven Shadow King said. Okay. Golden Rock King and Heaven Illusion King nodded in agreement. They immediately moved and flew to the bottom of the Chilly Wind Valley. In Chilly Wind Valley, whoosh, Jin Wushuang was using the Dragon Blood secret skill, and he unleashed his strength of soul to its maximum. When he saw the 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom follow him and enter the valley one after another, he laughed coldly. He had said that he knew nothing about the Chilly Wind Valley, which was a lie. In fact, it was quite clear to him that there was something dreadful inside the Chilly Wind Valley. Since he chose to burst into the valley, he was ready to give up this original body. However, he would try his best to make the Jin Kingdom pay the price before that. The greater the cost, the better. That's great. 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom, Red Snow King is the strongest among them. 5 million years ago, the people of the Green Fire Palace spent much time and energy to defeat him. They thought they had killed him at that time, but he was still alive. In the Chilly Wind Valley, before long, the blood-cold wind inside this hole will start to blow. Let me see whether it is powerful enough to finish him off. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had once witnessed the power of the blood-cold wind personally and believed that it was a terrible weapon. He wasn't sure, however, whether he could kill Red Snow King with this weapon. As for the 3 other kings from the Jin Kingdom, Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. Their strengths and skills are far weaker than those of Red Snow King. If they're attacked by the terrible blood-cold wind, they'll die. I have to make sure that they don't have a chance to escape from this blood-cold wind. Suddenly, boom, a roar came from the bottom of the huge hole. Meanwhile, the whole world began to tremble fiercely, becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 1153, Chilly Wind Valley, Part 2. Chapter 1153, Chilly Wind Valley, Part 2. What? Jian Wushuang's expression shifted ever so slightly. The huge change in the Chilly Wind Valley was well within his expectations, but he did not think that it would come this early. There would be a burst of blood-cold wind every hour, each burst lasting only 10 breaths. His plan was to lure Red Snow King and the other 3 to the bottom of the valley so that the blood-cold wind would kill them. However, aside from Red Snow King, who was the first to enter the valley, it was likely that Heaven Illusion King, Golden Rock King, and Heaven Shadow King would escape as soon as they detected the change in the valley. They might just run out of the attack range of the blood-cold wind. Looks like luck isn't on my side. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. He had no choice but to take action now that the blood-cold wind was about to erupt again. The 4 kings of the Jin Kingdom who was flying overhead stopped in their tracks when they noticed the huge change in the valley. This is... Red Snow King fixed his eyes on the space beneath his feet, but saw nothing except pitch-black darkness. He could not help feeling frightened as he felt the world tremble around him and hear the series of explosions coming from the bottom of the valley. It was an instinctual kind of fear. He had never felt this alarmed in his entire life. Run! Run now! Red Snow King bellowed. He immediately turned around to rush out of the valley. Heaven Illusion King, Golden Rock King, and Heaven Shadow King became anxious and followed suit without hesitation. Haha, you're only trying to run now? Will you succeed? Stay here, all of you. Die with me. Manic laughter reverberated throughout the valley. Jian Wushuang, who stood nearest to the bottom of the valley, held a golden gourd tightly in his hand. Under his guidance, the mighty blaze quicksand gushed out of the gourd and charged toward the 4 kings like a raging tsunami. The sand had already gushed out of the gourd when the 4 kings tried to run. Carrying with it a green flame, the quicksand swiftly covered all the 4 kings hovering above Jian Wushuang. With the quicksand realm fully activated, their speed was restricted as they tried to escape. Moreover, the rapidly expanding sandstorm was also rushing toward them. Humph! Scram at once! Red Snow King shouted in anger. Blood-like flames bathed his body, burning the sand that neared him to ashes. He still moved swiftly as he was only partially affected by the quicksand realm. Heaven Shadow King had been the fastest among the other 3 kings, and was also the first to escape. Thus, the impact he suffered was also the greatest. Under Jian Wushuang's guidance, a large amount of blaze quicksand converged to form a massive hand. The sand firmly caught hold of Heaven Shadow King. No matter how much Heaven Shadow King struggled, each time he escaped from the shackles of the sand, a new layer of sand would cover him. Help me! Hurry up and help me! He cried mournfully, his voice thundering. However, he soon realized that the other 3 were preoccupied with running for their lives. They could not even protect themselves, much less worry about rescuing him. Boom! Over in the bottom of the valley, the blood-cold wind that had been quietly accumulating finally erupted. The terrifying wind ripped through everything as it soared from the bottom of the valley like a volcanic eruption. It moved so swiftly that it swept Jian Wushuang, Red Snow King, and Heaven Shadow King, who were still in the sinkhole. On the other hand, Heaven Illusion King and Golden Rock King were lucky enough to run out of the range of the blood-cold wind. If Jian Wushuang was equipped with the blood-killing plate armor, he would likely be able to momentarily endure the wind even without his defensive capability. However, the wind was crushing his unarmored body. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he saw what happened to Red Snow King and Heaven Shadow King. Red Snow King had taken out a token and was desperately struggling against the blood-cold wind. Meanwhile, Heaven Shadow King suffered the same fate as Jian Wushuang and was instantly crushed. Somewhere nearby the chilly wind valley, Heaven Illusion King and Golden Rock King, who were lucky enough to run out of the valley, watched in horror. The endless gale, carrying a fearsome power, had destroyed everything in its path. The two universe masters felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They knew they would have died if they had entered deep into the chilly wind valley earlier. What a terrifying gale! Heaven Illusion King exclaimed. The wind swept both Red Snow King and Heaven Shadow King, so they should, Golden Rock King muttered. Whoosh! Out of the blue, a golden flowing light burst out of the gale and appeared in front of them. It was Red Snow King. He was pale and bloodied all over. Half of his red and golden wings were broken. Our Red Snow King, Heaven Illusion King, and Golden Rock King stared at him. They could see what a miserable state that Red Snow King was in. Red Snow King clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, I used a life-saving secret skill and suffered a great loss. I need to go into seclusion at once. Jian Wushuang, Heaven Illusion King, did not finish his sentence. Both he and Heaven Shadow King are dead. Their treasures must have fallen to the bottom of the valley. If you two have guts, feel free to go and pick them up, Red Snow King said coldly. Heaven Illusion King and Golden Rock King began to tremble as they glanced at the chilly wind valley in horror. They dared not enter the valley again after experiencing the terrifying gale earlier. Let's go. Let's go back right now. The three of them immediately left. Right then, the second original body of Jian Wushuang, who had been meditating his sword principle inside a secret chamber in Green Fire Palace, opened his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly. Though I've lost my first original body and Blaze Quicksand Gourd, I managed to kill a universe master from the Gene Kingdom. Moreover, even if Red Snow King is still alive, he still sustained grave injuries. It's worth it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.